Lu Yuan chuckled softly and turned to Akiji Ritsuko with a teasing grin. "Relax," he said casually. "I'm not here to mess with you. That's all." Then, without waiting for a response, he turned and strolled away. Ritsuko's brow furrowed, an unusual look of disdain crossing her usually composed face. Known for her scientific detachment and stoic demeanor, it was rare to see such open irritation from her. Misato Katsuragi took a step forward, instinctively wanting to stop him, but then hesitated. Not now, she thought. This isn't the right time to confront him. "Let him go," Ritsuko interjected firmly, halting Misato. "We have a battle plan to prepare. Stay focused." Misato nodded reluctantly, but then her eyes narrowed in realization. "Wait, he's not part of an ERV. We can't just let him wander around unrestricted." Ritsuko's expression darkened as the same thought struck her. "He's an outsider," she muttered. "Could he be a spy? Was all of that just a distraction, so he could steal classified intel?" Her voice grew sharper, teeth clenched. Was this his real objective all along? Before their panic could escalate, Lu Yuan's voice rang out from seemingly nowhere. "Relax. You're overthinking things again." A translucent screen shimmered into view in front of them, showing Lu Yuan now casually perched on a massive turret, feet resting nonchalantly on the cannon barrel. He glanced in their direction through the camera feed and gave a mocking snort. "Stop provoking me," he said, his tone tinged with icy warning. "I may look calm, but I'm still a god. If you really want to see a third impact, I'll make it happen." His words cut through the room like a blade. Were they doing this on purpose? Lu Yuan wondered. Trying to push me? He could crush the earth with a flick of his wrist if he wanted to, far beyond anything the third impact could cause. Intel? Data? EVA tech, he sneered. After seeing Unit 01 once, I could recreate it from memory. Hell, I could mass-produce it. 1 kilometer tall, EVA? I can make that too. The sheer arrogance wasn't empty bravado. It was fact. Just then, he looked up. The fourth angel had bypassed the blast radius of the N2 mines and was now approaching Tokyo 3's true heart. With conventional weapons rendered useless, humanity's hopes rested on EVA. Back inside Nerve HQ, Misato and Ritsuko exchanged tense glances. Ritsuko, no longer able to keep her composure, asked, "Who is he, really?" Misato sighed. "I told you already. He claims to be a god. The god of desire. And he's not from this earth." Ritsuko paled, inhaling sharply. "A god? That's..." Few things could truly shake a scientist, but meeting a being that defied all logic and physics? That would do it. "Let's not provoke him any further," Misato said quickly. "He's clearly angry. We've got more urgent problems, like the fourth angel." Lu Yuan, watching from above, ended the transmission. As focus returned to operations, Unit 01 began its initial sync. Shinji Ikari had entered the entry plug and was now undergoing the synchronization process. Despite being his first attempt and lacking the usual plug suit, Shinji's sync rate far exceeded expectations. The presence of Yui Ikari's soul within the EVA helped facilitate the connection. Soon, the restraints around Unit 01 began to disengage, and the full form of the Evangelion came into view, a towering, humanoid figure nearly 80 meters tall, wrapped in power-regulating armor and armed with a high-frequency vibro dagger. Though called a dagger, the blade was the size of a car. Due to limited prep time, an ERV had yet to develop advanced armaments. Later, many of those would come from reverse engineering defeated angels. Night had fallen. Most civilian structures in Tokyo 3 had already been lowered underground. The city above was now still and silent. Lu Yuan tilted his head toward the stars. For a moment, the sky was breathtaking, if one could forget the looming battle. Suddenly, with a low rumble, a platform rose from beneath him. Unit 01 emerged from the ground, right beside the building Lu Yuan occupied. Across the street, the fourth angel approached, its colossal form radiating alien menace. Shinji, inside the EVA, stared, his breath caught in his throat. It was his first time facing an angel, his first time piloting EVA. Fear gripped him. In the cockpit, Misato's voice echoed, calm but firm. Shinji-kun, don't panic. Just try lifting your foot. Take one step, like walking normally. With trembling resolve, Shinji followed her instruction, and surprisingly, Unit 01 responded, taking a smooth first step forward. But then Lu Yuan's voice drifted from the building beside him. Shinji-kun, whatever you do, don't look down. You're about 80 meters up, wouldn't want to trigger that fear of heights. Unfortunately, the words had the opposite effect. Shinji looked down. His heart dropped. Feeling the full height through the EVA's sensory feedback, he recoiled in panic and stepped backward into open air. The elevator shaft beneath gave way, and Unit 01 crashed down with a thunderous impact. Back in the command center, Ms. Zato screamed, one hand to her forehead. Not only was Ms. Zato Katsuragi furious, everyone in the NERV command center had dark lines on their faces. If Lu Yuan hadn't kindly reminded Shinji that he was 80 meters above ground, the poor boy might have remained focused. But thanks to that unhelpful warning, Shinji realized just how high up he was. Even for someone without a fear of heights, that sudden awareness would be jarring. For a socially anxious introvert like Shinji Ikari, it was catastrophic. As he lost his balance and tumbled, the fourth angel didn't waste the opportunity. The ground trembled violently as the colossal being sprinted toward EVA-01. Each of its massive footsteps sent shockwaves rippling through the city like a series of small earthquakes. Despite ignoring every weapon humanity had thrown at it, including into mines, the angel immediately locked on to EVA-01 the moment it appeared. To the angels, EVAs were not mere machines. They weren't even robots. Especially Unit 01, which was believed to be cloned from the body of Lilith itself and contained a human soul, a fragment of the fruit of wisdom. In the eyes of the angels, EVA was an abomination, a mockery of divinity. This could not be tolerated. The fourth angel charged, radiating hostility, ready to annihilate Unit 01. Shinji-kun, move! Misato shouted through the comms, panic lacing her voice. But Shinji froze, lost in fear. Confusion swirled in his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? No training, no experience, no plan. Then Lu Yuan moved. Susanoo, open. With that command, his eyes changed, shimmering into a kaleidoscope pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Having integrated with his alternate self, Lu Yuan inherited all of Number 2 system powers, a treasure trove of ocular techniques from anime worlds, including the Byakugan, Sharingan, Tensigan, Rinnegan, even primordial eyes like the Eye of the Ancients. Among them stood one of the most iconic, Susanoo. A radiant golden aura erupted. Before the stunned eyes of everyone, an enormous armored figure manifested. Lu Yuan's complete body, Susanoo, shimmered like a god of war, plated in ancient golden armor, immense wings unfurling behind its back, and two enormous golden blades resting at its sides. It wasn't just massive, it was monumental. Standing nearly 300 meters tall, it dwarfed both the fourth angel and Unit 01. Inside NERV, all chatter ceased. The command center fell into stunned silence. What is that? One technician gasped. A second angel, someone muttered in confusion. Misato and Ritsuko exchanged a long, unspoken glance. No, he wasn't an angel. He might really be a god. In his seat, Jindo Ikari remained still. No one could read his thoughts, not even Futsuki standing beside him. Back on the battlefield, the fourth angel halted, its red eyes blazing beneath its mask, and unleashed a furious blast of energy. The wave of power could level a city. But Lu Yuan didn't flinch. Hovering on Susanoo's forehead with arms crossed, he raised a single hand and casually caught the energy beam in his palm, snuffing it out like a candle flame. I'm warning you, he said coldly. Are you trying to provoke me? Then, with terrifying ease, Lu Yuan reached out and grabbed the fourth angel by the head. I could crush you like an insect, he growled, and everyone watching believed him. The feed went silent across the NERV columns. This wasn't an angel. This was something worse, more powerful, more dangerous, and very, very real. Yet, Yuan didn't finish the job. Instead, he turned to Shinji's EVA and called out, "Hey, how long are you planning to stand there like a statue? You know that thing has an S2 engine, right? The fruit of life. Go rip it out and eat it. You'll have infinite energy. No more power cables." That stunned even Jindo Ikari. He knew the S2 engine. He knew the fruit of life. But how did Yuan know? And why was he helping? Does he know you? Futsuki whispered. But the truth was simpler. Yuan was doing this for Shinji. As Shinji stared at the struggling fourth angel, confusion turned to disbelief. Eat the angel? Was that even possible? The angel, as if sensing doom, thrashed wildly in Susanu's grip. Though lacking true intelligence, angels still had instincts, and right now, this one was afraid. Cornered, the angel tried one last desperate move. It charged straight at Yuan, intending to self-destruct. But Yuan moved faster. With a swift motion, he reached into the angel's body and plucked out a glowing crimson orb, like a pulsing apple of energy, the fruit of life. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he deployed several overlapping fields, locking the angel in place. The explosion was contained entirely within. The fourth angel had self-destructed in vain. It couldn't even leave a scratch. And as the smoke cleared, Yuan stood untouched, still floating on Susanu's brow, still completely in control.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The poor fourth apostle, who was originally the eldest among the apostles in the old lineage, was also the first apostle to appear. However, in the New World department, not only did he become the third child, not counting Lilith, Zhu Sun was the first, and the third apostle was the second. What was even worse was that he encountered Yuan. This shameless person, completely disregarding that he is the supreme being, actually went down and forced the fourth apostle to death. Although the apostles did not have the fruit of wisdom, they did not have the flexible thinking of humans. But they are also instinctive. When the fourth apostle felt that he could not break free from Yuan's shackles no matter what, he simply chose to self-destruct. But Yuan still found the existence of the fruit of life at a critical moment, or maybe it was the S2 organ. In short, Yuan flipped his wrist and hit a red thing that looked like an apple. As for the fourth apostle who blew himself up, he was surrounded by four transparent positions. Boom! The fourth apostle turned into a red rain and exploded. But only with great momentum, but actually did not cause the slightest damage. Even the buildings around 06 were not affected. Yuan's position is absolutely impossible for him to break or even shake. Yuan's position is the real absolute field. He also turned his head and asked through the communication device of the first number, how to deal with this thing. He was talking about the massive amount of blood that erupted after the fourth apostle's self-destruction. With the huge body of the apostle, the blood spurted out is comparable to a flood. I don't know where the blood came from. And what surprised Yuan was that the blood of the apostle was also red. By the way, the apostles are actually brothers with humans. Whether it is said according to the old lineage or the New World line, the whole human being is one of the apostles. Therefore, the battle between humans and the apostles is more like the prince's succession. In the end, only one may have the opportunity to complete it and become a complete, even godlike existence. This is actually a war between brothers. But the ending is also very tragic. The loser will die and lose everything. So Yuan didn't think too much. The apostle must die. He was on the side of mankind. In the NERV headquarters, everyone looked at each other, looking at Yuan in the middle of Susano, and seemed at a loss. Akari Yuando crossed his chin with his hands, posing in his classic shape, because wearing sunglasses made people unable to see his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Katsuragi Misato quietly exchanged glances with Ritsuko Akagi. They had begun to believe that Yuan was a god. God of desire? Can you help people make their wishes come true? Is it true? Katsuragi Misato was secretly excited, and unconsciously raised her hands and quietly held a cross necklace at the collar. It was given to her by her father. During the second impact, she quietly joined her father's expedition, and it was the dead expedition that discovered Adam and Lilith for the first time in Antarctica. The second shock was actually caused by this expedition, and she was there. At the last moment, it was her father who threw her away in a sealed device that would later become the plug for the qualified. There are also estrangements between Katsuragi Misato and her father, as well as problems with each other. But in the end, her father gave her the last chance, and the only relic left was this cross. Katsuragi Misato's life is full of regrets. Since she was a child, she thought that her father didn't love her, let alone her family and mother. She grew up with her mother crying day and night, which made her childhood full of hatred for her father. But after that incident, she realized that her father's love was not so simple. She was saved by her hated father, and only then did she know that she still loved her father. Later, she didn't speak for 3 years, and after that she became a noisy person. She used to live with Kaji Ryoji and didn't go out for a week. She had unbearable years, etc., etc. But today, she stared at the screen, the image of Lu Yuan sent back to headquarters through the first phone and nearby devices. Maybe some of her ambitions and extravagances can be realized? At the moment, Shinji Ikari in the first machine was even more dumbfounded. Lu Yuan smiled, stretched out his hand and pulled the number 1 machine from the ground. With such huge amounts of body, he was able to pull it up so easily, and the picture alone was shocking enough. How is it? Lu Yuan asked Shinji Ikari. How did it feel to drive an EVA for the first time? Ikari Shinji calmed down and muttered, I knew you were so powerful, wouldn't it be enough for you to solve it? Lu Yuan smiled, haha, you are still complaining. But you have to be clear, I am a god, and I am not someone who obeys any organization. I can protect you according to my own interests, or I can watch you perish. After all, the human beings in your world are not my believers, and your life and death actually have nothing to do with me. Lu Yuan's words were ruthless, but reasonable. In fact, for gods, especially for those gods who see the power of faith as extremely important, Lu Yuan's behavior has already crossed the line. Not only will he not be thankful for what he has done, but if the earth really hides the existence of a god, at the moment may have been fought. Are you robbing the power of faith? Are you fighting for luck in this world? What are you doing? Doing something? It's like fighting for a turf 767, no different from a gangster on the street. The power of belief is the protection fee, and luck is the weapon in the hand, all of which are indispensable. Definitely, Lu Yuan is on the side of mankind in his heart, but he must make it clear that he protects mankind because he is willing. People who heard this acted differently. In NERV, someone shocked roar, he actually said he was a god. Some people said in a helpless tone, just in terms of the power he shows, he can indeed be called a god. If pinching an apostle with one hand is not a god, then what is an apostle who is regarded as a god by them? Lu Yuan ignored what the people at NERV headquarters were saying. He just smiled face to face with the first machine, and exchanged his experience with Ikari Shinji about driving the first machine. Although my Susanoo is not an EVA, it is almost the same as a whole. We control our actions with our own thoughts. So don't think too much, just control it like a normal activity, that's all. Although Lu Yuan has never driven an EVA, he understands the details with his super cosmic awareness. Anyway, things like power all come to the same destination, and in the end it's the same thing. Including science at the end will also be immortality and the power of Superman. In any case, the fourth apostle has been resolved, and mankind has ushered in a true god. Because Lu Yuan prevented the fourth apostle's self-destruction and made the aftermath work less wasteful of manpower and financial resources, Lu Yuan even kindly helped them deliver the fourth apostle's remnants to a laboratory at NERV safely. As mentioned earlier, NERV is also studying the apostles, including the third apostle, which was almost made into a new EVA. Even the insertion bolts were fixed, so you know how miserable it is. It's just that NERV people don't know, and everyone doesn't know that the fourth apostle's fruit of life, that is, the S2 organ, has been quietly taken away by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan also wanted to study what happened to this thing and what the principle was. That thing hides huge amounts of power, and if it is eaten by ordinary people, it is likely to become an apostle on the spot. Even humans who have been divided into countless individuals can become apostles again. You can see the power of the fruit of life. Legend has it that the fruit of life symbolizes the Kabbalah, the power and immortality of the gods. The fruit of wisdom symbolizes the right of wisdom to distinguish between good and evil and to define good and evil, which is also the right of God. Therefore, when a certain life obtains these two kinds of fruits at the same time, it is equivalent to a god. With God's power and eternal life, and God's wisdom and power, isn't that God? Definitely this was nothing to Lu Yuan at all, so he just studied it carefully, and then packed up the fruit of life. With a casual smile, Lu Yuan walked towards the interior of NERV. This time, the people they met didn't dare to stop Lu Yuan, but they were also paying attention and hiding on both sides of the corridor to peek at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously either. With his hands behind his back, he continued to walk forward as if there was no one else around. He was wearing a classic white suit, white leather shoes, and a white top hat, with a platinum cane hanging from the crook of one arm. Looks like a very gentleman. In addition, he is handsome, not to mention how handsome and wise. Some little girls blushed just by looking at him, making them crazy. Definitely, if anyone knows that the reason why he dresses like this is because he is too lazy to spend time on matching clothes. Suits can be said to be the most versatile, and it is almost impossible to go wrong. I don't know if he will still think he is wise and martial. Lu Yuan is actually lazy. Anyway, he won't fall on his body, let alone make his clothes dirty, so he simply wears a white suit all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a little too rigid and formal in some private situations, but he's handsome anyway, so he can't be wrong. In an office at NERV headquarters, or the Commander-in-Chief's office, Ikari Yuan can finally meet Ikari Shinji in person. It was because the apostles attacked, and the situation was so urgent that I didn't have time to elaborate. And now that the fourth apostle has been defeated, he is finally willing to accept his son. But the first sentence Akari Yuan said was to ask Shinji Akari, how did you and that person know each other? You two came together, what is his plan? Boom. Before Akari Shinji could speak, the door opened, and Lu Yuan had already come in person. Attempts? It's just that you are a failure as a father, and it's a bit unbearable. Why don't you give me this son? Lu Yuan was so reckless, he changed his arms and folded his arms, leaning against the doorframe. Looked sideways at Ding Yuando. Akari Yuando still maintained his classic shape, with his hands crossed and his chin supported. He looked up at Lu Yuan, frowned slightly, and asked, what are your intentions? Now that he had been heard, he simply asked Lu Yuan directly, also, are you really a god? Akari Yuando didn't believe it at first, but even if he was as calm as him, he couldn't help but begin to doubt. In terms of Lu Yuan's strength, he could indeed be called a god. Lu Yuan shook his head, not in denial, but too lazy to answer. Raising his hand and beckoning in the direction of Akari Shinji, Lu Yuan said, come on child, your father doesn't want you, it doesn't matter, when I find a chance to revive your mother, and then find you a new stepfather, you can go. Live happily. Akari Yuando's face was extremely dark, and he was still alive. Akari Shinji also seemed at a loss, looked at Lu Yuan, and lowered his head again. What on earth are you trying to do? Akari Yuando shouted, unable to remain calm any longer, because the topic of Akari Yui made him unable to calm down. Also, can you really resurrect Wei? Why are you close to my son? Akari Yuando didn't lose his calm, he wondered why this so-called god who suddenly appeared, took such care of his son? Lu Yuan snorted coldly, because this child is cleaner, braver, kinder, and full of justice than all of you. In fact, many fans have complained about Akari Shinji, saying that the TV version of Akari Shinji is too weak, and even in the new theatrical version, it has only changed a little. But this is a wrong point of view, first of all not to mention that Akari Shinji is only 14 years old, just by looking at his Eva posture, he did not escape the battle. Even if he said childishly later that he would no longer drive, but at the last moment, it was him who came to the rescue every time. Without Shinji Akari and number 1 machine, the fourth apostle alone may have invaded the NERV headquarters. Also, maybe many people have forgotten the settings. The higher the match with Eva, the more real the senses will be, and the driver will also feel the damage to the Eva. Not to mention a 14-year-old child, even an ordinary adult, how many of them can really have the courage to fight face to face with the apostles? Even after facing the fear of death countless times, dare to face the threat again? Just this courage is enough to make Lu Yuan feel good about him. So Lu Yuan said why he cared about Akari Shinji so much, without him, just because the child was kind, and he fought to protect mankind. He is very brave, and at the age of 14, he has achieved achievements that many adults could not even imagine. He also has justice. The main thing is that it is compared with adults who have various purposes, and even do anything to plan, and are even extremely dirty. Akari Shinji is clean and pure. Zhao Wangzhao, Lu Yuan looked at Ding Yuando deeply, and let out a sneer. Someone is really ridiculous. At first he deliberately approached for his own purpose, but he didn't expect that he was really deep into it and invested his true feelings. Don't you think it's funny? Akari Yuando was shocked. What Lu Yuan said was his Lu. Akari Yuando's real name is Sextant Yaiwandu, or Sextant Yaiwantang, or Sextant Yaiwantang, and he approached Akari Wei for another purpose from the very beginning. However, as Lu Yuan sneered, after he got his wish and got married to Akari, he fell in love with his wife unknowingly, which also led to his change of the original plan after the sacrifice of his wife. At first, the idea of just wanting to join humans to complete this plan became the only face of goodbye Akari. To this end, he even took advantage of his own son. People always want to understand each other for some reason, but it is impossible to fully understand each other. People are such sad creatures. Ding Yuan Fairy. No matter what kind of person Akari Yuando is, or whether he is pathetic or ridiculous, it doesn't matter to Lu Yuan. You are not a qualified father, nor a qualified husband, or even a qualified person. Don't try to get close to me, or beg me to help you. Killing you is easier than squeezing ants. Lu Yuan left a threat, and then forcibly took Akari Shinji away. He stole his son and threatened his father in front of his son. That's what he could do. Akari Shinji seemed overwhelmed, and even more did not dare to resist, and was pulled by Lu Yuan and walked outside along the way. In other words, if Akari Shinji was a girl, someone must have stopped Lu Yuan. He looked like a bad uncle. Fortunately, Shinji Akari is a boy, but it also makes their combination look weird and weird. After all, Shinji Akari is already 14 years old, and he is a big boy. Is it really good to hold hands like this? Lu Yuan is also helpless. This child is too introverted and autistic, otherwise he wouldn't leave with him at all. Next, let's go to your mother. Your mother. Lu Yuan almost said 767 swear words, but he really wasn't swearing. But isn't it just swearing to say your mother? So I can only use the formal name roar, your mother. Well, your mother's is not a good thing, is it? Always feel weird. Anyway, let's go to the first machine first. I just discovered something interesting. We can try it out. Maybe let your mother really meet you. Lu Yuan seemed very excited, as if he was even more excited than Akari Shinji excited. He didn't show the fruit of life in front of NERV. Many people were watching at that time. Therefore, after waiting until now, and after studying the principle and structure of the fruit of life, I am ready to do something. For example, what to eat for the first machine. Maybe a carry can be completely transformed into an apostle-like existence? Completely integrated with the first machine? Akari Shinji just lowered his head and followed Lu Yuan, without any ideas of his own, and did not speak. No wonder he was called an autistic boy. Originally, he had some words and opinions, but it was disturbed by Lu Yuan. If any normal person encounters Lu Yuan like this, he will not behave much better than Akari Shinji. He is already fine. Just when the two came to the room where the first machine was placed, they saw that Katsuragi Misato and Akagi Ritsuko were already there. The two women seemed to be deliberately waiting for their arrival. You really came? Katsuragi Miri showed such an expression when she saw Lu Yuan. She seemed to have guessed that Lu Yuan would come. Akagi Ritsuko glanced at Akari Shinji, then looked away, looked at Lu Yuan, and warned, although you call yourself Lord God, you can't ignore other people's feelings like this, right? If you are really Lord God, it's not even more important. Should you be careful with your words and actions? Huh? Are humans setting the rules for gods now? Lu Yuan sneered, actually wanting to use the set of behavioral standards of humans to demand gods? Even he would feel that this is too complacent. It's not really because he's good at talking that he'll get carried away. At least number one belongs to us, and this child is also his father's. You are neither the child's guardian nor the owner of number one. As a god, I don't know who you are. What about the god of robbers? It was Miri Katsuragi's turn, who sneered at Lu Yuan, who was speechless. Is it actually being satirized as the god of robbers? Interesting, Lu Yuan laughed. It wasn't an angry laugh, it was just an ordinary laugh, but he wouldn't be ridiculed like this, and replied with a rude remark, you don't want to resurrect you. Is it your father? Katsuragi Miri was shocked and relaxed again. If he is really a god, wouldn't he know that these are not normal? Can you do it? Katsuragi Miri lowered her eyes. Perhaps this was the real reason and purpose of her being here, and even for this wish she didn't hesitate to pretend she didn't see what was in front of her. This is your lord is very cunning, Shinji-kun. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to ridicule all those who had been mocked just now. For a while, the atmosphere was a little silent. Akari Shinji didn't respond to Lu Yuan. Katsuragi Miri lowered her head and waited for Lu Yuan's reply, but Ritsuko Akage didn't know what she was thinking. Lu Yuan began to feel bored and sighed. It seems that today can only end here. He knew that the two women in front of him didn't intend to let him do his own thing. Although he could drive them away, he didn't care if they looked at them, but after thinking about it, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry anyway. It seems that there are still several apostles, at least 6 more apostles to be defeated, right? Lu Yuan calculated. The second apostle is Lilith, the third apostle and the fourth apostle have already been defeated, and even if the human beings are removed, they are still 1 apostle, so that's 4. If there are a total of 12 apostles, 8 more apostles should be defeated. However, the first apostle is Zhu Sun, and the 12th apostle is more mysterious, so Lu Yuan concluded that at present, there are still 6 apostles that need to be defeated. However, he also had reservations, saying that there were more than 6 apostles. Then I'm not in a hurry to do anything. After all, the first machine is also the main force, not to mention this child is too autistic. Lu Yuan finally couldn't help but complain about Shinji Akari. Looking down at the child beside him, Lu Yuan was helpless, let go of his hand and rubbed his head. What happened? What else could happen? The father, who hadn't seen him for more than 10 years, not only abandoned the child Akari Shinji in the countryside, but even Akari Shinji knew that the purpose of calling him was not because he wanted to see him, but just as a tool person, just because of him. You can drive the first machine only. The reunion of father and son, who has been longing for each other, not only has no warmth at all, but is indifferent to the extreme. Roll without driving. You can even say that. And the previous meeting was also to inquire about Lu Yuan. Akari Shinji had completely despaired of his father. Maybe as Lu Yuan said, his father was an asshole. Akari Shinji was originally an introvert, but now he is completely closed in his inner world. If the only hope is the mother, right? But now it seems that the god beside him also intends to give up. Akari Shinji's whole person is autistic. Lu Yuan shrugged and said to Akari Shinji, okay, Shinji-kun, I didn't deceive you. Your mother is really in the first plane, and her soul is still watching you. And I promise you, wait. After the matter is over, I will resurrect your mother. In fact, I am very optimistic about you. Why don't you try to be my apostle? Misato Katsuragi and Ritsuko Akage were shocked, with expressions of disbelief. Apostle? Are humans going to be apostles? Become an apostle? The surprise of Katsuragi Misato and Akage Ritsuko was no small matter. Even Katsuragi Misato couldn't care about her wish. She raised her head in disbelief, and said in shock to roar, no way. Especially Ritsuko Akage, shouted, that will make this child lose his existence as a human being, and he cannot even maintain his human form. Do you want to kill him? I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Yuan expressed his confusion, spread his hands, and said, it's different from the apostles you understand. I'm just my personal apostle. It's better to say that I am the spokesperson of God in this world. You can exercise some privileges, such as some power or something. While talking, Lu Yuan took out a small blue bottle. That's compound number 5, and he can use this to transform Shinji Ikari into a superhero. Not the kind of apostle who is mysterious, and mysterious sounds vague and even needs the power of faith. Liu Yuan just wanted to guide Ikari Shinji to become a real superhero. In a world with a strong religious atmosphere, is he planning to inject a foreshadowing of science fiction? Definitely Liu Yuan can also give Ikari Shinji the fruit of life, but just as Misato Katsuragi and Ritsuko Akage were worried, with Shinji Ikari's personal weakness, forcibly integrating the fruit of life might really make him an apostle. Such an existence? If he gathers the fruits of wisdom of all mankind, he will become a god. But he has only personal power, wisdom, after all. Or maybe, you can just cut off a piece of the fruit of strength? While Liu Yuan was thinking about the feasibility in his mind, he looked at Shinji Ikari, waiting for his answer. Ikari Shinji kept his head down, and was made autistic by his father. At the same time, he was puzzled and surprised, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Why do you care about me so much?" He couldn't understand why his father was so indifferent. Instead, it was the person in front of him who he only met today, or met for the first time yesterday. It's already the second day after fighting the fourth apostle and dealing with the aftermath. Instead, take care of yourself. Liu Yuan thought for a while, maybe my father's love is overflowing, and I always feel that I can't let go of an autistic child like you. The most important thing is that you are very kind, and I am very optimistic about you. When Liu Yuan first came to this world, he was only interested in the apostles, Eva bodies, and even at positions. Later, he studied some laws of this world, and even the fruit of life. Originally, he could leave. Although the apostles were different, they all came from the same source, and they were all born from Adam and Lilith, as well as the fruit of life. It is enough to have seen one, and also got a fruit of life. But now he has changed his mind. I always feel uneasy about this child. Maybe after becoming a father, even his personality has become gentle, right? It is also more tolerant, otherwise if he wants, what any RV and seal should be dead. Liu Yuan lightly patted Shinji under the head with his hand, and couldn't help saying, everyone's existence has its necessary meaning. Your father is, so do you. You don't need anyone's approval for your life, as long as you live. That's enough, and sooner or later you'll find someone who approves of you. Ikari Shinji raised his head. At the age of 14, he was only 1.58 meters tall, less than 1.6 meters tall. Liu Yuan, who was 1.9 meters tall, needed to look up. He knew that Liu Yuan was comforting him, but could he really ignore his father so easily? No, he has only one relative of his father, no matter what, that is his only father. And the most important thing in this world, apart from the heart wall between people, is the relationship between father and son, father and daughter, mother and son, and mother and daughter. Ikari Shinji and Ikari Gento, Katsuragi Misato and her father, Akage Ritsuko and Akage Naoko, and even Asuka and her mother, etc. In fact, what this world mainly tells about is not the estrangement between people and the absolute realm. Humans are like porcupines. In order to protect themselves, they are covered with sharp thorns. Finally, when porcupines want to get close to other porcupines, they can't do it. Because the closer you get to each other, the more you will hurt each other. So human beings began to learn to put on a mask, learn to lie, learn to avoid important things, and learn to deceive and hurt each other. Maybe only when human beings complete the plan, when everyone returns to the water of life, L.C.L, and when everyone becomes the existence of souls, can they truly reintegrate with each other, and only in this way can the hearts meet and understand each other. But is that really the best ending? A lot of times, the truth is what hurts the most. Although two people wearing masks and hypocritical dialogues are full of estrangement, at least they won't really hurt each other's face. Even many secrets can only be kept alive to keep others alive. Is it really good to have a world of truth where everyone can be honest? A small dark history is enough to make a weak-willed child autistic, and a past that does not commit a crime is enough to make a beautiful woman mad. Liu Yuan doesn't think it's a bad thing to have secrets, and he doesn't think people have to be so frank with each other. There is still personal space and little secrets between him and his wives. Liu Yuan would never spy on the thoughts of his family, that would be offensive. So Liu Yuan could only sigh, not knowing how to comfort the autistic boy. It can only be taken slowly. In the end, Liu Yuan could only be honest for a while, and he didn't continue to forcibly pull Ikari's soul out, nor let her meet Ikari Shinji. Unless Ikari Shinji takes the first plane next time, we will talk about it later. As for Miri Katsuragi and Ritsuko Akage, the longer they have been in contact with Liu Yuan, the more they feel Liu Yuan's fear. This may really be a god, and he can even make humans his apostles. However, the two women were more afraid and resisted. They know some secrets, but they don't know more truths. They only know that if human beings want to survive, they must defeat all the apostles and prevent the apostles from contacting Adam, otherwise there will be a third shock. But they may not know the real plan and purpose of any RV and seal now. If they knew that the final human completion plan might even make the entire human race return to oneness, or even become an apostle, or even a god, I don't know how they would feel. At least they don't know those secrets yet. Maybe it will have to wait until Kaji Ryoji debuts, right? That infatuated, scumbag guy. Speaking of blessing Ryoji, Liu Yuan actually admired this man very much, and he was the one who made it impossible for Liu Yuan to have the slightest idea of Miri Katsuragi. Otherwise, Miri Katsuragi is still very beautiful. Then again, since he plans to do nothing for the time being, Lu Yuan must find a place to live, right? Maybe get a job or something. That night, Lu Yuan casually found a place to live and dealt with it. Originally, a Yuan sent someone, and NERV would arrange a place for him to live. After all, this city was built to fight against the apostles. Now, with NERV taking over the task and command of defeating the apostles, a Yuan is in charge of everything. At the critical moment, the whole city must cooperate. It also includes all file-size transactions in the entire city. But Lu Yuan knew very well that they wanted to monitor themselves. Then just find a house and find a job for me. By the way, Shinji-kun will come to school here too, right? Why don't I become a teacher? Lu Yuan thought about it, as if he had never done it before. In the profession of a teacher, he simply accepted NERV's arrangement, and also asked to be a teacher. He doesn't care about being monitored. In the past in Marvel and DC 767, he was actively monitored instead. So what? What does he want to do? How about letting you monitor it before others can tell him what to do? You have to watch too. Akari Shinji's arrangement also came down, and there was no accident. Katsuragi Misato took the child home. In fact, Misato Katsuragi and Shinji Akari share many similarities. Both of them are not good at getting along with their father, and both have deep conflicts. So Katsuragi Misato seemed to see her own shadow in Akari Shinji, and she was a little worried about that child. Definitely Katsuragi Miri did not invite Lu Yuan, an adult of the opposite sex. Even if she did, Lu Yuan would definitely not go. Speaking of which, this woman is very mature enough to use any means to achieve her goals, including her own body as a bargaining chip. The problem is that after being interrupted several times, Katsuragi Miri did not rush to ask Lu Yuan if she could help her realize her wish. Lu Yuan didn't mention it again. He knew that Katsuragi Miri wanted to resurrect her father, so she might help her in the future, right? But not now. The next morning, Lu Yuan followed the people from NERV and took the tram to the school in the city. Number 3 Zindong City has complete facilities and urban structure, and naturally there is a school like the municipal number 1 middle school. It's just that almost all the children who come to school here, except for the children of the staff, are qualified. In theory, these are specially selected children from all over the world. All of them have the cockpit to board the EVA as a reserve at a critical moment. There is even the responsibility of cooperating with the experiment. Lu Yuan came. He came to the school and went to see the principal directly. The people from NERV arranged all the procedures for him. So from today, Lu Yuan has become a teacher in this school. But I don't know which subject Lu Yuan is good at. What do you want to teach? The principal began to arrange work, but he had to ask Lu Yuan what he was good at. Lu Yuan pondered and muttered to himself, physics? Teach them the structure of atoms, molecules, and quantum, or the scope of the universe, the law of the universe, and even the structure of stars? Or the magic side. But the people here can't use magic? Or what about the fighting technique? The principal was already in a cold sweat. Is it just middle school here? Forget about atoms and molecules, quantum, and the universe? What the hell is magic? Fighting technique? This is not really a martial arts school. It's better than this. Let me teach English. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. When he was in the world of Marvel and DC, he was almost always active in Western countries. If nothing else, speaking authentic English is no problem, and includes American, British, and English with accents from all over the world. I don't know why he wants to learn unique English with accents from all over the world. Maybe it's a dialect? In fact, there is also a big gap between American and British English, especially Japanese-style features, which are not much better than Chinese-style ones. The principal quickly agreed, and arranged a shift list for Lu Yuan at the fastest speed ever. Each class has its own head teacher, and at the same time, there are teachers who are only responsible for a certain subject. Lu Yuan must not be the head teacher when he first arrived, so he can only work overtime, extra drama, for him temporarily. Then from today, Mr. Lu Yuan, you will be in charge of the second grade English class. Please guide those children with all your heart, the principal said, bending down to Lu Yuan and saying sincerely. It seems that he is a very responsible and good principal, and he does it all for the children. It can definitely be seen that he is actually very skeptical of Lu Yuan's teaching level, but because of the people at NERV, he has to make a compromise. Lu Yuan nodded and agreed, but he was not polite at all. Holding the list given to him by the principal, Lu Yuan followed the NERV person out of the office 0. Then I have to go back to my life, NERV said politely to Lu Yuan and left. Only Lu Yuan looked down at the list in his hand. There are 3 classes in the second grade, so let's pretend there are 3 classes. They are called Class A in Year 2, Class B in Year 2, and Class C in Year 2. And Akari Shinji, who is going to transfer to school today, is from Class A of the second year, and he has already gone to class. The next class just happened to be an English class, and Lu Yuan walked towards the classroom with a black belly grin. He was thinking about how Akari Shinji would look when he saw him. With the sound of the class bell, Lu Yuan finally walked to Class A of the second year. Stand up, salute, salute. The monitor of Class A in the second year is a girl with some freckles on her face. When Lu Yuan came in, he immediately led the students in the class to salute the teacher. Lu Yuan nodded and said, sit down. Then he started looking for the whereabouts of Akari Shinji in the class, and found that his position was in the back of the middle, and for some reason, looking from the direction where Akari Shinji lowered his head, it seemed that his face was injured. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Did a conflict happen on the first day of his arrival? Lu Yuan thoughtfully picked up the chalk from the side, turned around and started to write his name on the blackboard, in 3 ways, Chinese characters, katakana, and English. 2.0 My name is Lu Yuan, and I'm your new English teacher. But I found that your class is a little bit repulsive for newcomers. What's the matter? Lu Yuan asked in class without any hesitation. The students looked at each other. I've never seen a teacher ask this in class, otherwise you'll find out about the situation and call someone to the office. Also, exclude newcomers? Someone looked at Akari Shinji thoughtfully. Today, he is the only new student who has been transferred. Akari Shinji also raised his head subconsciously, only to see that the new English teacher turned out to be Lu Yuan. He couldn't help opening his mouth and was stunned. Lu Yuan smiled proudly, then glanced at a certain boy in the class. He knew that it was the boy named Toji Suzuhara who beat up Shinji Akari. Lu Yuan was surprised that he had already intervened to change the plot. Could it be that Toji Suzuhara's sister was still injured? Strangeness. Suzuhara Toji, also known as Suzuhara Toji, is a matter of transliteration. He has a younger sister named Sakura Suzuhara, but she hardly appeared in the main story, and finally she actually got her lines and scenes in the theatrical version of Q. The relationship between Suzuhara Toji and Akari Shinji also started because of his sister. In the event that the third apostle of the old lineage, that is, the fourth apostle of the New World lineage, attacked the third Shinto city for the first time, the first plane caused his sister to be injured in the battle against the apostle. Toji Suzuhara blamed Akari Shinji for this, so he beat him on the first day he transferred. Lu Yuan activated the super universe consciousness and reanalyzed what happened yesterday, or what happened from the appearance of the fourth apostle the day before yesterday until the fourth apostle blew himself up. Then he realized that when the fourth apostle walked towards the downtown area of the third Shinto city, a nearby emergency shelter was partially damaged due to the impact on the building. 06. That's how the unlucky Sakura Suzuhara was injured. It's just that this time her injury was just a little bruise, and even if it wasn't for the apostles' relationship, she didn't even need to be hospitalized. But Suzuhara Toji is still angering Shinji Akari. Is this because the law of the big world insists that they know each other? As Lu Yuan shook his head, he began to write a piece of English letters smoothly and quickly on the blackboard, and his words were not only neater than those printed on a computer, but also exuded a gentleman's style. Anyway, his writing is beautiful. Suzuhara Toji, is that your name? Lu Yuan turned around, threw away the chalk, and pointed to the blackboard behind him, read. Toji Suzuhara stood up blankly and looked at the blackboard with even more bewildered eyes. He knew every letter, but he didn't know how to read when combining words and sentences. What's more, what Lu Yuan wrote was still a poem, which was deliberately buried, some of which were puns, and those who were not very proficient in English would definitely mispronounce it. He definitely did it on purpose. Lu Yuan looked at Suzuhara Toji with a smile, and deliberately ran on. What? You've already studied in the 2nd grade. Can't you read such a simple sentence? Simple sentences? Teacher, do you have to fill the blackboard halfway? This is definitely a whole article, not a simple sentence. And Lu Yuan didn't have a textbook, so he just wrote it at will, so that even if the students wanted to find an English book and take a peek, they couldn't do it, because they didn't know where the words came from. At this time, the freckled female monitor raised her hand, and when Lu Yuan looked at her, she quickly stood up and said, Teacher, although we are already in the 2nd grade, your teaching is now beyond our level. Lu Yuan just glanced at her, and the super cosmic consciousness found out her name. Dong Muguang, a serious and responsible girl, is quite trusted by her classmates because of her character and daily care. Lu Yuan knew even more that she seemed to have a crush on Toji Suzuhara, so he took the initiative to relieve the other party. Lu Yuan nodded, as if approving what Dong Muguang said. So that's the case. Then please stand outside the door for a while, and then I'll teach you how to read. Dong Muguang stared at the new teacher in a stunned manner. This is not a compliment, and even knowing that Toji Suzuhara would not, he deliberately sent him to a penalty stand? Why is this happening? On the other hand, Suzuhara Toji snorted coldly and walked out the door with a proud look on his face. It's just a mere penalty stop. He doesn't care. Lu Yuan smiled and reminded, don't take the opportunity to run out to play, and don't think you can be lazy outside the door, leave the door open, and stand there for me to learn. Suzuhara Toji was dumbfounded. He went out and stood up, but did he still have to learn? That definitely, Lu Yuan is a teacher. Since he is a teacher now, he must be responsible to the end. Just like when he went to be a surgeon before, he also treats diseases and saves people with all his heart, regardless of serious illness or small illness. This is responsibility. The helpless Suzuhara Toji was kicked out, and he had to stand at the door with his back to the classroom. In other words, he realized that this is not a simple sentence at all, this is simply a long poem, okay? But Suzuhara Toji had nothing to do, even if he wanted to argue, he didn't get the chance. Lu Yuan smirked and glanced at Suzuhara Toji who was outside the door. This stinky boy has quite a temper. Let's see how it gets you sorted after a while. Lu Yuan's first class has just passed, and when the students are almost ready to prepare this poem, it is time to end the get out of class. Suzuhara Toji was standing for a class, and at this time, he hurried back to his seat to rest. He also has a good friend named Kensuke Aida, another member of the famous trio of fools. The last of the trio of fools is Shinji Ikari. Where did you offend him? Aida Kensuke, an ordinary boy with glasses, approached Suzuhara Toji and asked with concern. Toji Suzuhara leaned against the chair with his arms folded and snorted coldly. Don't you know, I only offended one person today. It's supposed to be a lesson, right? Dong Muguang also approached, and scolded angrily. I will let you study hard at ordinary times, and you will be taught a lesson now. Toji Suzuhara said nonchalantly, this is Japan, so I don't need to learn English. I can live by only Japanese. What an idiot. Dong Muguang was annoyed by him and walked away. At this time, 767, a broadcast came, Toji Suzuhara and Shinji Ikari from Class A of the second year, please come to Teacher Liu Yuan's office. It turned out that Liu Yuan didn't plan to end it like this. He left temporarily because he didn't know where his office was. At this time, he had already found his office, so he immediately asked the students in charge of broadcasting to broadcast. Suzuhara Toji's face sank all of a sudden. I don't know how the new teacher who came today is going to teach him a lesson, and is there still that new transfer student? He seemed to have guessed what was going on. When Liu Yuan first came in, he said that their class repelled newcomers, and he deliberately made him stand up. Now he is directly linked to Ikari Shinji. Can't he guess it has something to do with what happened in the morning? Just go. Toji Suzuhara snorted coldly with the courage, and stepped out of the classroom. On the other side, in an office where many teachers gathered to work, Liu Yuan already had a place near the door. This was the place the principal temporarily vacated for Liu Yuan when he was going to class. Because the previous teacher was the former English teacher of Class A in the second year, and there were still some textbooks on it that were not taken away in time, or maybe they were deliberately left behind. This was the first time that Liu Yuan knew about the teaching process of his class. When Suzuhara Toji came to the office with a kind of aura that seemed to be quite enlightened, he saw that Shinji Ikari was already one step ahead. Suzuhara Toji snorted immediately and stopped, and his face was full of unwillingness to look at it. Liu Yuan was at the door. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but complained, even if a boy looks like Tsundere, he's not cute at all. Toji Suzuhara blushed. He wasn't Tsundere or something. However, the word Tsundere is likely to be Eva early, just like Aonami created the label of 3 no girls. Asuka can also be said to be the ancestor-level Tsundere logo character. It stands to reason that the word Tsundere hasn't caught on yet, but don't forget that this is the New World department now. Liu Yuan looked at the other teachers around, thought about it, stood up, and said to the two in front of him, okay, I have something to tell you, but it's not suitable here. Come with me. With that said, Liu Yuan walked straight out, regardless of whether the 2 children behind him followed. Toji Suzuhara glanced sideways at Shinji Ikari again, and walked out first. Ikari Shinji kept his head down and didn't speak the whole time, including when he first came here. Even if he knew Liu Yuan, he didn't say anything, and only then did he mutter, there is nothing good. There is no one at all. Thank you, Miss Miri. It should be what Katsuragi Misato said after she left with Shinji Ikari last night, right? For example, thanks to Shinji Ikari, he finally agreed to take the first plane to meet the apostles or something. Even if Liu Yuan solved the 4th apostle in the end, he still had to admit Ikari Shinji's courage. Ordinary people can't dare to be so reckless without training. Only when you face the apostles will you understand the horror of the apostles. For humans, the apostles are already godlike creatures. As a result, Shinji Ikari was angered by Toji Suzuhara this morning, breaking all the comforts of Misato Katsuragi yesterday. If Katsuragi Misato knew, I'm afraid it wouldn't be out of breath. In the end, Liu Yuan took the 2 children directly to the rooftop. I know that you had a dispute this morning, or should I say that it was a one-sided bullying, Liu Yuan pointed out directly as soon as he opened his mouth. He already knew what happened in the morning. Toji Suzuhara snorted again. So what? He injured my sister, so I can punch him too much, right? It's 2 punches, Liu Yuan reminded Suzuhara Toji. Regardless of the old lineage, the plot on the New World line is 2 punches. Toji Suzuhara, don't start without saying a word. Liu Yuan sighed, it's just that boy Tsundere is not cute anymore. And Shinji-kun, why don't you fight back? Ikari Shinji raised his head in surprise. Liu Yuan shrugged, I don't advocate submissiveness. Although I praised you for being kind doesn't mean you will be bullied. Go and call back. Suzuhara Toji, who was on the side, questioned loudly with an incredible expression on his face. You are not here to solve the problem, but are you planning to accompany the murderer? Is this also a teacher? Accomplice? You have to figure out that you bullied the honest children first. Liu Yuan rolled his eyes. He wouldn't admit that he was unqualified as a teacher. Liu Yuan urged Ikari Shinji again. How did he hit you just now? You can call back now. Ikari Shinji looked at Liu Yuan at a loss. To be honest, he was really weak. This was a flaw in his character, and because he was introverted, he was even a little autistic. Ikari Shinji is not an ordinary child, because he is more introverted and weaker than ordinary children. If he encounters bullying, he will not fight back. If he encounters a blow or does not know what to do, he often chooses to escape. When his thoughts conflict with people, he would rather run away from home than lose his temper and explode his true thoughts. What's more, let him fight back now. Akari Shinji looked at Suzuhara Toji again. Suzuhara Toji was taken aback. Is it true that this transfer student will not come? He hurriedly shouted, damn, aren't you afraid of me reporting? I'll go to the principal. Even teachers are not alone. Definitely Suzuhara Toji didn't know Lu Yuan's origin. And I've said it too, because this guy hurt my sister, and she's even been hospitalized, so I'll teach him a lesson. Toji Suzuhara also explained the reason why he beat Shinji. Lu Yuan snorted coldly and said, just because you thought so, that's why I asked Shinji-kun to beat you. Do you really think that Shinji-kun hurt your sister? Don't you know that it was because of the fourth apostle? Disaster. Every attack of the apostles has already caused disaster-level losses. Toji Suzuhara was speechless. Lu Yuan didn't intend to let him go, and continued with a sneer, it's not that you don't know, the first machine Eva was dispatched to meet the apostles. It's not that you don't know, the real culprit is the apostle. It's just that you bully the soft and fear the hard, that's why you didn't dare to seek revenge on the apostles, so you took your anger at Shinji-kun, didn't you? Toji Suzuhara gritted his teeth and defended stubbornly, that's why he didn't deal with the apostle properly, didn't he? If he could successfully defeat the apostle, that kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Lu Yuan was angrily laughed at him, okay, you have to think so, you think it's easy to drive the Eva to fight the apostles, it seems that you can defeat it with 3 punches and 2 kicks, then I really want you to see how the real battle is. Something happened. Toji Suzuhara was stunned for a moment, what do you mean? But I declare in advance that this matter has not yet passed. After you really know what Shinji-kun is fighting and what the real battle is about, I want you to apologize in person and ask him to call back, Lu Yuan said. Warning Suzuhara Toji. The latter said with a look of disdain, no problem, but I will never change my mind and think, Zhao Wangzhao, method. The two made an agreement like this, without even asking the other party's opinion. Akari Shinji obviously hadn't reacted yet, looked at the two stupidly, and finally said with hindsight, NERV won't allow Lu. Akari Shinji had already guessed that Lu Yuan planned to let Toji Suzuhara participate in the next battle of the Apostles' attack, and maybe even planned to let Toji Suzuhara enter the first machine to see the battle process from a first-person perspective. But this is not allowed, let alone the insertion pin of the first machine, even the interior of NERV is not allowed. However, Lu Yuan said with a relaxed expression, never mind that NERV will die, when will it be my turn to be instructed by them? Don't worry, I will arrange everything. That's how it was decided. And a few days later, after the fourth apostle was destroyed, the fifth apostle finally came. The fifth apostle finally came. Just after the fourth apostle was defeated, from above the sea, as if from the other end of the world, above the bright red water, the fifth apostle was flying. Bright red blood. That's right, the sea water in this world is red, like blood, and even the whole sea is filled with a rotten bloody smell, as if the whole sea has become a dead sea, and all the creatures in the sea have died. Or maybe it's like the legendary Dead Sea. Some people say that this is because the second shock killed too many people, a full 1/3 of the population, and the blood of countless sea creatures dyed the sea red. Lu Yuan definitely thinks this is nonsense. If there is such a large amount of blood water that is enough to dye the entire sea red, the sea water will definitely rise to the extent that it engulfs half of the land. In fact, the land area is the same as the Earth on other worlds. As for what happened, I think it has something to do with the second shock, but it couldn't have been stained red with blood. Maybe it's just pure pollution, or maybe these blood-like colors are the water of life. Who can guarantee that the water of life must be the orange juice that the world thinks it is? The fifth apostle was flying in the direction of the third Shinto city. The fifth apostle has no wings, but this does not prevent him from having the ability of flight. Actually, the fifth apostle is the fourth apostle of the old line, and here, as the third apostle becomes the fourth apostle also becomes the fifth apostle. The fifth apostle was originally called the Day Angel, Shamshil, but now it is also codenamed with the serial number that came to the earth. He looked like a huge amount of red worm, just a worm. There are also many bony claws under its abdomen, which are very disgusting to move. At the moment at NERV's headquarters, the pre-war coordination was already in full swing. I don't know how to do it. When the fifth apostle appeared, NERV already got the news. Perhaps at the moment, at least before the defeat of all the apostles, all forces and everyone in the world finally made concerted efforts, so when the fifth apostle was about to cross the Pacific Ocean and fly from the other side of the world, NERV was already ahead of schedule. Ready. Various reports of unknown meaning are flooding the radios of all channels. Although it may be unclear to Lu Yuan, for NERV people, they only need a serial number to know what it means. With such advanced technology, in order to be faster and more convenient, the most simple and direct serial number is often used to communicate. However, for the layman, it is no less than underworld jargon. Lu Yuan has also paid attention to this situation at the moment. In fact, before the fifth apostle appeared, he had already paid attention to it in advance. Through the understanding of the fourth apostle, coupled with the observation of the fruit of life, and even the mysterious and unknown life of the apostle, Lu Yuan can be said to be the person who knows the apostle best in the world. Even the apostles, who were not too wise, did not have a better understanding of them than Lu Yuan. At least the apostles don't know much about other apostles except themselves. Therefore, Lu Yuan didn't know as much. Lu Yuan is now standing on the roof of the school's top floor, just as Akari Shinji has just been taken away with Aoyunami. Aoyunami, the exclusive pilot and first qualified person of EVA number 0, is also in this school, even in the same class as Akari Shinji, which means that she is also one of Lu Yuan's students. As the originator of the attribute of 3 no girls, even Lu Yuan didn't know what she was thinking about, and even Lu Yuan wouldn't let her get up and answer during class, otherwise it might be embarrassing. After all, there are no 3. Come out, Lu Yuan suddenly shouted without looking back. Not far behind Lu Yuan, 2 boys walked out of the stairwell. It was Suzuhara Toji and his good friend Kensuke Aida. Wait a minute, is this really okay? The school has issued an emergency evacuation notice, Suzuhara Toji asked hesitation as he walked towards Lu Yuan. After NERV confirmed the attack of the apostles, it immediately sent people to summon 2 qualified students in the school, and also issued an emergency evacuation notice to the whole city. After all, this is a fortress specially used to deal with the apostles. All civilian equipment in the city is evacuating at the fastest speed. Buildings are sinking, and they are being protected by the underground of the city. Cars will enter at the entrance of the nearest shelter, and even the underground rail and the surface light rail will enter a special shelter nearby, not to mention the general public. Teachers in the school at the moment are also leading the students to evacuate, including the radio is also playing on a loop. Everything is in order and they are professional. But only Lu Yuan knew that. In fact, every battle with the apostles was uncertain, and every time it was a new challenge, because human beings knew too little about the apostles. It stands to reason that each apostle is unknown, and each one appears for the first time. Therefore, no one can guarantee that they will be defeated every time. They are really trying their best to survive, just to survive. Humanity has done everything. Don't look at how calm the people at NERV are, in fact, all of them have made up their minds. Lu Yuan turned around and glanced at the 2 students. Aida Kensuke smiled awkwardly, holding a camera in his hand. He is a standard military man. In addition to being a fan of military weapons, he also likes to take a camera to shoot weapons and equipment, and has a strong interest in EVA. So after hearing Toji Suzuhara said that there is a chance to see the scene of the EVA battle with the apostles, he immediately followed. Lu Yuan didn't care either, and promised with a smile, after all, you are my students too. I won't let my students have an accident, don't worry. I just let you see what the kid is fighting and how he persists. The one who came down, even tried his best to win the victory in order to protect mankind. It is not easy for him. In fact, Lu Yuan had no reason to make things difficult for Toji Suzuhara. He only had one purpose and reason for doing so, and that was for Shinji Akari. Again, he felt that the child was too pitiful. Then let's get ready, Lu Yuan said, spreading his hands to the 2 of them, and said, come on, you are allowed to hold my hand today. Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kensuke glanced at each other and were puzzled. Even if we want to go, don't we go down the stairs? Lu Yuan raised his head and smiled. Ha ha ha, I seem to have forgotten to tell you. In fact, I am from God. Aha. The 2 were surprised at the time. But then something happened that they will never forget. Lu Yuan came directly to the 2 of them, then carried them by the back collars and flew out directly. They just flew away. In a mountainous area, Lu Yuan flew here with Toji Suzuhara and Kensuke Aida. The 2 of them kept shouting along the way. From the moment Lu Yuan carried them up from the rooftop of the building and made a leap of faith, they were almost scared to the point of incontinence. Luckily they didn't actually urinate. It's normal for ordinary people to suddenly experience this kind of bizarre experience. It wasn't until Lu Yuan put the 2 of them back on the ground that they fell to the ground, gasping for breath and looking at Lu Yuan's back with frightened eyes. Lu Yuan turned around and smiled at the 2 of them. It's cool, isn't it? Is it the first time to fly like this? Who the hell are you? Are you really human? Aida Kensuke exclaimed in shock. It is impossible for humans to have such abilities. Lu Yuan shrugged. That's why I said, I'm a god. Now that he has decided to appear in the name of God, he is too lazy to hide it. Nothing to disclose. Toji Suzuhara and Kensuke Aida looked at each other. Suddenly, Lu Yuan pointed his hand to the distance. Here it is. The 2 followed and looked forward, and sure enough, they saw the 5th apostle crossed a large mountain and appeared in their eyes. The 5th apostle finally came. He flew across a large sea and came to the city from the sky. At the moment, the 3rd new city of Tokyo has been fully deployed. Not only have all civilian equipment been collected underground and emergency shelters everywhere, but many heavily armed military equipment has also emerged. Not all buildings have been put away, in fact almost half of the floors remain on the ground. These buildings are not for people to live in. They are full of various powerful military weapons, some of which are specially used to act as baffles. The entire building is a solid shield. If the EVA falls into a disadvantage in the battle with the apostles, it can be avoided by relying on the complicated environment. Now, as for whether these human weapons and armaments have any effect on the apostles, it is uncertain. It can only be said that human beings have done their best. When the 5th apostle began to enter the city, and after entering the central area of the city, he stood upright and partially landed his tail, NERV finally had to act. The 5th apostle seems to have 2 forms, one is to fly horizontally in the sky, and the other is to fight upright. Maybe he felt something too. The next moment, right in front of the 5th apostle, on the edge of a building, a huge amount of mechanism suddenly opened on the street, followed by the first machine was sent up. Although NERV now has 2 active qualified candidates, the first qualified person is Aoyunami Rei, and the third qualified person is Akari Shinji. The second qualified person is Asuka. However, because the number 0 machine had been violent in the experiment before, and it has not been repaired until now, and it is impossible to confirm whether the runaway will still occur, so Aoyunami Rei and number 0 machine cannot be used to fight. At the same time, this is also the reason why Akari Shinji was suddenly called. Under the premise that Rei Aoyunari and Unit 0 could not fight against the Apostles, and that Unit 1 could not be carried by other qualified people, Shinji Akari was called. In fact, there is not only the ruthlessness of Akari Yuandu, but also the last trace of family affection that he has never shown and unknown. Akari Yuandu knew what he was doing, and even more knew that once Akari Shinji was called, it would only cause harm to the child. He knew that he would use the child, and he would hurt the child even more. If it was not a last resort, he might will you never see that kid again? And now, he can only be glad that Shinji Akari is here. Before the attack of the 5th Apostle, Shinji Akari finally underwent some urgent training during this time. Now, he is no longer a chick who doesn't understand anything. It's just that this is also the first time that Akari Shinji has faced the Apostle by himself. Unlike before, Liu Yuan was involved, and the 4th Apostle was also defeated by Liu Yuan. This time he can only rely on himself. Akari Shinji couldn't help but feel nervous, but soon he remembered his previous training, and from NERV's war room came Misato Katsuragi's voice, weapon and equipment. Following Katsuragi Miri's order, a nearby armed building opened floor by floor from top to bottom. It turns out that the building also hides a huge amount of rifles. The whole gun body is as big as a small building. It is not without reason that the first machine is here to meet the 5th Apostle. Akari Shinji hurriedly stepped forward and picked up the spear. Relying on his training these days, he pulled the trigger and shot in the direction of the 5th Apostle. It's just that he was too nervous to pull the trigger and not let go. Not to mention that the accuracy of the shooting would be greatly reduced, and the scattered shooting also caused huge amounts of damage to the surrounding area, especially the huge smoke that rose up blocked him. With his own line of sight, he couldn't even see whether the weapon was effective against the Apostles at stance. It's too simple, doing this will only make you lose the opponent's movements. Liu Yuan, as an experienced fighter, immediately saw the inadequacy of Akari Shinji. The most important thing is that the raised dust became the 5th Apostle's best cover. Akari Shinji didn't notice that 2 huge tentacles and whips suddenly popped up on both sides of the 5th Apostle's shoulder, which was equivalent to a human being. It looks like a laser when it goes up, and it also exudes a layer of at stance. This allows the whips to even pose a threat to other Apostles. And now, with a whoosh sound, the light whip was swung out of the dust and mist, and a whip hit the body of the first machine. Akari Shinji was caught off guard, and the entire number 1 aircraft flew up, and was actually drawn by the 5th Apostle and went straight to the mountain in the distance. Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuke didn't react at first, until huge amounts of shadow covered them, and they suddenly realized, wait a minute, why did he fly here? That's right, Liu Yuan deliberately chose this position because he anticipated this situation in advance, and he waited here because he knew in advance that this scene would happen. This also caused the number 1 aircraft to come to the top of the 3 of them and smashed down like a mountain. Just when Toji Suzuhara and Kansuke Aida were shocked by Roar's death to death, Liu Yuan definitely wouldn't let them be crushed to death. He raised his hand and picked up the 2 of them, turning into a phantom and rushing up. Not only through the stand of the first machine, but also through the outer armor, and directly broke into the insertion bolt of the first machine. Pfft. The 3 seemed to be in a piece of water. This is the LCL dedicated to the inside of the plug, that is, the water of life. The arrival of the 3 did not disturb Shinji Akari, not only because Shinji Akari was engrossed in chasing the 5th Apostle who flew over at the moment, but in fact, at the moment, Liu Yuan brought Toji Suzuhara and Kansuke Aida, who were at the moment. Mirror World. It turned out that Liu Yuan didn't really enter the insertion bolt of the first machine, at least what they entered at the moment should actually be regarded as the insertion bolt in the mirror world. Even if the true face of the EVA is some kind of creature rather than a machine, it cannot be denied that the overall structure of the insertion plug is made by human technology. This is very strange. They are not only in the first machine, but not completely in the first machine, they just entered the insertion bolt inside the first machine. Liu Yuan had no plans to take action, but just explained to Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuke, look behind him and see what he is fighting and how he protects all mankind. After that, Liu Yuan didn't care about the 2 boys. Instead, he researched and observed the first machine in the mirror world across a world barrier. This is also the first time he has come to the inside of number 1 aircraft. This time, he starts to observe from the inside, which is different from what he saw outside 767. Especially Akari's soul. This time, Liu Yuan really saw her soul. At the moment, she was in the first machine, and she was nervously paying attention to her child, that is, Shinji Akari. But Yui Akari can't fully control the first machine. After all, her soul as a human being is too weak compared to the origin of the first machine. As creatures, the EVA is almost equivalent to an apostle, except that there is no self-awareness of self-acting. This is an existence that requires the unity of all human beings to be comparable to it. So Akari Yui also needs Akari Shinji as a driver to act, and only when Akari Shinji is in danger can he take action in a form similar to a runaway. She has great limitations. With curiosity, Lu Yuan tried to communicate with the other party. Akari, who had only her soul left, was still stunned for a moment, and a voice sounded directly in her heart. You are Akari Wei, the mother of this child, Lu Yuan asked in a positive tone. Akari's only beginning was uncertain, and there was no one else around. Until Lu Yuan continued, we met, I was the person who defeated the fourth apostle in the form of Susanna before, and also appeared in front of you with Shinji-kun, you should remember it. Akari Yui thought for a moment before showing a stunned expression, and involuntarily asked a question in his heart, who are you? How did you find me? Even talk to my soul. To Akari Yui, it all seemed too mysterious. Moreover, she existed in a soul state for 10 years, and soon knew how to have a psychological dialogue with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction, it was a good thing to be able to talk, and he thought that the other party only had instinct left. After all, being trapped in the first machine for 10 years, such a lonely life can easily drive people crazy. In addition, Akari Wei may have seen some of Akari Yuando's infidelity, right? I don't know how she feels. Although Akari Yuando loved his wife Akari Wei, he did not hesitate to change his original plan in order to meet her again. But he also had to make some physical compromises in order to achieve his ambitions. For example, Akagi Ritsuko's mother, Akagi Naoko, was the most important technician at the time, and even some of the most important systems of NERV are all researched by Dr. Akage. With such a person occupying an important position, Akari Yuando had to come up with some ingenious ways to make her loyal to him, such as maintaining a relationship that could not be said, including Ritsuko Akagi and Akari Yuando later. Definitely this is someone's family affair, and it must have nothing to do with Lu Yuan, and he doesn't bother to pay attention. Lu Yuan is only interested in Akari Yui now. If you want, I can help you, so that you can at least talk to your child, Shinji-kun, in the first machine. I can make you mother and son meet again. Akari Yu was shocked and subconsciously shocked roar, this is impossible. She may not know Lu Yuan, even if Lu Yuan had shown some skills and means in front of the first machine, but that is not all, not even the tip of the iceberg, or even the hair of 1,000 cows. Lu Yuan smiled and said, I can even resurrect you and reshape your body for you, because I am a god. Akari was stunned for a moment, but then he said something surprising. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't. There are some secrets that even gods may not understand, and some people are wishing to let mankind complete the plan, and even to be godlike beings. But that would make all of them lose their ego, forcibly integrate all of them into a single consciousness, not to mention all of them would lose their existing life forms. It means that all human beings must die first, and then integrate together through their souls to become a new life. At that time, Li Lin, who has gathered the fruits of wisdom and life, will become a new apostle and even a god. Akari Yu sighed, although I have no way to fight against those people, I know that the first machine will be the leader of the human completion plan, and the first machine will be responsible for completing the final human completion plan. At that time, the child will make a choice. This is the reason why Lu Yuan wanted to talk to Akari Wei, and even offered to help her. It turned out that Yui Akari had long known about the human completion plan, and she was against it. It's a pity that Yui Akari doesn't have enough power to stop her, so she can only choose to sacrifice herself and let her soul enter the number 1 machine. Only in this way can she ensure that the number 1 machine has only one pilot, and that is her child Akari Shinji. Except for Shinji Akari, the first machine does not recognize any pilots or qualified persons. She knows even more that the first machine is the most important part of the human completion plan, and she gives the choice to her children. As a parent, there is no reason to love and trust her children. She believes that her children will make the best choices. So Akari didn't hesitate to refuse the chance to resurrect, including when the initial experiment was out of control. She also took the initiative to refuse outside help. Otherwise, at the very beginning, Naoko Akagi's technical level could still save her. It was Yui Akari who gave up that opportunity by giving up 2.0. Akari Yuando did not understand. Perhaps this is because in the father's heart, the wife is more important than the child. But in the mind of the wife, the child is more important than the husband. Maybe this is the difference between parents treating their children. Perhaps Akari Yuando was jealous that his son was more concerned about his wife. Lu Yuan looked at Akari Yu and Akari Shinji deeply, with deep emotion in his heart, and said to himself, I finally know why I chose to stay, because of this mother and son. Whether it's Akari Yui or Akari Shinji, they all have qualities that make him recognize and want to help them. Although it is not superhero, what they have done is not worse than superhero. They are going in their own way to protect all of humanity. Is the human replenishment plan a salvation for mankind? Killing everyone, and then even changing the soul into another form, causing everyone to lose their ego and have to become a whole, is such a distorted existence still called salvation? The madman of Seal, killing everyone is also saving? Even the meaning of existence as a human no longer exists, and it has become a different kind of life. That's called giving up on yourself. At least Lu Yuan would not approve. Obviously there is a better way. Since we can study the apostles and Eva, why can't we study how to make all human beings become gods? If the S2 organs can be mass-produced, so that all human beings can get the fruit of life, isn't this also an alternative complement? But those idiots just wanted everyone to finish playing together. What kind of stuff? Anyway, Lu Yuan had never seen anyone who wanted to drag everyone to death. Well, Krypton's code of life counts as one. No wonder Lu Yuan wanted to stay instead of leaving immediately. He also realized it himself because there was still something to do in this world. In comparison, Akari Yui and Akari Shinji's mother and son are more in line with the character of superhero than those super bastards of the Walter Group. Lu Yuan looked outside while thinking about 06. When he and Akari Yui were communicating with each other, the battle in the outside world was still going on. Because of the different plots, Shinji Akari was not disturbed, and when the first machine smashed into the mountain, he immediately stood up again. But he immediately discovered that the wire directly connected to the first machine was torn off due to being thrown too far by the fifth apostle. This caused the first machine to immediately enter the built-in power mode, but if you want to drive such a large physical activity, even with the most advanced technology, you can only maintain the active mode for 5 minutes. Katsuragi Misato has already retreated from Roar summoning Shinji, and intends to reformulate a strategy and take a long-term plan. But Akari Shinji at the moment was rarely brave. Can't escape, can't escape. Akari Shinji muttered, looking fiercely at the oncoming fifth apostle. For some reason, he didn't want to run away. In short, Akari Shinji burst out with unprecedented courage, and then he took out the dagger configured inside from an armor on his shoulder, let out a loud shout, and rushed down the mountain. The 80-meter number 1 machine ran down the mountain, and the scene was shocking. But Katsuragi Misato couldn't help but scolded, that idiot. In fact, Miri Katsuragi's plan is the most conservative and prudent. Now even the NERV headquarters has only 2 EVAs, except for the first machine, which is the 0 machine that has failed. In addition, the first machine has only the last 5 minutes of activity, and it is now less than 5 minutes. Once Akari Shinji's impulse ended in failure, the first machine was defeated by the fifth apostle, and NERV could not even recover the first machine, let alone send the 0 machine to continue to fight. If that's the case, maybe it won't be able to stop the fifth apostle's long drive. Unless Lu Yuan shot again. But Miri Katsuragi didn't know that Lu Yuan was now at the insertion plug of the first machine, but he was only in the mirror world. Akari Shinji rushed forward, but he underestimated the fifth apostle and placed too much emphasis on his combat skills and experience. As the fifth apostle flew over quickly, he waved the 2 laser whips again, and swiped them forward with a swish. Akari Shinji had already seen it, but before he had time to dodge, he was instantly pierced by 2 large holes in his abdomen by 2 laser whips. What? Akari Shinji felt the pain roar. The higher the frequency connection with the EVA, the more able to drive the EVA like an ARM command, but at the same time, it will also have the most direct pain connection. Now in Akari Shinji's feelings, the 2 long whips seemed to really pierce his body, and even the field, intestines, in his body began to spasm, and huge amounts of colic came. However, Shinji Akari did not stop at it, but instead inspired some kind of madness that had been hidden in his heart for many years. He opened his mouth and let out a roar that he didn't know whether it was pain or anger. At this moment, how could he still have the same weakness as Xiaoshao's usual introvert, like crazy? Instead of retreating, he moved forward, and took the initiative to let the long whip continue to penetrate himself. Body, and even penetrated the armor and body of the first aircraft. And Akari Shinji took this opportunity to approach the fifth apostle, grabbed a joint of the fifth apostle, and then raised the dagger in the other hand to stab the fifth apostle hard at the core. Perhaps the fifth apostle had never encountered such a desperate play, or perhaps the apostle had only instinctive wisdom and could not deal with it at all. The fifth apostle did not dodge, but with a click sound, he was stabbed in the core by a dagger. It may be that the fifth apostle used all his stance to attack and those 2 laser whips, and he was almost defenseless. And that core is the fatal point of the apostle, which is more direct than piercing the head. Once the core is destroyed, even if the S2 mechanism, that is, the fruit of life, will die. Only when Lu Yuan got the fruit of life did he know that the core of the apostle was not the same thing as the fruit of life, or even had nothing to do with it. Many people mistakenly believe that the core of the apostle is the fruit of life, but Lu Yuan knows that it is a wrong theory. Even in the new theatrical version, there have been cases where the apostles have countless cores. Are those countless cores the countless fruits of life? And in the old lineage and the new world line, when the first machine was preying on the apostles, it did not directly eat the core, but it took a long time to find the 767 S2 machine. The fruit of life is still very mysterious. But whether the core is the fruit of life or not, it is the most deadly point of the apostle. When Shinji Akari stabbed into the core, the fifth apostle froze, but he hadn't died immediately. Akari Shinji didn't know where the ruthless energy came from, and he had completely ignored the pain coming from his body, ruthlessly pressed against the console in his hand, and let the first machine also push the dagger vigorously at the same time, shouting and mustering the last strength. Just let the dagger go a little deeper. The fifth apostle finally couldn't bear it any longer, and at the last minute of the end of the first plane's operation, his whole body collapsed. The blood that was no less than a flood was suddenly sprayed from the core, rolling from the hillside and rushing towards the city below. And Akari Shinji was slumped on the ground, and was pressed on the body of the first machine by the corpse of the fifth apostle. When Akari Shinji raised his head blankly, he could still see the sky before the first plane lost its action, but he didn't know what he was thinking. Finally, after the original plane completely lost its operation and even lost the communication with NERV, he hugged his legs and curled up on the cockpit of the plug, and began to cry in a low voice. Including the great pain I felt before, it also swept up again. After all, he was only a 14-year-old child, and the pain was unbearable even for an adult after an operation, not to mention the pain of being pierced through his body. Liu Yuan never appeared in front of Akari Shinji from beginning to end, and in the end he didn't show up either, and said to Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuke, who were completely dumbfounded, "What should you know now? And what he needs now is not sympathy and pity, let him be alone for a while." Having said that, Liu Yuan quietly left with Toji Suzuhara and Kansuke Aida. "Since I didn't come out to help at the beginning, I can't go out when Akari Shinji is crying in the end, after all, boys have a good face." And Liu Yuan also guessed why Akari Shinji was suddenly so brave. It wasn't actually bravery at all, it was more of an outburst of anger over huge amounts of fear. Because of the fear of death, the thirst for life broke out, and Shinji Akari knew that only by defeating the fifth apostle could he survive, not only himself, but all mankind. He couldn't escape, it would be better to say that even if he retreated temporarily, as Misato Katsuragi said, wouldn't he still have to face the fifth apostle in the end? But that doesn't mean he's not afraid, and it doesn't mean that the pain he feels through the connection with the first machine is no longer painful. Now he is lonely and helpless. Liu Yuan sighed, next time, he will help Akari Yui and Akari Shinji. Forget it this time, the first machine has lost its power. After following Liu Yuan back to the roof of the teaching building, Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuke fell into silence for a long time. After a while, Toji Suzuhara muttered, "Is it true that transfer students have always fought like this? It turns out that the apostles and battles he faces are like this." He seemed to finally understand. Liu Yuan showed a satisfied smile, finally not worth his painstaking efforts. "So tomorrow you have to apologize," Aida Kansuke reminded Suzuhara Toji. Toji Suzuhara nodded subconsciously, then glanced at Liu Yuan again, remembering the previous agreement, and already started to feel a toothache. At that time, he has to let Shinji Akari call him back. But Suzuhara Toji did not escape, but he asked more curiously, "Why did you do this?" He has seen Liu Yuan's methods, although he doesn't believe that there really exists a god in this world, but he already understands that if the other party wants to clean up himself, he doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. Yeah, and throwing them now doesn't solve everything? Liu Yuan rolled his eyes angrily. "After all, I'm also your teacher now. When I say the bear child, I always have to teach him a lesson, but I can't punish him. And as I said before, what Shinji-kun needs is not sympathy and pity, but friendship. In fact, the most important thing should be family, right? But as far as his dead father is concerned, forget it. You seem to care about Shinji Akari." Kansuke Aida was curious, and he was more careful than Toji Suzuhara, noting that Liu Yuan cared about Shinji Akari. Liu Yuan spread his hands and said, "If you have the courage and enough responsibility to be the savior of the world, I will also care about you. He has worked so hard, and he must always be encouraged, right? Wouldn't it be too pitiful if he could not be recognized by others as a savior? And they worked so hard that they didn't even have a word of compliment. Don't you think it's too much?" Thinking about it, Liu Yuan's heart moved. It seemed that he had to go to NERV. Because today Akari Shinji ignored Katsuragi Misato's order and did not retreat at the critical moment. If the soldiers dared to disobey the order, it would be a capital crime. There must be punishment at the lightest level, even if the outcome is good. But Shinji Akari is not a soldier, and even his posture Eva was forcibly pulled. So Liu Yuan came to the interior of NERV headquarters immediately after explaining that Toji Suzuhara and Kansuke Aida found a way to go back. Sure enough, Shinji Akari, who was just recovered by NERV along with the first unit, is being locked up at the moment. It is said to be confinement, but it is actually being locked in a room by one person. Akari Shinji lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, Katsuragi Miri walked in and was about to start preaching. As a result, Liu Yuan also came in. He came in quietly and directly. No one knew what method he used. Maybe it was teleportation, or it was simply because the speed was too fast. People found. Katsuragi Miri was still stunned when she saw Liu Yuan, and said subconsciously, "I have something to tell Shinji-kun, can you go out first?" But Liu Yuan shook his head, "If it's preaching, then it's unnecessary. Actually, I'm here to praise Shinji-kun. You did a good job." Liu Yuan gave a thumbs up in the direction of Akari Shinji. Katsuragi Misato frowned. She was indeed preaching, because Shinji Akari's previous behavior was almost out of control, and he didn't even know how dangerous it would be if the situation was irreversible. Yes, Akari Shinji was the one who was really on the battlefield, and he was the one who really faced the apostles. But even so, could he not obey orders and act willfully? This is a huge gamble with the lives of people all over the world at stake. Liu Yuan glanced at Katsuragi Miri, as if he knew what she was thinking, and couldn't help but say, "You shouldn't be so naive to think that Shinji-kun and Unit 1 could retreat smoothly at that time." Katsuragi Miri was taken aback. "What do you mean? It seems that Shinji-kun knows better than you. Now that only one Eva can play, once the number 1 machine can't stop the attack of the apostles, and even retreats in person, you have thought if the 5th apostle followed the number 1 machine, what are the consequences of entering NERV?" Liu Yuan looked into Katsuragi Misato's eyes and asked, "The 5th apostle who can't even resist the first machine, how are you going to use human weapons to fight against Liu?" At that time, the 5th apostle had locked the first plane, and the 5th apostle had a conflict with the first plane. If the first plane retreated, the 5th apostle would surely pursue it. What's more, the direction of the first machine's retreat, Zhao Wangzhao, is exactly where the NERV headquarters is, and the ultimate goal of the fifth apostle and all the other apostles is to go to the NERV headquarters and find the atom in the underground final dogma. So what are you thinking? Even Shinji-kun knew that he couldn't escape at that time. You wouldn't think that as long as the first plane was withdrawn from a certain range, the fifth apostle would not chase after him, right? It's still in the range of hatred. Lu Yuan, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. This is not a game, and I won't chase you if it exceeds the hatred value range. Think beautiful. When Xiao Lei comes in the future, you will know how wide the hatred of the apostles is. If he attacks from outside the earth, he will fight back, and he is a small group. Xiao Lei, Lei Angel, the fifth apostle of the old lineage, and the sixth apostle of the New World line, can be said to be the only guy among all the apostles who will counter even the slightest human attack, and they are the most deadly. Yes, it's simply a slap in the face. Because of Lu Yuan's cynicism, Katsuragi Miri still did not continue to preach to Shinji Ikari, and left angrily. But in her heart, she might agree with Lu Yuan's statement, otherwise she wouldn't compromise so easily. It's just that such a desperate fighting method is too dangerous for a child. It's not that Katsuragi Misato didn't know how hard Ikari Shinji was working hard. She actually didn't want to see Ikari Shinji fighting in this way, so she wanted to teach him. Looking at Lu Yuan again, he took out a can of cold herbal tea and handed it to Shinji Ikari, and said with a smile, "Good job. This time without my help, it's entirely your own achievement." This can be said to be a metamorphosis of Ikari Shinji. He completed the single kill of the apostle by himself, although it is also related to the weak strength of the fifth apostle. There are two strongest apostles in total. Xiaoliai, the sixth apostle, is known to be the strongest in attack, while the angel, the 10th apostle, is known to be the strongest in defense and has the strongest at position. Although the other apostles also have their own characteristics and strengths, they are not worth mentioning in front of the two strongest apostles. If there is a war between the apostles, Xiao Lei can almost complete the battle except for Angel, and even the at position of the apostles will not work. And the Force Angel can ignore almost all the apostles' attacks. So the apostles don't meet each other, right? 767 Because he knew there was something he couldn't beat? Ikari Shinji just silently took the herbal tea, but he had no plans to drink it, and just kept his head down. Although this battle was won, it inevitably left a shadow in his heart. He used to be an introverted child, and now he is even more autistic. Are you going to work so hard in the future? How many lives does he have? Doesn't he hurt? Alright, I heard that there is another EVA machine here. Do you remember the girl named Ling Boli? She is also the pilot. Maybe next time you two will fight together, Lu Yuan comforted with a smile. But Lu Yuan didn't say anything. The next time he would fight would be Xiao Lei, the sixth apostle. Xiaoliai, isn't it good to sing bel canto in outer space? Had to come to Earth to die. The next time will be the real test, and Ikari Shinji still doesn't know what he is about to face. Lu Yuan thought for a while, sat down on the bench beside Ikari Shinji, patted his shoulder, and suddenly said, "Speaking of which, when the next machine number 1 is dispatched, I will ride with you, and then I am not. Did I tell you to meet your mother? I've found a way." Lu Yuan had thought before that he wanted to help their mother and son. Although Yui Ikari has made it clear that she does not want to leave the first machine. But as long as she doesn't leave the first machine, she can still communicate with Shinji Ikari inside the first machine. This is not difficult. You have lost your father's love. Although your dead father is still alive, it is no different from being dead. So, at least you should get your mother's love, right? Lu Yuan continued to press Ikari Shinji's shoulder. A little don't care, curse Ikari Yuandu in front of other people's sons. Anyway, he didn't like the irresponsible guy Ikari Yuandu very much. It has nothing to do with whether Ikari Yuandu has his own conspiracies or tricks, and Lu Yuan is too lazy to pay attention to his own human completion plan. What a mess. But only Ikari Yuandu was irresponsible as a father, and Lu Yuan did not agree or approve it at all. He even cursed Ikari Yuandu to just die, so he didn't have to worry about it. Strangely, Shinji Ikari didn't seem to respond to Lu Yuan's words for some reason. "I've already forgotten what my mother looks like," Shinji Ikari said in a panic. It turned out that he was too young at the beginning, and even had to forget what his mother looked like, and he had no real feeling. Unlike his father, who was indeed alive and visible, Ikari Yui disappeared in the first machine when Ikari Shinji was 4 or 5 years old, and Ikari Shinji was too young at that time. That's why he behaved so plainly. It could even be said that he didn't know what expression to make. Lu Yuan stood up on Ikari Shinji's shoulder, turned around and walked out and said, "Don't worry, your mother will definitely not forget you, and that is your mother, so you don't need to have any psychological burden. By the way, I'll go and tell someone. Let's try to let you train with me." Training. Ikari Shinji raised his head and looked puzzled at Lu Yuan, who had already reached the door. Lu Yuan shrugged and blinked at Shinji Ikari. "Don't you think your combat experience and methods are too clumsy? What is that? You don't even dodge the fifth apostle's attack? Wait for you to follow. After I train for a while, I will find that the apostles are actually very weak, and it is not difficult to defeat them at all." Lu Yuan still couldn't help but complain. Obviously it is such a simple attack. What do the apostles know? They will only go straight and use powerful force to mess around. If it were Lu Yuan, even if he could only rely on the power of the first machine to fight, he would have countless ways to avoid the attack of the fifth apostle and kill him with one knife. Or Akari Shinji lacked training, let alone fighting skills, he was just an ordinary student before. Don't ask too much of him. Look forward, I will make you a martial arts master on the training ground, Lu Yuan said, turning around and leaving regardless of Shinji Akari's reaction. Akari Shinji was dumbfounded, shocked by what Lu Yuan said before. Is the apostle weak? But remembering that Lu Yuan killed the fourth apostle without injury at first, he couldn't say anything. But why did he have to fight to the death in this battle? He definitely couldn't compare to Lu Yuan. On the other hand, Lu Yuan really went to find Ding Yuandu. Let Shinji-kun train with me, Lu Yuan pushed in the door and said straight to the point. Akari Yuandu felt a headache as soon as he saw Lu Yuan, but he also knew that Lu Yuan could run amok here, and no one could stop him wherever he wanted to go. No one knows when he came in. Moreover, NERV has now almost recognized his existence as a god. Do you dare to stop a god? Aren't you afraid of a third shock from God's wrath? That's all over, let alone Seal's plan to complete the human race, including Akari Yuandu's own plan, and everyone has to die. Why? Ding Yuandu didn't mess around because of Lu Yuan's identity, and asked questions, wondering why Lu Yuan made this request. Lu Yuan sneered, you really don't care about your son's life or death. But it has nothing to do with me. The reason why I want to train him is to hope that he will be better at fighting, and he won't need to fight the apostle next time. By the way, I didn't come to you to discuss or make demands, and I don't need your consent. I just came to tell you. That's it. Looking at Lu Yuan's handsome back, turning and leaving, Akari Yuandu was speechless for a long time. He didn't understand, since he didn't need his consent, why did Lu Yuan specifically tell him? Because this time, a blood baptism broke out after the death of the fifth apostle, and countless tons of blood rushed into the capital city of the third Zindong, which made the aftermath work very troublesome. Coupled with the destruction of many buildings during the battle, even those buildings were specially used to meet the apostles, ready to perish from the very beginning. But the repair work is still more troublesome. So it was not until the third day that people returned to normal life. Due to the special nature of the third new city, Beijing, people are used to it. It is better to say that they already know what they will encounter in this city before they live in this city. Almost everyone is used to it. Lu Yuan also went back to the class, and he saw during the recess that Toji Suzuhara and Kensuke Aida had found Shinji Akari. The latter was taken aback at first, thinking they were going to hit him again. In the end, Suzuhara Toji not only bowed his head to admit his mistake, but also insisted that he punch himself twice as much as before. Akari Shinji looked bewildered. He didn't know what was going on, because Lu Yuan and his two classmates were watching the battle in the mirror world and didn't show up, for fear of hindering him. In the end, Shinji Akari still punched, but he only punched, which was strongly requested by Suzuhara Toji. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head, leaned against the window, looked back at the book in his hand, and muttered, "It's nice to be young." Mr. Lu Yuan isn't old, isn't he? A female teacher nearby joked. She is the head teacher of Class A in the second year. Lu Yuan just smiled and nodded, but did not respond, because he noticed that the female teacher's eyes were a bit like that. I have to say that his external image is still very good, even if there is no divine ring, there is no need to bloom with divine brilliance, and he can still attract the attention of the opposite sex. It's just not what he wanted. After defeating the fifth apostle, everything seems to have returned to peace. There should be a lot of follow-up work on the NERV side, so Miri Katsuragi will be very busy, right? This has nothing to do with Lu Yuan, it's still the same sentence, he doesn't want to soak in each other. Therefore, Lu Yuan hardly interacts with Katsuragi Miri. Definitely if you meet someone, you can still say a few words. If Miri Katsuragi really wants to make a wish or something, Lu Yuan is still willing to help within the scope of his ability, or within the allowable scope. This so-called permissible doesn't mean that Lu Yuan really can't do anything, but that if Katsuragi Miri makes any extraordinary wish, for example, the second shock will be as if it didn't happen. Is it more troublesome for 1/3 of the population to suddenly return? It's not impossible, it's just more troublesome. So it should be within the temporarily allowable range. But I don't know what happened. Lu Yuan said that he is the god of wishes who can make wishes come true, but as a result, no one has asked him to make wishes. Are these people too calm and composed? No one has come to test it yet, and even Lu Yuan felt that it was too rude. He can really make his wish come true. Alas, sighed lightly, Lu Yuan closed the textbook. He only had to glance at the book, and he had already written down the entire book. Even that book had nothing to do with him, he read other courses. The textbooks he was responsible for had already been written down. Suddenly I felt a little bored again. But that's everyday life, not as colorful and exciting. Except when the apostles came, the whole city was no different from ordinary daily life. So Lu Yuan moved his wrists, walked outside the office, came to the corridor, opened a window, and yelled at the 3 idiots in the backyard, "Those 3 idiots, come here." The trio of idiots had just made peace, and immediately looked up to see Lu Yuan. Akari Shinji's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Suzuhara Toji and the two with suspicion. Toji Suzuhara hurriedly explained, "Don't look at me like that, I'm not framing you, in fact, that bastard teacher asked me to do this, and I know that I'm blaming you." Akari Shinji almost wondered if they were deliberately plotting against him. In the end, they still had to go to see Lu Yuan. After all, he was from the teacher. Still on the rooftop on the roof, Lu Yuan had already stood there in advance, standing on the edge of the rooftop, not afraid of falling, with his hands behind his back. When the trio came, he turned around, looked at the scar on Toji Suzuhara's face with a smile, and asked, "Does it hurt?" "Nonsense," Toji Suzuhara rolled his eyes, "who knows who gets beaten? Can it not hurt?" "Teacher," Akari Shinji lowered his head in a guilty conscience. It can be said that this is the first time he has beaten someone, and it is not even a fight. In the end, he was caught, which is also unfortunate. In the past, he was bullied all the time, and no teacher helped him out. Lu Yuan comforted, "Don't worry, I'm not trying to teach you a lesson. Remember what I said before, Shinji-kun, I will train your fighting skills and combat experience next." That's what happened. Akari Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. He had been feeling uneasy just now. Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuk glanced at each other. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with them, right? Come together, too. Lu Yuan waved his hand, directly blocking the question the two wanted to open, and said to himself, "How can one person train to increase combat experience? If the three of you are together, you can still be with each other. Let's chat." Aida Kansuk pushed his glasses, almost shattered by the teacher's astonishing words. "Are you our English teacher?" Aida Kansuk was beginning to wonder, what school did he go to? Lu Yuan didn't care, and hooked his fingers at the three of them. "All come here, let's strengthen your physical fitness first." Strengthening physical fitness? The three of them were all at a loss this time, and had never heard of this. But one thing they still believe in Lu Yuan is that he will not harm them. So the three finally came to Lu Yuan with suspicious expressions, and stood in a row, and Lu Yuan just took out 3 small blue bottles. That's compound number 5. Lu Yuan has already done a similar strengthening once, turning ordinary people Huey and the others into Superman. And now he plans to do the same. Lu Yuan opened 3 small blue bottles, poured out the blue liquid, and sprinkled it directly on top of the 3 of them. Before the 3 of them could react, Lu Yuan had already started to rewrite and reshape their DNA, but considering that rashly raising too much would make them out of control, Lu Yuan also temporarily left the gene lock until they got used to it. After the current speed and strength, it will unlock and enter the next level 1 segment. Well, you have become stronger, and your speed and strength have reached the limit of human beings. From now on, you are my apostle's apostle. The trio made a startled roar. They don't know what an apostle is and why they came to attack the earth to harm all human beings. But they knew all too well the apostle's threat. Especially Akari Shinji. Now he is no longer the little white who was scared to move when he first saw the 4th apostle. He had defeated the 5th apostle with his own hands a few days earlier. At the moment, the 3 of them couldn't help being shocked when they heard Lu Yuan say that they became his apostles. Akari Shinji also knows more secrets than Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuk. It seems that the true identity of the teacher in front of him is actually a god. So Akari Shinji didn't doubt Lu Yuan's words, but he was very anxious. "Wait a minute, I didn't promise to be your apostle. Even if you are a god, you can't do this." Capricious. Even he thought that Lu Yuan was too self-willed. This is not 767 is a child's play. What if they become that kind of apostles? However, Lu Yuan laughed, flipped his wrist and did not know where it turned into a bright red thing that looked like an apple, and said, "Don't worry, I haven't given you the fruit of life, so you won't become that kind of thing right away, monster. In fact, it is precisely because I want to prevent you from losing your human posture, and even your soul, that I have to strengthen your physical fitness first." Lu Yuan's strengthening is equivalent to strengthening their life forms and levels, as for the so-called apostles. "Although I said that you already belong to my apostles, but you are not qualified yet. Don't worry, I will train you little by little until you are strong enough to match that power, and then let you evolve further." Lu Yuan obviously had his own plans. The trio was a little confused. Lu Yuan's words are like a book from heaven. They know the meaning of every word, but what does it mean when they are connected? Lu Yuan's expression suddenly became serious. He himself didn't like other people's half-speaking, and he understood that they must be muttering in his heart now, and after thinking about it, he still said a few words. "This world is distorted, and there are some ambitious people, wanting to sacrifice everyone to achieve their selfishness. I can just wave my hand and solve everything, but I think, as an alien god, that's just a temporary solution. Since the old lineage can restart the new world line, who can guarantee that it will not restart again? In fact, the most fundamental problem is easy to solve, at least in Lu Yuan's view. It is not difficult. That's why I want to train you. When you are qualified to be my apostles, you will show those people another way. Humans don't need to sacrifice everyone to get to that state. The world is dying now. Move closer." Lu Yuan has complained before. Since a group of idiots can study the apostles and create, copy, Eva, why not consider studying the life forms of the apostles, and then find a way to strengthen the life level of human beings? Human potential is limitless. It's just that it looks extremely weak now, but there are also worlds where humans can compete with gods. Even the new Protoss were only mortals before they became gods. This world has definitely gone astray. Obviously, the technology tree has reached a level where it can study life and even the form of soul. What do you think? You have to kill your family. Lu Yuan didn't understand, and didn't bother to ask. He simply played with his own secretly on the side. Perhaps the interest he left in that world has not dissipated. Lu Yuan has his own plan, and it is very simple, that is, to train the trio of Akari Shinji to become his apostles. He wants to nurture them to a level where they can face other apostles. I'm very optimistic about you, don't let me down. Lu Yuan looked at the trio in front of him with bright eyes. Toji Suzuhara felt a cold war in his heart. He didn't know what happened to him. Akari Shinji showed a thoughtful expression. Aida Kansuk was also thinking, not knowing what he was thinking. But no matter what, they couldn't turn back, let alone reject Lu Yuan, who called Lu Yuan to strengthen them. Next, Lu Yuan also guided them to experience their current physical strength. Lu Yuan was right. Their strength, speed, and even the ability to fight and attack have all reached the limit of human beings, but they have not exceeded the upper limit of human beings for the time being, and they are not within the scope of the Superman class. The trio are still children after all, and are surprised and novel about their new situation. Then I heard Lu Yuan's explanation, but you have to pay attention to one thing at ordinary times. Now your strength is different from before, don't accidentally throw your classmates out. Also, from today onwards, except you have any important things, don't do it, otherwise you will come here every day after school. I said, I want to train you Zero. Lu Yuan is serious. Now that the fifth apostle has been defeated, time is very tight, and you have to start from scratch. I have to make you strong enough to take on the mission of my apostles before the final moment, at least before the 10th apostle arrives. Prepare yourself mentally, Lu Yuan said, leaving behind the trio who were nervous because of his words, turned and left. There are a definite number of apostles, 18 in the old lineage and 12 in the new lineage. If you don't count Adam and Lilith, and Li Lin, the old lineage needs to defeat 15 apostles, while the new world line only needs to defeat 10 apostles. Even in the new world system, the 10th apostle is a watershed. Before that, if Lu Yuan really wanted to follow his plan, he would have to speed up. Would you like to change the time law? Forget it, they are still children. It would be too pitiful to take away their most important youth. If it's a big deal, let them suffer a bit, Lu Yuan muttered, deciding something unilaterally. Incredible thing. The trio didn't know yet that their gods had already decided a path destined to suffer for them. In the evening, after the school bell rang, the stupid trio consisting of Akari Shinji, Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuk finally came to the rooftop. Then they saw that Lu Yuan, as before, was standing there with his hands behind his back, waiting for them. Hearing the voice, Lu Yuan turned around slowly and looked at them seriously. Let's start. With that said, Lu Yuan opened his hands, opened the mirror world again, and brought the trio into it. He certainly can't train them in the real world, not only to avoid the eyes and ears of ordinary people, but also to avoid the surveillance of NERV. Don't forget how important Akari Shinji is now. The surrounding area is full of surveillance sites, both to protect and prevent Akari Shinji from escaping, or being contacted or bought by someone else. So what should we do? The trio still looked blank. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and suddenly 3 other people, even themselves, appeared in front of the 3, and 3 people who were exactly the same as the 3 appeared in front of the 3, and each one faced himself. Start fighting with your mirror images. Since there is this mirror or something, we didn't need us at all, right? 10 minutes later, Toji Suzuhara fell to the ground with a face full of scars, panting and ranting frantically. He really is teaching us a lesson. Aida Kansuk seemed to have sensed the truth and said that he would not teach us a lesson. This is actually a lesson, right? At the same time, his nose was blue and his face was swollen. He even lost his glasses, and the lens on one side was broken, but he still couldn't save it. Akari Shinji is much better than both of them, probably because he is not good at arguing with people, so his mirror image is the least threatening. Seeing that the trio was being repaired by his mirror image, Lu Yuan couldn't help shaking his head while holding his forehead. Just some junk. Yuchi thought that the way they fought just now was no different from the group fights of ordinary children, and they even made a mess in the end. But in retrospect, they were indeed ordinary children. You all made me doubt my plan, Lu Yuan sighed, raised his hand and sprinkled a golden rain of light, instantly treating their injuries. The trio stood up with a puzzled 06 expression on their faces, and found that all the injuries on their bodies had been healed and recovered as before. How did you do that? Continue, Lu Yuan clapped his hands, summoned the mirror image of the trio who stayed not far away, and said, the so-called combat experience is the actual combat experience accumulated in the battle, and it is not appropriate to teach you fighting techniques now, let's learn to be beaten first. Since they can't even beat their own mirror images, let's learn to be beaten first. The trio looked at each other in dismay. It was really, I don't play anymore. Toji Suzuhara turned and ran, rushing to the stairwell leading downstairs. As a result, Lu Yuan didn't plan to stop him at all, but his mirror image immediately followed. It's good to change the environment, Lu Yuan muttered. Immediately afterwards, there was a bang-bang sound from the stairwell. With their physiques and strengths that have reached the limit of human beings, it is obvious that there is the sound of Suzuhara Toji fighting with his mirror image. Or maybe it was the sound of Toji Suzuhara being slapped unilaterally by his own mirror image. It's the same anyway. They are still on the roof of the school building at the moment, even in the mirror world and the surface world. Except for a few of them in the mirror world, everything in the world will be reflected here. And Lu Yuan may have used this as a comparison to create a mirror image of the trio. Otherwise, even the magic of the camouflage genre can only make one self-duplication, not others. There is an open flat on the top of the building, which is just used as a training place. Akari Shinji and Aida Kansuke glanced at each other, and the mirror images of the two of them also greeted them, and the four of them clapped together again. It's just that although they have the power, they don't know how to use it. The fight scene is a mess. The glasses that Kansuke Aida finally put on were randomly destroyed by the mirror image in a blink of an eye. Akari Shinji and his mirror image even circled around, dodging around Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan was about to faint, grabbed the two of them and threw them forward, go there, and tear them apart. Another 10 minutes passed, and the second round of training ended again. It's not that Liu Yuan stipulated 10 minutes, but that the trio couldn't resist for too long, and 10 minutes was the limit. They fell to the ground again, including Toji Suzuhara, who was clumsily dragged out of the stairwell by his own mirror by the collar, and was thrown aside. Liu Yuan looked at them speechlessly, and had already begun to seriously doubt. Did I say you are idiots? They are your mirror images. Not only are all the same powers, but even the same thinking patterns and moves in the meeting. In theory, you should tear it apart for a long time. Why are you so miserable? They throw punches, you hide, and you block them when they kick. Liu Yuan couldn't understand. Even if it's normal, it should be a lose-lose, right? But why is the mirror image unscathed? At most the clothes and hair are messy. However, the main body is too miserable, right? Otherwise, just let the mirror replace the body? The trio were speechless. Maybe they were beaten and speechless? Liu Yuan had to heal their injuries again. He can even resurrect dead man, and even reshape the body, which is not a trivial matter. Liu Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Finally, Suzuhara Toji, as the super idiot in the trio, couldn't help shouting, wait for me. In fact, you just need to train Shinji, right? We didn't plan to be your apostles. Akari Shinji on the side opened his mouth wide and stared at this guy in a stunned manner. Did the boat of friendship overturn like this? They just became friends, right? As a result, even Aida Kansuke said helplessly, I'm sorry Shinji, we are just ordinary people. We really can't stand the torment of the teacher, you should bear it alone. He's going to run away too. It doesn't matter if he is beaten, but looking at his current posture, God knows how many times he will be beaten, and even if he has to experience this every day from today, he can't stand it anymore. My heart trembled just thinking about it. What's more, isn't the boat of friendship overturned in the first place? Liu Yuan laughed, and was annoyed by them. Oh, this is shrinking. Liu Yuan sneered in an aggressive way, it seems that you are not very good, so you still say that you are a boy. Toji Suzuhara was about to refute, but it didn't work for Kansuke Aida. He pushed the frame of the two lenses with no bones left, and said calmly, we are considered liberal arts, and we don't need to use force in terms of force. Prove yourself. Liu Yuan rolled his eyes, take off your glasses first. It seems that the aggressive method doesn't work anymore. Liu Yuan sighed, okay, then you can quit. Don't worry, I will help you to erase the effect of the little blue bottle. For Liu Yuan's level, modifying a DNA arrangement is almost like playing, and he only needs to think about it. Not expecting Liu Yuan to be so good at talking, Suzuhara Toji couldn't believe it, and asked, don't you have any other conspiracy? Liu Yuan really laughed this time, fool, right? Do you know how much benefit you will get? Let's not talk about anything else, your physical fitness has reached the limit of human beings. You will catch a cold and have a fever again, you will not die even if you are hit by a car, you can self-healing yourself even if you have a broken bone, do you know what that means? Next, your physical quality and life form will further evolve. In the end, you can even get immortal life. After all, you are my apostles, and I am also a real god. Give you a chance to be a Superman and don't do it, clamoring to go back to be an ordinary person. Why do I have to keep you? Why do I have to think of a way to keep you? Liu Yuan's words silenced the trio. Liu Yuan said this, but made them all silent. Toji Suzuhara and Kansuke Aida stopped talking and exchanged glances secretly. Teacher, are you really a god? Suzuhara Toji's tone was a little guilty, but he still wanted to confirm. Liu Yuan shrugged, if it's a replacement, or I have to prove it. But why do I have to do that? Don't you guys want to quit? Okay, let's go. By the way, although you, referring to Kansuke Aida, I haven't noticed yet, but you don't need glasses anymore. But when you become an ordinary person again, you should still need them, right? I'll fix it for you. Liu Yuan didn't even need to do it himself, but he just said a word, and the words followed, and Aida Kansuke's glasses were repaired. What's more shocking is that the lens that was shattered to the ground seems to be going back in time, flying backwards and returning to the frame to restore it as before. This time, except for Akari Shinji, both of them murmured. Liu Yuan had said before that he was a god, but they didn't take it to heart. Now that Liu Yuan mentioned it again, they began to slowly come into contact with the truth that shocked them. Could this mysterious teacher really be a god? Only Shinji Akari was sure of this. Then what do you want us to do? Toji Suzuhara scratched his head. He was indeed one of the trio of idiots, and the most idiotic of them all. Liu Yuanxin said co-authoring what I said before was all in vain, right? Simply put, I want you to be the heroes of this world and the saviors who guard this world, but instead of riding the Eva, I want to fight as my apostles. I want you to show the world that mankind does not need to perish and reintegrate into an individual, apostle, and that mankind itself has infinite potential and infinite possibilities. Isn't it a pity that human beings have not yet been able to set foot in space and study the mysteries of the universe? I think the quality of the two of you is not bad, at least not bad people, just idiots, so I gave you such an opportunity, so that you can have the opportunity to improve your character together with Shinji-kun. But if you don't want to and don't have the courage, then forget it. Liu Yuan spread his hands and said deliberately, although I am a god, I can't force your will, can I? Forget it, just treat today as a dream, and the dream is over. The more he said that, the more excited Suzuhara Toji was. Is he going to become a hero and a savior? This is his dream. Definitely Liu Yuan is not fooling people. He originally planned to train Akari Shinji alone. After thinking that these two children were really good, he decided to find two helpers and friends for Akari Shinji. Don't you see that the EVA is also the 3 units of the 0, the first and the second unit acting together? Teacher, can we go back on it? Even Aida Kansuk's eyes lit up. Liu Yuan looked at them funny. Aren't you going? The two shook their heads. Aren't you afraid of being beaten? The two continued to shake their heads. Don't you think it's a loss? The two continued to shake their heads. In the end, even Shinji Akari couldn't stand it anymore, so he pleaded for the two of them, just forgive them. Liu Yuan snorted, I'm looking at Shinji-kun's face. Toji Suzuhara said subconsciously, a man is not cute even Sundara. Huh. Liu Yuan's eyes widened, this guy, stand there and don't move, I'll give you a blessing. Toji Suzuhara hurriedly shouted, the teacher said it. But Liu Yuan still fell a bolt from the blue and hit him on the head, and Suzuhara Toji's face turned black. Liu Yuan is a god, but he was mocked by his own apostles. It would be a death penalty to be a fanatic. The apostle comes from the protege term, and it is also the term of the highest-ranking believers. Suzuhara Toji and the others didn't know that Liu Yuan had hundreds of thousands of fanatics, the soldiers of the Superman army, and more than millions of believers, all Kryptonians, in other worlds. Otherwise, they would definitely not dare to make a fuss. Then continue. Liu Yuan asked. This time, the trio no longer have any doubts. Chaos. The training begins again. It's just that they were so chaotic that they couldn't even fight their own mirror images. Liu Yuan couldn't stand it anymore, so he simply forced something related to fighting skills into their memories. Liu Yuan masters all the fighting techniques of Marvel Earth and the Marvel Carry Empire, including Krypton's fighting techniques and his own fighting experience. This is equivalent to Daigo empowerment, but the empowerment is not skill, but fighting skills. This time, they finally look alike. It's long overdue, Suzuhara Toji muttered. Liu Yuan rolled his eyes, co-authored or was he wrong? Make it clear that with your weak willpower, you will easily become fools by rashly receiving huge memory and mental power, Liu Yuan warned them. At least now they are only the limit of ordinary people, especially when they are only 14 years old, their willpower is far from enough. What's more, the combat experience has to be accumulated through actual combat, so the battle with the mirror image cannot be stopped. And in the process of fighting, the trio did not find that their strength was gradually increasing, and their speed was also accelerating. As they gradually mastered their current physical fitness, the gene lock was continuously turned on to the next level 1 stage. When the training lasted for 3 hours and it was nighttime, they finally surpassed the human category and reached the level of the Superman class. Only then did Liu Yuan call off today's training. Feel your changes now. Liu Yuan waved his hand to make the mirror disappear, and then summoned the original mirror today. With the progress of the trio, the strength of the mirrors will also be synchronized, otherwise there is no point. And now, Liu Yuan asked the trio to face the mirror image they faced today, and said, defeat them, Zhao Wangzhao, is the last assignment for today. The trio looked at each other in dismay, and Suzuhara Toji rushed out first. I saw that he kicked hard under his feet and turned his whole body into a phantom, and there was even a roar behind him. Suzuhara Toji, who rushed in front of the mirror image, didn't notice the change, and when he lifted his foot, it was a kick. Liu Yuan had already explained the principle of the mirror image. It was equivalent to their mirror. Even if they were killed, they would not really die, nor would it affect them. Therefore, Suzuhara Toji has no intention of showing mercy at all. And he was kicking the mirror's chest. Just listening to the sound of click, the mirror sternum was completely shattered, and the whole person quickly flew into the distance, not only breaking through the guardrail around the rooftop, but also flying further away. Toji Suzuhara lowered his head and looked at his hands in disbelief. Is this his current strength? After Suzuhara Toji, Akari Shinji, and Aida Kansuk also defeated their respective mirror images, but they were a little gentler than Suzuhara Toji. After seeing the power of Suzuhara Toji, they just defeated their own mirror images with some fighting skills. Although the mirror image will not affect themselves, after all, the mirror image looks the same as themselves, and they can't be ruthless. How? This is the result of your training today. It's only been 3 hours, and you've already surpassed the limits of human beings. Liu Yuan then clapped his hands to attract the attention of the trio. The 3 people came back to their senses, and they were all stunned just now. They've been playing against mirrors so they didn't notice, and for 3 hours, their fitness was constantly strengthening. It was not until they faced the mirror image they faced at the beginning of today that they realized how much they had evolved. In the beginning, they were able to take the mirror images of their bloody abuse, and now they are defeated easily, not to mention very easy. It is simply an instant kill, and it is not at the same level at all. as if the character who had defeated the final boss returned to the novice village, just driving the halo of fluctuating killing intent was enough to kill the mobs in seconds. Definitely, it's easy to drop the line by doing this. Only now did they finally intuitively feel their own changes. The trio are stupid, are they still human now? Lu Yuan seemed to see their entanglement and said, that's why I said that you are already my apostles. If this is placed in the world where superhero exists, it will just become the Superman class. But they felt entangled. For the first time, they clearly felt that they became non-human beings. Would they still be cranky? Okay, that's it for today, but don't forget to continue training tomorrow. Also, be careful when you go back, don't accidentally knock people flying, and this matter has to be kept secret for the time being. Mainly because you are now we can't ignore the weapons of human beings. It is easy to encounter danger. Lu Yuan explained some matters needing attention. Especially the last one, if someone from NERV or SEAL knew what he and these 3 kids were secretly planning, they might take a risk. Now they can't be indestructible, 1 assassination, 1 sniper bullet is enough to kill them. Definitely Lu Yuan won't let this happen. Also, Shinji Ikari is a qualified pilot of NERV and is easy to be targeted. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan is afraid of trouble, or is too lazy to deal with trouble. Anyway, he just wants to tease these children now. When they are trained, once the fruit of life is eaten, the position is opened, and he will directly confront the apostles in the form of flesh and human beings. Then those so-called human beings will make up when the plan is over, it automatically collapses. As for now, they have to take it step by step. In this way, the first day of special training is over. Lu Yuan also went home. His current residence was arranged by NERV, but not with Shinji Ikari, who lived with Misato Katsuragi. Lu Yuan knew that there was a dark line of NERV nearby, and many people were staring at him. But he didn't care either, he just looked at it, except to see what he could do. Among these people monitoring Lu Yuan, there are people from NERV, and there are definitely people from SEAL. SEAL is the direct supervisor of NERV, and all actions of NERV are directed and monitored by SEAL. It's just that there are not many people in the world who know SEAL, and only a limited number of people can have a little access to some of the deepest secrets of this world. And SEAL is the real executor of the human completion plan. No one knows who formed SEAL, let alone when SEAL existed. Because SEAL existed long before the second shock. Even the Antarctic expedition that caused the second shock may have been organized and directed by SEAL. What is less known is that during the initial Antarctic expedition, Adam and Lilith were found in a deep sleep and union. It was those of the Antarctic expedition, especially the father of Katsuragi Misato, Dr. Katsuragi, who injected human blood into Adam for the experiment. It is well known that humans came from Adam, and apostles came from Lilith. Therefore, the apostles need to integrate with Adam if they want to get the fruit of wisdom, and if humans want to complete the human completion plan, they need to return to Lilith to be born again. The result of this was that human blood stimulated Adam and made him wake up. This was the truth of the second shock. Dr. Katsuragi and the others are the culprits. It is said that there are a total of 12 members behind the scenes of SEAL, which is the same as the number of the 12 apostles, and they will not actually show up, but communicate by voice every time by means of a conference call. Even they themselves do not know the identity of the other member. Moreover, SEAL's influence is very large, not only all over the world, but even politicians from various countries can influence and directly intervene. SEAL's existence and actions have only one purpose, that is, to complete the human completion plan at all costs. It's just that something happened recently that made SEAL have to pay attention and care. There is news that a real god, a god from outside has come to Earth. This is something no one thought of. Including SEAL had to hold a meeting. They also recruited Ikari Yuan as the commander-in-chief of NERV headquarters. Ikari Yuan at the moment should also honestly explain to the SEAL Council. Is he really a god? The voice code named Speaker Jilo asked. No one knows his identity, but he is the oldest, and his number is also 1. Facing the question from Speaker Kalu, Ikari Yuan said plainly, at least he said so himself, and he also showed the means of God, and attracted an unknown giant to easily defeat the 4th apostle. It seems that he should have wanted to capture the 4th apostle alive, and he also showed a certain interest in the apostle. But in the end, the 4th apostle blew himself up. Even our side has hardly recovered anything of value, especially the S2 agency. Whereabouts unknown. The S2 mechanism, that is, the fruit of life, including SEAL is very concerned. Even in the old lineage, they also developed mass-produced unmanned EVAs, and all of them were equipped with S2 mechanisms. So Lu Yuan said, why not carry out research in this area? If human beings can all carry perpetual motion machines, can't they also gain immortality? This is a kind of compliment, right? What is this god going to do? Will he prevent humans from completing the plan? What is his purpose? Or is he planning to use the Earth as his well-being? SEAL is very concerned about Lu Yuan's thoughts and purpose of action. As a result, Ikari Yuan said with a strange expression, now he is expressing great interest in my son Ikari Shinji. All SEAL members, after Suzuhara Toji, Ikari Shinji, and Aida Kansoke also defeated their respective mirror images, but they were a little gentler than Suzuhara Toji. After seeing the power of Suzuhara Toji, they just defeated their own mirror images with some fighting skills. Although the mirror image will not affect themselves, after all, the mirror image looks the same as themselves, and they can't be ruthless. How? This is the result of your training today. It's only been 3 hours, and you've already surpassed the limits of human beings. Lu Yuan then clapped his hands to attract the attention of the trio. The 3 people came back to their senses, and they were all stunned just now. They've been playing against mirrors so they didn't notice, and for 3 hours, their fitness was constantly strengthening. It was not until they faced the mirror image they faced at the beginning of today that they realized how much they had evolved. In the beginning, they were able to take the mirror images of their bloody abuse, and now they are defeated easily, not to mention very easy. It is simply an instant kill, and it is not at the same level at all. As if the character who had defeated the final boss returned to the novice village, just driving the halo of fluctuating killing intent was enough to kill the mobs in seconds. Definitely, it's easy to drop the line by doing this. Only now did they finally intuitively feel their own changes. The trio are stupid. Are they still human now? Lu Yuan seemed to see their entanglement and said, "That's why I said that you are already my apostles. If this is placed in the world where superhero exists, it will just become the Superman class." But they felt entangled. For the first time, they clearly felt that they became non-human beings. Would they still be cranky? Okay, that's it for today, but don't forget to continue training tomorrow. Also, be careful when you go back, don't accidentally knock people flying, and this matter has to be kept secret for the time being. Mainly because you are now we can't ignore the weapons of human beings. It is easy to encounter danger. Lu Yuan explained some matters needing attention. Especially the last one. If someone from NERV or SEAL knew what he and these 3 kids were secretly planning, they might take a risk. Now they can't be indestructible. 1 assassination, 1 sniper bullet is enough to kill them. Definitely Lu Yuan won't let this happen. Also, Shinji Ikari is a qualified pilot of NERV and is easy to be targeted. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan is afraid of trouble, or is too lazy to deal with trouble. Anyway, he just wants to tease these children now. When they are trained, once the fruit of life is eaten, the position is opened, and he will directly confront the apostles in the form of flesh and human beings. Then those so-called human beings will make up when the plan is over, it automatically collapses. As for now, they have to take it step by step. In this way, the first day of special training is over. Lu Yuan also went home. His current residence was arranged by NERV, but not with Shinji Ikari, who lived with Misato Katsuragi. Lu Yuan knew that there was a dark line of NERV nearby, and many people were staring at him. But he didn't care either, he just looked at it, except to see what he could do. Among these people monitoring Lu Yuan, there are people from NERV, and there are definitely people from SEAL. SEAL is the direct supervisor of NERV, and all actions of NERV are directed and monitored by SEAL. It's just that there are not many people in the world who know SEAL, and only a limited number of people can have a little access to some of the deepest secrets of this world. And SEAL is the real executor of the human completion plan. No one knows who formed SEAL, let alone when SEAL existed. Because SEAL existed long before the second shock. Even the Antarctic expedition that caused the second shock may have been organized and directed by SEAL. What is less known is that during the initial Antarctic expedition, Adam and Lilith were found in a deep sleep and union. It was those of the Antarctic expedition, especially the father of Katsuragi Misato, Dr. Katsuragi, who injected human blood into Adam for the experiment. It is well known that humans came from Adam, and apostles came from Lilith. Therefore, the apostles need to integrate with Adam if they want to get the fruit of wisdom, and if humans want to complete the human completion plan, they need to return to Lilith to be born again. The result of this was that human blood stimulated Adam and made him wake up. This was the truth of the second shock. Dr. Katsuragi and the others are the culprits. It is said that there are a total of 12 members behind the scenes of SEAL, which is the same as the number of the 12 apostles, and they will not actually show up, but communicate by voice every time by means of a conference call. Even they themselves do not know the identity of the other member. Moreover, SEAL's influence is very large, not only all over the world, but even politicians from various countries can influence and directly intervene. SEAL's existence and actions have only one purpose, that is, to complete the human completion plan at all costs. It's just that something happened recently that made SEAL have to pay attention and care. There is news that a real god, a god from outside has come to Earth. This is something no one thought of. Including SEAL had to hold a meeting. They also recruited Akari Yuandu. As the commander-in-chief of NERV headquarters, Akari Yuandu at the moment should also honestly explain to the SEAL Council. Is he really a god? The voice code-named Speaker Jilo asked. No one knows his identity, but he is the oldest, and his number is also 1. Facing the question from Speaker Kalu, Akari Yuandu said plainly, at least he said so himself, and he also showed the means of God, and attracted an unknown giant to easily defeat the 4th apostle. It seems that he should have wanted to capture the 4th apostle alive, and he also showed a certain interest in the apostle. But in the end, the 4th apostle blew himself up. Even our side has hardly recovered anything of value, especially the S2 agency. Whereabouts unknown. The S2 mechanism, that is, the fruit of life, including SEAL is very concerned. Even in the old lineage, they also developed mass-produced unmanned EVAs, and all of them were equipped with S2 mechanisms. So Lu Yuan said, why not carry out research in this area? If human beings can all carry perpetual motion machines, can't they also gain immortality? This is a kind of compliment, right? What is this god going to do? Will he prevent humans from completing the plan? What is his purpose? Or is he planning to use the earth as his well-being? Seal is very concerned about Lu Yuan's thoughts and purpose of action. As a result, Akari Yuan said with a strange expression, now he is expressing great interest in my son Akari Shinji. All Seal members, after Suzuhara Toji, Akari Shinji, and Aida Kansoke also defeated their respective mirror images, but they were a little gentler than Suzuhara Toji. After seeing the power of Suzuhara Toji, they just defeated their own mirror images with some fighting skills. Although the mirror image will not affect themselves, after all, the mirror image looks the same as themselves, and they can't be ruthless. How? This is the result of your training today. It's only been 3 hours, and you've already surpassed the limits of human beings. Lu Yuan then clapped his hands to attract the attention of the trio. The 3 people came back to their senses, and they were all stunned just now. They've been playing against mirrors so they didn't notice, and for 3 hours, their fitness was constantly strengthening. It was not until they faced the mirror image they faced at the beginning of today that they realized how much they had evolved. In the beginning, they were able to take the mirror images of their bloody abuse, and now they are defeated easily, not to mention very easy. It is simply an instant kill, and it is not at the same level at all. As if the character who had defeated the final boss returned to the novice village, just driving the halo of fluctuating killing intent was enough to kill the mobs in seconds. Definitely, it's easy to drop the line by doing this. Only now did they finally intuitively feel their own changes. The trio are stupid. Are they still human now? Lu Yuan seemed to see their entanglement and said, that's why I said that you are already my apostles. If this is placed in the world where superhero exists, it will just become the Superman class. But they felt entangled. For the first time, they clearly felt that they became non-human beings. Would they still be cranky? Okay, that's it for today, but don't forget to continue training tomorrow. Also, be careful when you go back, don't accidentally knock people flying, and this matter has to be kept secret for the time being. Mainly because you are now we can't ignore the weapons of human beings. It is easy to encounter danger. Lu Yuan explained some matters needing attention. Especially the last one. If someone from NERV or SEAL knew what he and these 3 kids were secretly planning, they might take a risk. Now they can't be indestructible. 1 assassination, 1 sniper bullet is enough to kill them. Definitely Lu Yuan won't let this happen. Also, Shinji Akari is a qualified pilot of NERV and is easy to be targeted. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan is afraid of trouble, or is too lazy to deal with trouble. Anyway, he just wants to tease these children now. When they are trained, once the fruit of life is eaten, the position is opened, and he will directly confront the apostles in the form of flesh and human beings. Then those so-called human beings will make up when the plan is over, it automatically collapses. As for now, they have to take it step by step. In this way, the first day of special training is over. Lu Yuan also went home. His current residence was arranged by NERV, but not with Shinji Akari, who lived with Misato Katsuragi. Lu Yuan knew that there was a dark line of NERV nearby, and many people were staring at him. But he didn't care either, he just looked at it, except to see what he could do. Among these people monitoring Lu Yuan, there are people from NERV, and there are definitely people from SEAL. SEAL is the direct supervisor of NERV, and all actions of NERV are directed and monitored by SEAL. It's just that there are not many people in the world who know SEAL, and only a limited number of people can have a little access to some of the deepest secrets of this world. And SEAL is the real executor of the human completion plan. No one knows who formed SEAL, let alone when SEAL existed. Because SEAL existed long before the second shock. Even the Antarctic expedition that caused the second shock may have been organized and directed by SEAL. What is less known is that during the initial Antarctic expedition, Adam and Lilith were found in a deep sleep and union. It was those of the Antarctic expedition, especially the father of Katsuragi Misato, Dr. Katsuragi, who injected human blood into Adam for the experiment. It is well known that humans came from Adam, and apostles came from Lilith. Therefore, the apostles need to integrate with Adam if they want to get the fruit of wisdom, and if humans want to complete the human completion plan, they need to return to Lilith to be born again. The result of this was that human blood stimulated Adam and made him wake up. This was the truth of the second shock. Dr. Katsuragi and the others are the culprits. It is said that there are a total of 12 members behind the scenes of SEAL, which is the same as the number of the 12 apostles, and they will not actually show up, but communicate by voice every time by means of a conference call. Even they themselves do not know the identity of the other member. Moreover, SEAL's influence is very large, not only all over the world, but even politicians from various countries can influence and directly intervene. SEAL's existence and actions have only one purpose, that is, to complete the human completion plan at all costs. It's just that something happened recently that made SEAL have to pay attention and care. There is news that a real god, a god from outside has come to Earth. This is something no one thought of. Including SEAL had to hold a meeting. They also recruited Akari Yuan. As the Commander-in-Chief of NERV headquarters, Akari Yuan at the moment should also honestly explain to the SEAL Council. Is he really a god? The voice code named Speaker Jilo asked. No one knows his identity, but he is the oldest, and his number is also 1. Facing the question from Speaker Kalu, Akari Yuan said plainly, at least he said so himself, and he also showed the means of God, and attracted an unknown giant to easily defeat the 4th apostle. It seems that he should have wanted to capture the fourth apostle alive, and he also showed a certain interest in the apostle. But in the end, the fourth apostle blew himself up. Even our side has hardly recovered anything of value, especially the S2 agency. Whereabouts unknown. The S2 mechanism, that is, the fruit of life, including Seal, is very concerned. Even in the old lineage, they also developed mass-produced unmanned EVAs, and all of them were equipped with S2 mechanisms. So Lu Yuan said, why not carry out research in this area? If human beings can all carry perpetual motion machines, can't they also gain immortality? This is a kind of compliment, right? What is this god going to do? Will he prevent humans from completing the plan? What is his purpose? Or is he planning to use the earth as his well-being? Seal is very concerned about Lu Yuan's thoughts and purpose of action. As a result, Akari Yuando said with a strange expression, now he is expressing great interest in my son Akari Shinji. All Seal members. Lu Yuan didn't know that Seal was inquiring about his own news. Maybe even if he knew, he didn't care. If it is said that Lu Yuan originally planned to wave his hand to destroy the gang, and directly select all those who are related to the human completion plan with the consciousness of the universe, and then destroy the gun and hatred. Anyway, it is not difficult to kill all those ambitious people, it is even easier than crushing a nest of ants. But now he has changed his mind. He is also very busy now, busy with how to clean up those three boys, both his apostles and his disciples. After all, he also appeared as a god anyway. Since he is a god, as long as he is not a Thulhu or Mephisto, he should not only know how to fight and kill. So the people over there still don't know that they have escaped the catastrophe. If Lu Yuan didn't appear as a god, he would have done it himself in another identity. In the past few days, the trio of fools have been repaired enough. They have become stronger, and every day they can feel that their power is gradually breaking away from the category of human beings. It is better to say that they have been Superman since the first day, and now, they can't believe they are still human. However, as they became stronger, the battle with their respective mirror images was not smooth, because as they became stronger, the mirror images also became stronger. It means that the situation has not improved at all, and it is still the same as the beginning. Every day I am beaten by my own mirror and my face is bruised. Although they have also begun to master more advanced fighting techniques and their combat experience has also improved, they have also begun to cause damage to mirror images. But the mirror image is not afraid of pain and injury, but the fist that hits them hurts. Whoever gets beat knows the pain. The only consolation may be that after completing the training every day, Lu Yuan will summon the mirror image in the beginning of the day, and then let them vent. At the same time, it also allows them to feel every day how much progress they have made today. In this way, Lu Yuan's special training is going on smoothly. He has even begun to think about whether to start preparing to use the fruit of life for the trio after the next apostle strikes. Because the trio has now not only reached the level of Superman, but has even reached the level of the natives. Definitely it's just their strength, speed, and physical ability to fight. As for all the super abilities of the Superman class, there are none. Lu Yuan's plan in the future is to let them eat the fruit of life and start an apostle level at position, which is the standard in this world. As a god, the vision is naturally different, and Lu Yuan also has to consider whether bringing super ability to this world will have a bad impact. As for the little blue bottle, compound number 5, the strengthening of the trio's genes is not important, because in the end they have to integrate the fruit of life, which will eventually change their life level as mortals. A few days later, finally, the arrival of the sixth apostle broke the calm of the entire city. The siren resounding through the sky is reminding people, urging ordinary people to take refuge. The entire city is also busy, and the spectacular scenes that I have seen before are staged again, and most of the city has been income underground. The sixth apostle is Xiaolei, the fifth apostle of the old lineage, Lei Angel, in the New World line. Even the name has been cancelled, only the name according to the appearance order is left, and the fifth apostle has become the sixth apostle. When the sixth apostle first appeared, it looked like a huge amount of blue crystal. For human beings, an apostle is a mysterious unknown being. Who would have thought that a crystal could become an essence? In fact, when the human beings in this world were first born, when they were in the form of Li Lin, they were not much better. If the apostles are monsters by human standards, they do have the power that humans call gods. When the sixth apostle appeared, it was accompanied by a sound like a beautiful voice, which sounded very flavorful. Lu Yuan came again, watching the sixth apostle who had flown to the edge of the city from a steel building in the city that was already fully armed. Not only did the sixth apostle have no wings, he didn't even have the image of a living creature. He was just a blue crystal. God knew how he flew. Behind Lu Yuan, Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuk were also there, and were brought by Lu Yuan to observe the apostles at close range. After the sixth apostle, you may have to come and fight the apostles, Lu Yuan said without turning his head back, looking at the sixth apostle with his hands behind his back. The two boys were taken aback. From their point of view, each apostle is an incomparably huge amount of. Taking the 80-meter height of the first machine as an example, some apostles are much taller than the first machine. How could a single human be able to beat them? Lu Yuan seemed to have guessed what they were thinking, and snorted softly, "This is a good thing. Don't forget that you are not ordinary people. In fact, you can already withstand the attack of the apostles, but you still lack a little piece. The strength of the apostolic confrontation. At stand." Only Lu Yuan has not taught them how to master it, and if they want to defeat the apostles, they must have a net position, unless they have the power to ignore everything like Lu Yuan. But they obviously don't have this invincible power, so they can only use the at position to target the apostles at position. If the absolute domain of the apostles cannot be broken, any means of attack are useless. And Lu Yuan has already decided that the 6th apostle can be said to have the highest attack power among the apostles, and after him to the 10th apostle with the highest defense, only the 7th apostle, the 8th apostle and the 9th apostle are left. It can train the trio and even make them grow up. So he made Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kinsuk mentally prepared in advance, and they were about to log into the battlefield. Lu Yuan's apostle is about to officially appear in front of the world. The world is about to change. As for whether it will change anything, isn't that exactly what Lu Yuan wants to do? Okay, you guys continue to stay here to observe. I'm going to visit Shinji. I promised him one thing, and this time the 6th apostle is different. It will be very dangerous, Lu Yuan said, and flew to the 6th apostle in the distance. Lu Yuan still remembered his previous promise that he would reunite Akari Shinji and Akari Yui after entering the first machine this time. Moreover, since he has decided that the next time the apostles attack again, he will let the trio fight as his own apostles, so this will be the last time Akari Shinji will take the first plane. Yui Akari is saving the world in her own way, and wants to protect mankind in her own way, but Lu Yuan also has his own ideas and plans. At this time, he has to ask Akari Wei if he has come up with it. Before Lu Yuan's plan was officially implemented, NERV was still fully responsible for fighting the apostles. So when the 6th apostle finally showed up belatedly, the entire NERV headquarters began to get busy. Or the whole channel is calling for reports from various devices in roar. This is normal, that is running, what is here, the reporting process is also there, and so on. The most important thing is that the first machine is ready. As the 6th apostle came to the center of the city, Miri Katsuragi shouted, the first machine is dispatched. From a certain underground pipeline, a special elevator brought up the first machine, and like the previous 2 times, it appeared right in front of the 6th apostle. The purpose of the apostles is the location of the NERV headquarters, because the ultimate dogma is deep in the NERV headquarters, and Adam is there. Therefore, NERV does not need to look for the position of the apostles, and the apostles will definitely come here 783. It's just that NERV is a bit reckless this time. They didn't even activate the weapons on those steel buildings in the city in advance. Maybe they are afraid of wasting tax money? But without the premise of testing beforehand, they just thoughtlessly exposed the first machine to the 6th apostle. Is it really okay? The 6th apostle no longer sang the bel canto, and began to change on his body. As a crystal with edges and corners, he separated up and down, revealing a red ball hidden in it. That's his core, and that's the source of his attacking power. The next moment, the 6th apostle began to emit strong thermal energy and radiation fluctuations. Boom! The 6th apostle made an attack, releasing a terrifying beam of light from his core aimed at the first machine. Akari Shinji was caught off guard and was hit. However, the expected pain did not come. Akari Shinji was surprised to find that although the armor on the surface of the first machine was melting, it stands to reason that he should feel pain. But in fact, after experiencing the Spartan training like Lu Yuan, his endurance and ability to fight, especially his physical fitness, have long exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. So Akari Shinji found that he just felt a scorching heat on his body. Especially when Lu Yuan directly broke into his insertion bolt, he felt even more at ease. With Lu Yuan's method, even Shinji Akari felt numb to his mysterious power, and as for how he got in, there is absolutely no doubt about it. Why are you here? Akari Shinji asked as he started to act in hindsight. On the other hand, after noticing the mistake, Katsuragi Misato and the War Department wanted to move the nearby building over to help Akari Shinji resist, and asked with concern, Shinji-kun, how is your side? Akari Shinji let the number 1 machine go out from the back of the building, which hindered him, and at the same time did not forget to reply, I'm fine. How is that possible? Ritsuko Akagi, who was also beside Katsuragi Miri, questioned, the more frequently you connect with Eva, the more you can experience the pain of being attacked. It stands to reason that Shinji-kun should be screaming in pain. Maybe that's what was supposed to happen. But without them knowing, Akari Shinji was different from before. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction, seeing that Akari Shinji was not in a hurry to immediately launch a frontal charge on the 6th apostle, but jumped up neatly, allowing the first machine to flexibly jump into a building next to him. For the 80-meter-high number 1 aircraft, even the tallest buildings around are only level with him. Definitely, if you compare all the buildings below the included cities, there are still buildings that exceed the first machine. During this process, Akari Shinji was still taking care not to cut off the wire connecting the number 1 phone, and even thought to ask Lu Yuan, you haven't said how you got here, I can defeat him here, follow your teachings. I think it's a big advantage. Well, this is not one of the major delusions of life. At the same time, Shinji Akari's voice also returned to the NERV operations department. They looked at each other, and only then did they know that Lu Yuan was originally there. He is the one who can sneak into the EVA plug without knowing it. Katsuragi Misato showed a thoughtful expression. She also heard what Akari Shinji said, and guessed that Lu Yuan had trained Akari Shinji. But does this really work? For driving EVA, However, everyone at NERV immediately saw that Shinji Ikari started to dodge and move around the surrounding buildings in the first machine. The sixth apostle had already launched a more violent attack than before, and was able to lock the position of the first aircraft. But whenever he made an attack, the number 1 machine would deftly dodge, and he could keep the wires running, and he could even approach the sixth apostle a little bit from the surroundings. This is exactly like a legendary martial arts master, or ninja. Why is he so skilled? And is the first machine so flexible? Even everyone in NERV was shocked, including Ritsuko Akage, who couldn't understand the situation. She probably hasn't seen Makoba's fighting style, 0. Who stipulated that Eva should be bulky because of its height. In fact, the speed of Eva is very fast, and when it starts at full speed, it can break the sound barrier. It was only because Ikari Shinji lacked combat experience and fighting skills that he seemed so clumsy. Now after Liu Yuan's training, even he has become a master of fighting, especially the way of evasion. But he is not facing ordinary people after all, but trying. The sixth apostle might be impatient. He began to change his form quickly, from a crystal to a 5-pointed star, like a starfish, and then exposed the most important core, floating in the huge 5-pointed star. Immediately after, the sixth apostle lit up, and burst out with the strongest frequency of heat energy and radiation since he appeared. Even Katsuragi Misato couldn't help shouting, "Be careful, Shinji, dodge." However, Shinji Ikari said calmly, "Miss Misato, you really don't understand. The best defense is to attack, and there are bound to be loopholes in the strongest attack." "What do you mean?" Katsuragi Miri didn't understand at all, and stared at the screen dully. She saw that the sixth apostle was about to complete the final preparation stage, and in the next second, the impact was coming. But at this moment, a huge amount of silhouette flashed past the sixth apostle like a phantom. At this moment, the number 1 machine really burst into full speed. Ikari Shinji took the initiative to unplug the cable, with neat skills, and at the cost of stepping on 2 buildings. At the moment when the sixth apostle broke out, he shot. The first 2.0 machine took out the dagger and held it in his hand, and stood there with his back to the sixth apostle. Looking at the sixth apostle, he was completely silent. The next moment, a crack appeared in his core and quickly expanded to the entire core. Grumble. The sixth apostle uttered a piercing scream and fell, defeated. Everyone looked at this scene stupidly and seemed at a loss. Even Ikari Yuan didn't speak. He didn't know what he was thinking. Inserting the bolt, Liu Yuan clapped his hands with satisfaction. Good job, especially the final X-up. Well, what he cared about was that Shinji Ikari ended up being handsome, standing there with his back to the sixth apostle, like a samurai. Ikari Shinji scratched his head embarrassedly. He heard Liu Yuan say again, "Then, it's time to reunite your mother and son." Ikari Yuan stood up from the NERV headquarters at once. Liu Yuan mentioned from the beginning that Ikari's soul is still preserved in the first machine, and there is still a self. And he also promised Ikari Shinji more than once that he would let their mother and son meet. But for various reasons, until today, he really decided to do it. It wasn't that he broke his promise, but there were really many things that were delayed, including Shinji Ikari's own at a loss to see his mother again, and Yui Ikari's own refusal. Even now, Ikari Yui is still politely rejecting Liu Yuan in a place that Ikari Shinji can't see. "Thank you for your kindness, but I can't do that." She was also awake while Unit 1 still had the last few minutes of built-in power activity. In the face of Ikari Wei's insistence, Liu Yuan simply said to Ikari Shinji, "Okay, the movement of the sixth apostle's fall will be very big. Let's find a quiet place first. The mountain over there is good." Ikari Shinji is now firm about Liu Yuan's words, and regardless of whether his private actions will violate the rule or not, he immediately let the first machine stride out of the city. Everyone at NERV who saw this scene was at a loss. 06 and because Ikari Yuan also stood up excitedly now, looking at the picture sent back by the equipment monitoring the first machine, he didn't speak for a long time. This made Shinji Ikari's private actions unstoppable by anyone. On the way to the mountains outside the city, Liu Yuan began to explain to Ikari Wei, "Miss Ikari, actually it should be called Mrs., but he just thought Ikari Yuan was dead. I have to praise you for being very good, brave, and would rather sacrifice his own life to save the world. But, I have to say, you are really stupid, you are so stupid." Ikari didn't waver when Liu Yuan praised her, but when she heard Liu Yuan's sarcasm, she couldn't help it. She doesn't need others' admiration, but she doesn't want to be denied what she has done. Isn't she dead in vain? I don't know what you want to say. Maybe you don't know. It is impossible for human beings to get the power of God without paying any price. Plan E, the plan to manufacture Eva, has not been considered from the beginning. Completely unable to control the power of God, Ikari said righteously. She is also a scientist who does not lose to Naoko Akagi and Ritsuko Akagi, so she knew that if she wanted to really start the first machine, she would have to sacrifice a person's soul. What's more, the first machine is not trivial. Why is only the first machine playing an important mission in the human completion plan? There is a reason for this. The simplest way is that many people mistakenly believe that the first machine was copied from Adam, which can be regarded as Adam's duplication. However, on the contrary, all other Evas were copied from Adam, but only the first machine was copied from Lilith. Remember what I mentioned earlier, Human beings were born in Adam, and apostles were born in Lilith, so the most important part of humans' completion plan is that all souls return to Lilith, this time from Lilith, and get the fruit of life. The first machine is Lilith's duplication. Definitely that's a bit of a stretch. Lu Yuan interrupted Akari Yu's self-report, knowing that what she said was right. She really needed her to sacrifice her soul to complete the E-plan, and she also had her own plan to make Akari Shinji the only qualified person for the first machine. Only in this way can Akari Shinji become the only person who has the right to choose at the end of humanity's completion of the plan. If nothing else, Akari Shinji is the last implementer of the human completion plan. Just like Sincerely for You, you handed the fate of the entire human race to a child with such a heavy burden, and even you have predicted that no matter what the final outcome is, in fact, human beings will face a crisis. Lu Yuan shook his head slowly, even if he was Sincerely for You at the end, and human beings are almost completely wiped out. Why do you say the world is restarting? Because that ending is already the end. In the end, she still failed. As a mother, she believed too much in her children. But how could she have thought that her husband, Akari Shinji's father, Akari Zhondo, raised the child into an autistic child? Akari Yui wants to say that if humans want to survive the shock caused by the apostles, they must use the power of Eva, and then that's it. This is actually an endless loop. Seal actually knew about Akari Yui's plan, but they were not afraid. Anyway, as long as the human completion plan can be carried out in the end, it turns out that the real winner is Seal. At least in the old lineage, they won. Humans are all reunited, and there is no longer a barrier of heart to separate each other. Humans have lost the thorns of porcupines, and they will even be born in the form of Li Lin. But here, Lu Yuan's appearance proved that they could no longer succeed. Lu Yuan noticed that the first plane had already reached the top of the mountain, so he stopped arguing with Akari Yu, and said his plan, I plan to let you return next. Akari was about to refuse, but Lu Yuan didn't give her a chance, and continued, Don't worry about the apostle, I have my plan. In fact your child Shinji-kun has become my apostle. I will let the other two children are here to defeat the apostles, and to stop humanity from completing the plan. As a god, Lu Yuan has his own restraint, and he does not intend to personally intervene in human affairs this time. In fact, Lu Yuan is a very serious person. If he wants to play that scheming role, he will also make arrangements, play a big game of chess, and play against people with great interest. But this time he appeared as a god, which made him see the problems of these 783 worlds from the standpoint and perspective of God. So he had intended to train Akari Shinji from the very beginning, and he had already said that he would be his apostle. Then, Lu Yuan briefly revealed his plan to let Akari Wei understand. Eva doesn't need to exist anymore. Even I plan to use the first machine as your new body. Anyway, I have to reshape your body for you. It's better to let the first machine really become your body, Lu Yuan thought. Akari was startled. She wanted to ask, if she came here, wouldn't she become an apostle-like existence? The first machine has the power of an apostle, but it has no soul. It is a simple copy of Lilith's body. But what if you inject soul into the first machine? Isn't that the same as being an apostle? Don't worry, I'll let you return as a human being. This was no problem for Lu Yuan at all. Now it's up to Akari Yui's choice, whether she continues to maintain her original insistence or wants to make a change. In fact, there is no need to question the answer. According to Lu Yuan's plan, his three apostles will undertake the next task of meeting the apostles, and completely disintegrate the possibility of human beings completing the plan. The first machine no longer exists. I know, if that's the case, please, great God, please help me. Akari understands that if Lu Yuan's plan really goes ahead, then her sacrifice will become unnecessary. In this case, she finally chose to give up her persistence. If you don't have to die, why not return to be with your son? Only fools are confused. Lu Yuan's side was more straightforward, reaching out and dragging Akari Shinji to the outside, standing on the first machine. When Lu Yuan communicated with Akari Wei, because Lu Yuan communicated with souls, that is, spiritual transmission, Shinji Akari still didn't know what happened. Lu Yuan explained, it's nothing, it's you want to live. In order to not seem to be swearing, Lu Yuan deliberately changed the word mother to the word, and it still appeared in front of him. Akari Shinji has a black line, as for the use of divine power so indiscriminately, but he must be happy, and a little nervous at the same time. Akari has been dead for 10 years. At that time, he was a child. Now he is suddenly overwhelmed. After seeing his mother again, what should he say? Lu Yuan ignored Akari Shinji's entanglement and nervousness, raised his hand and pressed it on the body of the first machine. His divine power began to bloom, and a cloud of pure golden energy began to wrap the first machine. In fact, with Lu Yuan's current strength, alter reality or something is too simple. He just needs to imagine that he can make the first machine become what he thinks. As for why he did this, it was because Akari Yui was in a state of soul before and had nothing on his body. And now he wants to turn the first machine into a body that conforms to human values, and it may also be light. So, this group of light is to help Akari Yui cover up. It shouldn't be so troublesome. Sure enough, in the golden light, huge amounts of changes began to appear on the first machine. The huge body that was originally copied from Lilith's body began to shrink rapidly, and finally became 1 meter 68, close to 1 meter 7. And the appearance of the first machine is also changing, becoming the appearance of a Carrie Wei that Lu Yuan has seen. Lu Yuan also kept her short hair that was worthy of her ears. That group of golden light finally turned into a white coat, in line with a Carrie Yui's previous style as a scientist. When the golden light dissipated, the huge number 1 machine completely disappeared, leaving only the dead Akari Yui standing there. Moreover, Akari Wei didn't know that Lu Yuan actually quietly gave her the fruit of life. After all, this is the body that condensed the huge first machine. Just to survive, it needs a huge amount of energy. If you eat according to human standards, I am afraid that Akari will only spend the rest of her life eating. And can't plug her in. Seems a bit ambiguous? But that's literally what it means. Don't forget that the first phone has always been plugged in with the cable. In fact, Yui Akari can no longer be regarded as an ordinary person. As she had worried before, in her current form of life, it is better to say that she is an apostle. Now she has the complete fruit of life and part of the fruit of wisdom, stronger than the apostle. But Yui Akari didn't care at all. In her eyes, when she reopened her eyes for the first time, there was only one person in her eyes. Shinji, my Shinji. Akari let out a hoarse grief, and went up and hugged his son. Akari Shinji was dazed and passively leaning against his mother's arms, only to feel that his brain was buzzing for a while. Akari Yui is not used to his own strength, that is, Akari Shinji is not an ordinary person now, otherwise the first face of the mother and son reunion will be forever separated. Until Akari Shinji's ribs made a series of noises, Akari YK released his hands after realizing it, looked at the grown-up Akari Shinji with surprise, and tried hard to recall the figure of the little guy in his memory. Mom, Mom, Akari Shinji lowered his head embarrassedly, and called Roar again, who he hadn't called in years. Roar. Akari Yui cried, she burst into tears in excitement, and hugged Akari Shinji again. It's just that this time she let go of her strength, for fear of hurting the child. After a while, just when Lu Yuan was about to comfort them, Akari Yu let go of Akari Shinji, and suddenly said ruthlessly, let's go, and settle the account with that old man. It's okay to play with other women behind my back. Forgot the old mother's instructions and abandoned the most important son of my mother for 10 years? I killed him. There is no need to doubt who the old thing Akari Yu said was, it was Commander Akari Yuando. And looking at Akari Wei's gnashing of teeth, Lu Yuan has no doubt that she is definitely carrying huge amounts of resentment now. If Lu Yuan hadn't rescued her, she was actually a ray of resentment before. As for what will happen after the meeting, Lu Yuan can't guarantee it, whether he really beat the heartless man to death, or throws him into his arms, who knows. But Lu Yuan still tried to stop him, if you go now, it will only cause more trouble. Akari Yui thought about it and understood, yes, the first machine has now become her body, and the whole thing has disappeared. Even with the energy of Seal, it is impossible to reproduce a new Eva with Lilith's body in such a short period of time, right? What's more, if you want the new Eva to function normally and take on the most important mission, you may have to sacrifice another person's soul, and preferably someone who is already a mother, and someone who can become a qualified person. Child. The most important thing is that with Akari Yui's current life form, there are bound to be countless people who want to slice and study her. It's not dangerous. With the mass of the huge first machine reduced to the file size of a human, plus the fruit of life quietly given by Lu Yuan, Akari's current strength must not be underestimated. But trouble, who doesn't want to live a good life? There are a bunch of people around the door every day. But even if I don't call the door, they will trouble me, right? Akari Yui was very enlightened about this point. That doesn't mean that she can live a Zhaoqianhao life if she wants to. Lu Yuan didn't care, I just think that the time to train Shinji and the others is too short, and now even he will become a target? I'll take you to a place to hide for a while, and wait for the next apostle to come. Reappear. The place Lu Yuan was talking about was the mirror world. It's just that he just finished speaking, and Akari Shinji took a step back subconsciously. Don't look at his progress now, but that's only for ordinary people, but it's still far from Lu Yuan, and even until yesterday, Akari Shinji was still mostly beaten. To be honest, only those who have been beaten know whether it hurts or not, and those who do not understand how painful it is when they have a toothache will never understand the true meaning of the phrase a toothache is not a disease, it hurts really badly. Definitely the author understands. The resentment of not eating too many good things because of toothache in the new year has been written directly into the text. Think about how terrible it is. In the end, Lu Yuan still brought Akari Yui and Akari Shinji into the mirror world. He definitely didn't forget that he still had 2 apostles of his own in the city. When Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuke saw Akari Yui and Akari Shinji, they hurried forward to congratulate them. Since this time, the 3 have become true friends, which must be said to be a great comfort to Akari Shinji. He also has friends. He was reunited with his resurrected mother today, and it can only be said that his future life can finally get better. Wow, is this the mirror world? Why does it look exactly the same as the outside? Even the city is the same. Yui Akari was full of curiosity and interest in this world after he and his son's 2 friends called Roar. Speaking of which, Yui Akari is not the character of Roar, but it is undeniable that she alone, or a soul, has been in the first machine for too long, and she has been lonely for too long. 10 years ago, Akari Yu was the only one in the first machine, not to mention entertainment, most of them may be in a dark environment. Pretty much anyone would be insane, right? Only she, because of her longing for her son and her obsession with something, has persevered. But when she came back to life, she couldn't help being curious about her surroundings. Just like Katsuragi Misato did not speak for 3 years for a period of time, and then she became a 783 chatter, which annoyed her best friend Ritsuko Akage to death. No need for Lu Yuan to speak. Akari Shinji and the others surrounded Akari Yui and began to introduce her. This is our master's world, auntie, don't you know it yet? Our master came from God, and we are still his apostles. That's what it is today. This is Suzuhara Toji, who is so carefree that he didn't notice the ill words in his words. He first compared himself to an apostle, and then said that an apostle is that kind of thing. So what is he? Lu Yuan shook his head with a black line. Aida Kinsuk also said, stupid Toji, the ant was resurrected by the master. She definitely knows that the master is a god. Akari Wei was curious, you are his apostles, why call him master? Instead of calling him God-sama in a tone of respect to the ground? Because the master asked us to call him that. Although we are his apostles, we are also his disciples. Akari Shinji was the calmest of the three. But his calmness is the proof of his excitement, otherwise he is usually introverted and taciturn. Now that he welcomes his mother back, he has become different. Akari nodded thoughtfully. She was worried before because she was afraid that her son's situation would be wrong. Now it seems that this god should be very enlightened, right? After all, she had argued with him before. Auntie, let's go over there. This world is exactly the same as the real world outside, except that there are no other beings in this world except those brought in by Master. The trio surrounded Akari Yui and walked towards the distant city while talking. Lu Yuan coughed dryly behind him. Just run away if you want to. Think beautifully. Don't forget to train. From today until the arrival of the next apostle, you have to train here all the time. What? All three showed bitter faces. Having said that, they originally planned to escape by the light of Akari Yui, but Lu Yuan's eyes were like torches, and he immediately saw their careful thinking. Akari Yui looked at the three children in disbelief. It was so naughty, she didn't even think of their little abacus. Master, you see that Shinji has just reunited with his mother. Why don't you give us a day off today? Aida Kinsuk no longer wears glasses, but he is still the most nimble of the trio, begging Lu Yuan to please Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan felt strange. You also said that Shinji was reunited with his mother. What does it have to do with you? Aida Kinsuk was dumbfounded. Lu Yuan sighed amusingly. Forget it. I will send your mirror images to find you in an hour. Maybe ambush, maybe sneak attack. Your task is to persevere for an hour or find a way to defeat them. Hope, because you haven't defeated your own mirror once. Anyway, today's task is like this. In the end, Lu Yuan relented and gave them a vacation. Today, he only had 1 hour of training time, much less time than before. Great. Toji Suzuhara and Kinsuk Aida couldn't help but cheer up. Only Shinji Akari showed no change in expression, watching Lu Yuan turn and leave. Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kinsuk looked at Shinji Akari after realizing it, and wondered, why are you unhappy? Akari Shinji showed a wry smile and told the truth. Didn't Master say, from now until the next apostle comes, we have to train here? What? Together they haven't reacted just now? On the other hand, Lu Yuan returned to the real world from the mirror world. And when he just appeared on the mountain, he immediately fell into a siege. A group of soldiers appeared around at some point, perhaps from this country, or directly sent by the United Nations. Among them, there were people in NERV uniforms, and perhaps some people from SEAL sneaked in. Even Katsuragi Misato and Akage Ritsuko were here. Akage Ritsuko was leading the technical department she was in charge of with some instruments to test the surroundings, while Katsuragi Misato made a phone call and said to the other side, people, this Lord God has already appeared, we will take him back immediately, please rest assured. After finishing speaking, Katsuragi Miri walked towards Lu Yuan, came to him, and asked with a serious face, where did you get the first machine and Shinji-kun? And what happened before? We are at the end of the picture sees you turning Unit 1 into a woman. In fact, Miri Katsuragi already knew who that woman was. She still remembered that at NERV headquarters, when Yui Akari appeared, Akari Yuando, who had already stood up, suddenly fell on the chair, and Roar called out her name. In fact, Katsuragi Miri is not simple, at least she is not simple, not a silly big sister character. In the old lineage, because the TV version had more time to arrange the plot, Katsuragi Miri did not know when she came into contact with some secrets, and went to secretly investigate it. Definitely the useful clues she actually got in the end were all from Kaji Ryoji. So Miri Katsuragi knew about Yui Akari, but she didn't say it directly. At the moment, she was more concerned about the whereabouts and situation of the first machine. Lu Yuan smiled and didn't care about the surrounding siege at all. He spread his hands and said, actually, I'm here to explain, but I guess your commander is already insane? Why don't you talk to the headquarters? Bold. A soldier nearby suddenly shouted loudly, and even raised a rifle and aimed the butt at Lu Yuan, about to smash it down. In his opinion, Lu Yuan's attitude is simply unforgivable. As a result, Lu Yuan was faster than him and grabbed the rifle. No one around could see his movements clearly, even the soldier was stunned. But their professionalism made them react and quickly aimed all weapons at Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan's next move surprised them. Lu Yuan aimed the muzzle at himself, and when he pulled the trigger, it was a shuttle of bullets. However, when the bullet was empty, he saw that not only did he not turn on the position, but he didn't even have any scratches on his clothes. Waving his hands to pat the clothes that had no dust at all, Lu Yuan threw the rifle to the soldier casually, and said casually, "Can you stop wasting time? Also, you are blaspheming. If you know my identity, then don't do this kind of behavior, mainly because your weapons are useless to me. Why don't you try a nuclear explosion all over the world? Let's see who died in the end." Everyone was speechless. Katsuragi Miri muttered in a low voice, "No one is blasphemous, didn't you? Shoot yourself." Lu Yuan glared at him, "It's blasphemy for him to speak out loud to me." Everyone fell down. This god is too capricious. But it can't be said to be wrong. You can replace Lu Yuan with God. Think about how guilty the soldier was to scold God loudly. Normally, you're going to hell. Lu Yuan rarely got serious and warned them. A certain Satan began to be eager to try. It's a pity that Lu Yuan didn't open the gate of hell. It turned out that the hell dimension of the Almighty Universe level is still on Lu Yuan's body, and he is carried around by him. The reason is that the construction of Lu Yuan's Almighty Universe has not been completed, and even the native life has not yet begun to study how to create it. Now, he has integrated hell into it. Who can see it? Gabriel had asked Lu Yuan before if he planned to use the god realm where his family lived as a paradise in the future. Lu Yuan refused without hesitation. There will be their family's residence in the future. It is impossible and unreasonable to attract so many people. In the future, he will create an almighty universe as the dimension of heaven. Since the dimension of hell is the universe of omnipotence, it is not too much to have another heaven corresponding to the almighty universe level, right? It's actually too much. But Lu Yuan is a special supreme being. The most special thing is that he integrates with his opposite. Number 2. He may also be the most detached one in history, or only his brothers and sisters can match him. This allows Lu Yuan to create even the almighty universe. Even now, Lu Yuan has 3 almighty universes. Don't forget that each of his own cells has been transformed into a super universe, and they all add up to at least the almighty universe level. He himself is an almighty universe running around everywhere. Back to the front. Lu Yuan appeased his own demon king, Satan, and asked him to watch over his hell dragon king. Now the world obviously doesn't need them to come out and show their faces. Then Lu Yuan asked Miri Katsuragi, who was already a little overwhelmed in front of him, "Are you going?" "To be honest, I came out because I didn't want to disturb Shinji-kun's mother-son reunion. If you guys are all right, I can go somewhere else to find a pastime." Katsuragi Miri shook her head vigorously to calm herself down. Isn't it time for her to adapt to some of this god's unpredictable behaviors and thoughts? Please come back to NERV headquarters with me. We already know that the disappearance of the first machine is because of you. Even if you are a god, you can't bully people for no reason, right? Be more serious. Otherwise, she is likely to swear. The threat of the apostles has not yet been resolved. Although Unit 0 has to be repaired, it is not known whether Ayanami REI can successfully complete the driving experiment. Now that the first machine has suddenly disappeared out of thin air, what if the next 7th apostle is coming soon? Is humanity really going to be wiped out like this? Bullies don't bring such bullies, even gods. Therefore, Misato Katsuragi is very strong. If you don't solve the most important problem now, it doesn't matter if you offend this god. After all, if you don't return to the first machine, the apostle who can't beat the next attack will also die. Lu Yuan smiled and glanced at Katsuragi Miri, still too naive. In fact, even if this place is attacked by the apostles, it doesn't matter, it is still the same sentence. In the end it is Lilith and not Adam who is dogmatic. I don't know who came up with this bad idea, even the apostles are being played around. If you knew that it was Lilith and not Adam, the apostles would have long since stopped coming, and they would not come even if they were given money. How dangerous it would be. It's just that the apostles don't know yet, so they will still come to die one after another. Let's go then. Lu Yuan did nothing, and followed Miri Katsuragi honestly, seemingly being escorted towards the city. It's just that Lu Yuan put his hands behind his back and placed them on his lower back, like an old man walking. Instead, the surrounding soldiers felt overwhelmed. If human weapons didn't work against this unknown existence, what was the point of them here? It seems that they are Lu Yuan's bodyguards instead, because their weapons are useless to Lu Yuan, and will only be a deadly threat to other humans. They are more like security guards walking with a rich boy. Ritsuko Akage immediately packed up all the equipment, and quietly shook his head at Misato Katsuragi, implying with a tacit understanding that all the signals of the first machine could not be traced. They couldn't even pick up the residual signal here, and had absolutely no idea what was going on the first fuselage. In the end, even Akage Ritsuko asked Lu Yuan out of curiosity, what did you do? Lu Yuan said casually, "Do you believe me when I said that I resurrected your mother and daughter's rival in love?" Akage Ritsuko's face turned blue and white. She also saw the appearance of the returning Akari Yu. Could it be that she is really back? Katsuragi Miri glanced at her friend strangely. Maybe she didn't know the secret, right? Or maybe no. Who knows? In this way, Lu Yuan cooperated with the team, came to the NERV headquarters again from the vicinity of the mountain, and was taken all the way to the office of Ding Yuan. Fortunately, it's not an interrogation room like a prison, otherwise I'd really consider inflicting divine punishment in order to show my status as a god. Lu Yuan snorted softly. Maybe these people still don't believe that he is a god? Or maybe it's because he's a foreign god, not a so-called god, that he doesn't seem so respectful. But he is indeed a true god. Since he appeared in the identity and name of a god, Lu Yuan also has his own persistence and restraint. After Lu Yuan was brought here, he did not appear uneasy, and there is no place for him to be uneasy now. After entering, there is a desk opposite in a huge space. Akari Yuando at the moment has long been waiting there, and he is posing in his classic shape. His hands are crossed and his chin is supported, and the sunglasses on his face hide his eyes and thoughts in his heart. Lu Yuan looked around, but he didn't find a chair for himself, and didn't care. He simply changed a chair, carried the chair and came to sit in front of Ding Yuando. Akari Yuando's eyes twitched, but luckily he was still wearing glasses. Katsuragi Miri left consciously after sending Lu Yuan here. She knew that Akari Yuando was going to talk to Lu Yuan alone, and she would be driven away even if she stayed temporarily. But what makes people strange is that there is still a person standing beside Akari Yuando. Dongyu Jingjao, the deputy of Akari Yuan's 783 crossing, and he is also Akari Wei's teacher. To be honest, the relationship between Dongyu Jingjao and Akari Yuando is rather strange. At first, it was because of Dongyu farming that Akari Yuando had the opportunity to know Akari Yui and get close to her. Later, Dongyu Jingjao became Akari Yuando's deputy after Akari Wei disappeared in the first machine, and assisted Akari Yuando wholeheartedly. In fact, Dongyu Jingjao is likely to never marry for the rest of his life. In addition, in the plot of his sincerity for you, the image he sees at the end of the human completion plan is Akari Yu, and I don't know what his feelings for Akari Yu are. Teacher-student relationship? But is that worth paying that much? Love? Only Dongyu Jingjao knew it. So he is here now. You really resurrected Wei. Akari Yuando opened his mouth, straight to the point, and asked the question he most wanted to know. Lu Yuan was also happy, nodded and admitted, it's very simple, her soul has always existed, and then I turned the first machine into her new body, so she was resurrected. But this has something to do with you. A sneer appeared on Lu Yuan's face. From the very beginning, he didn't like Akari Yuando, and it could be said that he was targeted. Lu Yuan himself, as a father, has the most direct contempt for Ding Yuando. In his opinion, Akari Yuando is not only unqualified as a husband, but also unqualified as a father to do some indescribable things with the mother and daughter of the Chimo family. No matter what reason he had, it wasn't the reason why he didn't even say a word. Akari Shinji is his son, his biological son, and he is not a father-in-law and a green hat, so why can't he speak well? How can he talk well with others? Some people may think that Lu Yuan's tube is too wide. But who is Akari Shinji who is now Lu Yuan's disciple? He just sees Akari Shinji's favor, and he wants to fight against Akari Shinji. Is there anything wrong with him? Akari Yuando could also feel Lu Yuan's inexplicable hostility, which had existed since the first time the two met, but he didn't care and fell into deep thought. Dongyu Jingjao on the side spoke at this time, if you really resurrect Wei, you should let her come back, after all, they are husband and wife. Are you implying that I trapped Akari Wei? Lu Yuan laughed. Dongyu Jingjao's words were so easy to understand, he didn't imply at all, he just said that Lu Yuan kidnapped Akari Wei. Lu Yuan looked at Akari Yuando in front of him, and said with a smile, don't wrong me, in fact, Akari will come to you immediately when he is just resurrected. Akari Yuando's expression became excited, even he at the moment could no longer hide his inner excitement. But before Akari Yuando asked why Akari didn't come back, Lu Yuan continued, she already knew what you were doing outside, and she was angry at you for abandoning, ignoring, or even taking advantage of Shinji, and she wanted to find you desperately. Come. Akari Yuando's cold sweat broke down immediately. Dongyu Jingjao also did not know what to say. They seem to only be happy and concerned about Akari's resurrection, but have forgotten how to deal with the anger of being a wife and a mother. No matter what reason they had, Akari Yuando betrayed Akari Wei, and made the son Akari Wei cared about the most to suffer. Have they ever thought about how to deal with the wrath of a wife who is also a mother? Lu Yuan smiled even more happily. He may have just come to see the fun. I want to meet Wei, I want to atone for her in person, and explain to her why I did it, Akari Yuando said while staring at Lu Yuan's expression. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Who do you think I am? Do you really think I'm your subordinate? Or do you think I'm running errands for you? Don't get me wrong, human, I'm happy to watch the fun, come to see the joke, but why should I send you a message? Want me to do things for you? Are you worthy? When Lu Yuan had a sudden attack, it was not only surprising, but also frightening. There was even a terrifying breath from his body, even if it was just an inadvertent wisp, it was enough to make Lilith, who was placed in the final dogma, tremble. Adam and Lilith are not gods after all, and they were once apostles, even if the apostles came from them. And Lu Yuan exudes the breath that truly belongs to God, even in their heyday, they are extremely fearful existences. But Akari Yuando seemed to be an accident, he still looked at Lu Yuan unmoved, even if this breath was like a natural disaster, it was enough to cause the end of the world to come early, and he was completely fearless. Maybe he no longer cares about life and death. The only thing he cares about now is only one thing, only one person. That is, he wants to meet Akari Yui again. To this end, he did not hesitate to abandon and give up everything, the real purpose of his original completion plan for mankind, his only child Shinji Akari, and even his own life and death. Now for Akari Yuando, there is only one purpose, and that is to meet his wife again. He only had this idea, and he was extremely persistent. Even if Lu Yuan is already very scary now, he really shows the courage and power that a god should have. Even Dongyu Zhengjao is shivering and may kneel down to greet him at any time. There is no doubt about the will of Dongyu farming. Even if he was once arrested by Seal and subjected to 2.0 torture in the old lineage, he never said a word. However, now Lu Yuan was only exuding a wisp of aura, and he almost fell to his knees. It was not until this moment that Dongyu Zhengjao and Akari Yuan truly realized that there was a god sitting in front of them. Even they don't know, this god just inadvertently exudes a ray of momentum, which is equivalent to an inadvertent glance, that's all. Lu Yuan just looked at Ding Yuan silently, until the latter began to tremble and finally couldn't hold on anymore. Lu Yuan just smiled and looked back. Akari Yuan and Dongyu again grow roars tone, only to feel that the pressure has dropped sharply. Lu Yuan looked away and said indifferently, please, maybe I can give you a chance. What Lu Yuan didn't expect was that Ding Yuan immediately got up and bowed his head on the table. I beg you, unknown god. Unexpectedly, Akari Yuan could lower his posture to such a level in order to see the only face of Akari. Even Lu Yuan was a little surprised. You can do this in order to see your wife, but you don't care about your own son's life or death. Could it be that Shinji Akari really paid for the phone bill? Or are you happy to be a father? Is it yours? Lu Yuan looked at Dongyu Zhengjao. Dongyu Zhengjao and Akari Yuan's faces were extremely dark, and they muttered in their hearts, this god is a little too shy. No wonder Lu Yuan would be suspicious. The situation of Dongyu farming was doubtful. God knows why he saw Akari Wei at the end of the completion plan of the old lineage. And Akari Yuan's attitude towards his son is too heartless. Lu Yuan had to wonder if Tuyu Zhengjao was Akari Shinji's father. Definitely this is just his bullshit. Who can know Akari Shinji's bloodline better than him? After all, he personally changed the DNA of Akari Shinji. Waving his hand, Lu Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to the relationship between Ding Yuan and his son. Since he had already promised 06, he would naturally not break his promise. Okay, for the sake of your piety, I will help you with this. But there is one thing, if Miss Akari will hack you to death, then I don't care. Yui Akari is a person with a good personality and is also very gentle. As a result, she uttered foul language, and the first thing after resurrection was to take her son to find this old thing to settle accounts. Just think about it. Akari Yuan seemed to have thought of it for a long time, and nodded expressionlessly. Lu Yuan didn't care, put away the chair behind him, turned around and was about to go outside. I still have something to do, don't get in my way, because you can't stop it either. By the way, when he reached the door, he stopped and said without looking back, speaking of Adam coming, I mean the real Adam. Leave him to me, and Lilith. Both of them were shocked. How does he know? Since Akari Yuan has his own plan, he will definitely not rest assured that he will hand over the human completion plan to others for implementation. So Akari Yuan has his own people in other branches of NERV, and even has his people in SEAL. In addition to the most high-level members of SEAL, there are naturally people below who carry out orders. But SEAL is not a vain name. For example, Kaji Ryoji not only works for Akari Yuan but also SEAL's double agent. These messy things really need to be explained in detail. Even Lu Yuan feels a headache. To put it bluntly, Akari Yuan and SEAL are both cooperating and using each other. They are tacitly aware of each other, and they fight openly and secretly, and they have to fight against the apostles together. Therefore, the world of adults is very complicated and cunning. Betrayal is commonplace, and exploitation is the truth. Lu Yuan didn't care about that. He decided to do it with his own methods and plans. In that case, whether it was Lilith or Adam, staying in the hands of humans would only leave hidden dangers. So he came, and he had only one purpose, to finally take away Lilith by dogma. When Lu Yuan walked in the NERV headquarters, he received the attention of countless people along the way. Even if Ding Yuan wanted to block it, it seems that many people saw it at that time, and saw that Lu Yuan had revitalized the first machine. It's just that the first machine turned into Akari Yui's body, and because the stature of humans is too short, I didn't see the picture of Lu Yuan taking a few people to the mirror world behind. No one dared to stop Lu Yuan, nor did he receive an order to stop him. It's just that when Lu Yuan came to the gate of the final dogma, he saw that Katsuragi Miri was already there waiting for him in advance. Is your purpose still this? If you are a god, why do you want to get Adam? Katsuragi Miri stared at Lu Yuan. It seems that she is still suspicious, suspecting that Lu Yuan is also an apostle. He is lying. She also had reason to suspect that Lu Yuan had deceived everyone, and once he got close to Adam, it would trigger a third shock. In that case, all mankind will perish. I don't care what agreement you and Commander Akari reached, at least you can't get through this one, Katsuragi Misato said with a serious face, and took out a pistol at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Didn't you see before that even the power of a rifle can't hurt me? Just your little pistol. It was still a women's pistol, even less powerful. SHH. The next second, Lu Yuan raised his leg and appeared behind Katsuragi Miri, before a gate. Katsuragi Miri turned her head back in surprise. She didn't see Lu Yuan's movements at all. So, what are you guarding? Lu Yuan also sneered and warned, woman, don't provoke my patience again and again. I will not show mercy to women, because in the eyes of God, men and women are life, there is no difference. As he spoke, he reached out and pushed open the door in front of him. The door made a ka-ka-ka sound, and as the door opened, the scene inside came into view. Lu Yuan looked up, just across from the door, that is, in the innermost part of this incomparably spacious room, on top of an incomparably huge cross, was nailed a white giant. Also, this is Lilith, not Adam. Lu Yuan glanced at Katsuragi Misato, with a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. In the old lineage, Misato Katsuragi did not initially enter the final dogma, but was shown to her by Kaji Ryoji. But this is the New World Department. In the original plot, she brought Akari Shinji into 783 and entered here, and explained Lilith to him. But Katsuragi Miri said Adam before, and even tried Lu Yuan because of this. In Lu Yuan's eyes, this little trick is not worth mentioning, and he doesn't bother to investigate what Katsuragi Miri wants to do. Next, Lu Yuan continued to walk inside and came to Lilith in a blink of an eye. Looking up, Lilith was nailed to the sides with her arms outstretched, just like the crucifixion of Jesus. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked at Lilith carefully, looked at her mask, looked at her state, and nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, the soul is already incomplete, and even the part that contains most of the will is no longer there. Lu Yuan saw the strangeness and found that most of Lilith's soul was no longer in this body. At the same time, he knew more about where Lilith's soul had gone. I don't know how Akari Yuan Do did it. He copied and cloned Ling Yui's body with Akari Yui's gene. Yes, Ling Bo Li's body can also be considered Akari Yui. They were not mothers and daughters, let alone sisters. That body was a clone of Akari Yui. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is Akari Shinji's mother. But in Ayanami Rei's body, there is most of Lilith's soul, not all, but the most important part. Interesting idea. Lu Yuan couldn't help but praise Ding Yuandu's intentions and plans. The human completion plan has been mentioned many times before, so I won't repeat it here. But there is one detail that needs to be said. The completion of the apostles needs to be reintegrated with Adam. The human completion plan is just the opposite. If humans want to complete the completion plan, they must first reintegrate and return to Lilith. This time they will be born from Lilith. That is to say, the apostles' completion is integrated with Adam's, and the human's completion is integrated with Lilith. It is equivalent to returning to the mother's rebirth, that is, true, rebuild. And now, Lilith's soul is in Ayanami's body, which means that Akari Jondo holds Lilith. When the final day comes, Seal will definitely be dumbfounded, right? Then it's up to you to see who's better. It was just that Lu Yuan didn't care at all, and he turned to look nearby. There was a bright red spear dozens of meters long standing there, the Spear of Destiny, that is, the Long Inu's spear. It is the last spear of destiny of the crucifixion. Since the apostles are all giants, this gun is naturally no trivial matter. The length of the gun body alone is comparable to a building, and the front end of the gun body has two forked tips for some reason. Is it a fake? Suddenly, Lu Yuan shook his head and told the truth. This is not the real Long Inu's spear, but it was incarnated by the Tree of Life after all the apostles were born. Why is the Spear of Destiny called the Spear of Long Inus? It is because at the end of Jesus' death, a soldier named Long Inus ended the life of the Son. Regardless of the fact that the Son of God was resurrected after that, it was because the soldier was called Long Inus, and the gun was named by this name. The reason why the Spear of Destiny is also called the Spear of God killing is because it is stained with the blood of the Son of God, and it has indeed killed the Son of God himself, so there is such a karmic entanglement. Since the gun in front of him was neither the soldier's nor killed the Son of God, it was naturally neither the Long Inu's gun, nor the Spear of Destiny, nor the God-killing gun. Fake, all fake. Lilith was used as Adam to deceive the apostles and lead them here one by one to kill. Even this God-killing gun is fake. Its real purpose is not to kill gods, but rather to create gods. When the apostles are all defeated, the power of all the fruits of life will float in the world again. At that time, as long as the law of the Tree of Life is reactivated, the so-called Spear of Destiny will grow the fruits of life again. That is the future of Li Lin. Have humans completed the plan? It has to be said that it is still a bit interesting. Lu Yuan thought, reaching out his hand to pick up the so-called Spear of Destiny. In fact, he wanted to observe the original principle of this gun more closely. What appealed to him was the gun's part as the Tree of Life. Because, he seems to have a real Spear of Destiny, a God-killing spear that really stabbed the Son of God. Moreover, number 2 wanted to have him come. Isn't that guy showing no mercy to himself? Number 2 is Lu Yuan. The difference between the two Lu Yuan is only a few seconds, which means that OAA and DC God chose Lu Yuan for 1 second, and then Lu Yuan for the next second was selected by other supremes. They have also served as apostles, but their level is much higher than the apostles in this world. Their superiors are supreme, the existence of Almighty Universe level. What are you going to do? Suddenly, Misato Katsuragi's shocked roar came from behind. It turned out that she hadn't left yet, but after she had reacted, she chased in, still holding the useless gun pointing to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan glanced at it, and in the blink of an eye, Katsuragi Miri suddenly found that the gun in her hand had turned into a banana. She was stunned, not sure what the reason was. To put it simply, it is alter reality. Besides, don't forget Lu Yuan and the full set of infinite gems including reality gem. Although it is difficult to exert power in other worlds due to the difference in law, if it is in his body, with his current state, he can already ignore this influence. Lu Yuan ignored Katsuragi Miri, and finally raised his hand to take the Spear of Destiny, fake, in front of him. The incomparably huge bright red spear seemed as light as a feather in his hand, and it looked like an ordinary person was holding up a building and fiddling with it, creating an amazing visual effect. Katsuragi Miri also twitched in the corners of her eyes. When they moved the gun, it was a waste of manpower and material resources. As a result, it was so easy to pick it up in his hands. Lu Yuan didn't feel it himself, not to mention a building, the whole earth. He could also use it as a ball to play. Holding the Spear of Destiny in his hand, Lu Yuan glanced at it casually, already knowing it. This is indeed what the Tree of Life has become. As for why the Spear of Destiny poses a fatal threat to the Apostles, it can even ignore the defense of At's position. Nonsense, the fruit of life eaten by the Apostles came from the Tree of Life. Originally, the power of the Apostles came from the Tree of Life. This is the source. So this gun definitely has the most direct restraint on the Apostles. Katsuragi Miri finally calmed down at this time, and even the last force was gone. She did not have the confidence to continue to stop Lu Yuan. And she also saw that Lu Yuan didn't have the idea of triggering the third shock. He was just watching intently. After observing Lilith, he was observing the Spear of Destiny. What do you want to do? Katsuragi Miri came to Lu Yuan's side and asked her question again. She was full of doubts about Lu Yuan, and she wanted to know what his plans were. She had thought that her question would not be answered. But Lu Yuan replied, I want to turn the Spear of Destiny into a real weapon, not the Tree of Life that some people dream of. This winter break is the greatest threat to the Apostles, so I don't show it here. Isn't it too wasteful to use it? With that said, in front of Katsuragi Miri, the Spear of Fate, Fake, in his hand suddenly split into three, changing Zhao Qianhao into three identical spears. Katsuragi Miri opened her mouth wide and stared at all this in a stunned manner. How did this happen? Since Lu Yuan already understood what happened to the long spear in his hand, he just made two identical ones. It was as simple as that. However, why are there two spear heads? Is this still called a gun? Isn't this a fork? Lu Yuan complained, just looking at the tip of the spear at the front end, and transformed it with his eyes. He was also confused. Didn't he know that this was the original Tree of Life, not to mention two spear heads, as the roots of the tree? Wouldn't it be normal to have hundreds of roots? But now that Lu Yuan has decided to make the Spear of Destiny a true god-killing spear, with his transformation, not only has its role as the Tree of Life been erased, but the spearhead at the front end is finally wrapped around and integrated into one. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Katsuragi Misato was already stupid. What surprised Katsuragi Miri even more was still behind. Lu Yuan not only completely transformed the Tree of Life into a god-killing spear, but also put them all away with a wave of his hand, not knowing where they went. Those are three giants as tall as a building, almost the same height as the 80-meter-high number 1 aircraft. Just gone? Katsuragi Miri looked at Lu Yuan foolishly. To be honest, she only came into contact with some truths until today, and only had a little understanding of Lu Yuan. His various means are displayed, and he is indeed worthy of being a god. If Lu Yuan knew what Katsuragi Miri was thinking, he would not be able to laugh or cry for a while. His stronger methods were not recognized, and it was as simple as that, to put away the items in front of him in his personal space. But was he recognized as a god? Those who have passed through are all gods. As long as there is a system, isn't personal space a standard ability? Even the original reincarnation team has it. Then, Lu Yuan looked at Lilith again, waving his hand to put away the white giant on the cross. Katsuragi Miri was startled, and quickly asked, What are you doing? If you take her away, the apostles will lose their goals. If they are allowed to run wild on the world, 783 will be killed and injured countless times. She didn't hide it anymore. Misato Katsuragi from the New World Department also had the authority to enter the final dogma, so she knew that Lilith was locked here. And she knew even more that they used Lilith as bait to fish the apostles to this fortress. If Lu Yuan took Lilith, would the apostles still come here to court death? Definitely not. The apostle does not have too much wisdom, but he is not a fool. A city without a purpose is meaningless and no different from any other city, so why not go somewhere else? At that time, even a professional NERV will not be able to deal with the sudden attack of the apostles. Lu Yuan smiled. I definitely know what the goal of the apostle is, but the existence of NERV is meaningless. Next, my apostle will defeat all the other apostles. So he's going to take the bait. Katsuragi Misato showed a puzzled expression. Lu Yuan didn't explain, looked at the latter deeply, and suddenly said with emotion, if the world doesn't have these messy things, and your tragedy can be rewritten, this world is just a normal ordinary world, what will you do? Katsuragi Miri fell into deep thought, and finally gave her most recognized answer, I will find a job to go to work, and then have a few romances before getting married. Simple ordinary life. Lu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile, it seems that Kaji Ryoji is not your marriage candidate. Katsuragi Miri blushed, how did he know? But there is a reason for this. Katsuragi Miri saw his father's temperament in Kaji Ryoji. This is the reason why they are together, and the reason why they broke up. From a certain day, Katsuragi Misato was suddenly shocked to find that she actually replaced her boyfriend as a father, but just wanted to get the missing fatherly love from her boyfriend. She fled in panic. Maybe blessing Ryoji is really not a good match for her. Definitely this has nothing to do with Lu Yuan, he just made a casual comment. Maybe when everything is over, I will fulfill your little wish, Lu Yuan said, raised his hand to open the door of the mirror world in front of him, and walked in. And after Lu Yuan left, the dogma was finally empty. After Katsuragi Miri looked around, she shook her head with a wry smile. Even she has already realized in her heart that the existence of NERV will become meaningless. NERV is an organization specially responsible for confronting the apostles, but after Lu Yuan made such a fuss, they almost lost their only responsibility. What will happen next, even she can't imagine. And Katsuragi Misato found that she suddenly became expectant. When a god stepped in, and that god was in charge of the apostles, what was there to worry about? Not to mention Lu Yuan's promise. A life like that? Can the world go back to the past? Misato Katsuragi muttered to herself. Then she shook her head vigorously and walked outside. She's going to report what's happening here and what she's seeing. On the other hand, after Lu Yuan returned to the mirror world, he saw that the trio were still obedient, and had already started combat training with their respective mirror images throughout the huge city. Maybe they were not obedient, but Lu Yuan set it up. After they took an hour off to introduce the situation here, they sent their mirror images to pursue them. They also have to fight. Lu Yuan's mind moved to find Akari Yui. She was on the edge of a square, nervously watching the battle between Akari Shinji and the mirror image. She was surprised to find that her originally thought introverted and weak son, at the moment, had a fierce battle with another strong self. And their fights are quite different, not random fights, but with moves and routines, and it seems that every punch and every kick looks like that. This is a fighting technique that condenses several worlds. Lu Yuan came over and sat down on a bench beside Akari Wei. But Akari Wei kept standing there nervously. She didn't even have the mind to sit down. She didn't even notice Lu Yuan coming. Lu Yuan coughed deliberately, which caught Akari Wei's attention. I went to NERV headquarters and had a face-to-face talk with your husband, and he asked me to tell you that he wants to meet you, Lu Yuan said of Ding Yuan's humble request. Lu Yuan is very trustworthy. He said that if Ding Yuan asked himself, he would help. Since Akari Yuando has done it, he will also bring the words to him. Akari Wei was stunned for a moment, and then said without looking back, I see, you can arrange the time. Oh, it's so easy to forgive him. Lu Yuan was curious. He still remembered that this supposedly gentle woman had yelled at the old guy for revenge before. Akari Yu gave a wry smile. We should meet, no matter what. And I have to ask him why he treats my son like this. Doesn't he think of Shinji as his child? Maybe Akari Yui's voice was a little louder, and Akari Shinji, who was not far away, was a little distracted, and he was punched in the face by his own mirror image. These mirror images created by Lu Yuan have no thoughts and consciousness of their own. They are more like robots that have been set up to act, and they have no soul, so the mirror images can naturally concentrate, and he is not a child of Akari. Akari Yui became nervous, but was surprised to find that Shinji Akari wiped his face and threw himself back into training. Lu Yuan nodded secretly. The training since this time has been very effective. In the intense battle training, time passed quickly. Finally, the 1-hour training session is over. When the mirror image finally stopped, Akari Shinji took a long roar tone, and then came to Lu Yuan and Akari Yui with scars all over his body. Yui Akari was heartbroken, so he hurried to check the situation of Shinji Akari. Although Akari Shinji's overall strength has long since changed, as his strength, speed, and physical fitness have improved, the mirror image he faces is equally powerful. Lu Yuan created a mirror image based on the current situation of the trio, and naturally it was their current state. And in battle, even if it is blocked, the surface skin will be injured by the force. This is inevitable. It can only reduce the damage, but it cannot be ignored. After a while, Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuk also came from the other two directions, and they also had blue noses and swollen faces. Different from the initial unbearable, now they have ignored this pain, and they have gathered together on the way, and exchanged their experiences today. I found that today's mirror image is not too difficult to deal with. I can block almost every attack, and I can even dodge and counterattack without taking any damage. Toji Suzuhara happily said of his discovery, you said that we are isn't it stronger? Aida Kansuk sighed. Actually, it's the same as usual, except that today's training time is only 1 hour. If it is 3 hours as usual, we will still be beaten badly. Master Mingming said that the mirror image and we will meet. It's the same thing, but why can't we just beat it? Toji Suzuhara was speechless. When the two came over and gathered with everyone in the mirror world gathered. Lu Yuan smiled and looked at the miserable condition of the disciples, waved his hands and sprinkled a rain of light, which healed their injuries. Akari Yu was amazed at the sight, and the worries and complaints in his heart also dissipated. Originally, she wanted to accuse Lu Yuan of abusing her son like this. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. Come here, it's time to enter the next level 1. The trio came to Lu Yuan with blank expressions. Next stage. Lu Yuan didn't confuse them for too long. With a flick of his wrist, 3 red apple-like fruits appeared on his right hand. Akari Yu's heart moved. That's. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yuan nodded and said, yes, this is the fruit of life. It is also the source of the apostle's strength. Akari Yui was shocked and showed a stunned expression on the spot. Instead, the trio looked at each other, not so surprised. Because Lu Yuan actually said it in advance, it also made them mentally prepared. Starting from the next apostle, it's time for you to officially debut. So it's time for you to eat the fruit of life, improve your life form, and let your position work, Lu Yuan said. Holding the 3A fruit was handed to the 3 of them. The trio was spontaneous, and one person took one in his hand. Lu Yuan suddenly jokingly said, "What? No one wants to take one more." The trio looked at each other. "Can I eat 2 of this thing?" Toji Suzuhara looked at the red apple in his hand thoughtfully. Lu Yuan was speechless. Aida Kansuk subconsciously pushed the frame, but the lens of the glasses was actually gone. After Lu Yuan repaired it for him, it was broken again one day, and he doesn't need glasses anymore. It's just that the kid said he was used to it, so he still wore a frame. "The main reason is that we can't beat you," Aida Kansuk muttered. "To tell the truth, it's up to Lu Yuan how to allocate it. After all, they can't beat you." Akari Shinji had another idea. "Isn't this just one person per person? Lu Yuan has a black line. They really deserve to be a trio of idiots. If they were someone else, they might be really greedy." "Forget it, that's it." Lu Yuan stopped teasing them, and ordered, "During this period of training, the strengthening physique I gave you at the beginning has already worked. You have already surpassed the scope of human beings, and now you only need to eat. If you have the fruit of life, your life level will be equal to that of an apostle. But don't worry about your attitude changing. In fact, apart from the fact that your strength has reached the level of apostles, or you will definitely surpass the apostles, but you are still human in nature, and you can marry and have children in the future, even your descendants inherit your power. Then, I will help your partner to have a long life. But in order to prevent your family from being too big, it may lead to a change in mentality, such as wanting to conquer the world or dominate the world or something. I said 3 generations later, the descendants will no longer have great power, and even each of you will not have more than 10 descendants at most." Lu Yuan thought about a lot of details. When the power of a family is too strong, when a person has the power to destroy the world, he is worried that it will deteriorate. Isn't it true that being rich is only 3 generations old? So Lu Yuan also left the settings. First of all, the direct descendants of the trio will not exceed 10 at most, that is to say, even if they live as long as Tiankai, they can only have 10 children. Then these 10 children can only have 10 children at most each. When the family reaches the 3rd generation, the transcendental power gradually disappears. In other words, there can only be less than 500 Superman classes in this world at most. Then it shouldn't be a big deal. Lu Yuan could have been more thorough, but he couldn't let the trio die alone in the future, could he? In that case, good people will also become bad. "Master, now we don't have to do the previous training, right?" Toji Suzuhara was only full of expectations for this point. They should enter the next level 1 training, right? For example, training at stance or something. As a result, Lu Yuan asked with a puzzled face, "Have you ever played your own mirror image?" The trio shook their heads. "Then why don't you use it?" Lu Yuan continued to ask, "You can't beat your own mirror again. Let's talk about it after you've beaten it." The trio suddenly looked bitter. "Are you going to continue to be beaten?" Lu Yuan smiled and looked at the bitter faces of the 3, but he was very happy. "Okay, eat quickly, there are still gifts for you." Lu Yuan urged the trio to quickly eat the fruit of life, while taking out 3 huge amounts of spears. It was the 3 god-killing spears that had been transformed by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan modified the original meaning of the Tree of Life, and now there are only threats against the apostles. The apostle is as powerful as a god to humans, and there is nothing wrong with calling it a god-killing spear. It's just that the trio looked up at the 3 buildings with the same weapons, all with their mouths wide open and their faces stunned. Even if they knew that the apostles they were going to face were huge, but let them use this? The visual impact is too great. At first, the trio was also troubled by Lu Yuan asking them to fight with such a big god-killing spear. However, after they finished eating the fruit of life in their hands, a tremendous force emerged, and their life level suddenly increased to the apostle level. Even because they were originally part of the Li Lin with the fruit of wisdom, they have surpassed the rank of apostles. Coupled with the fact that Lu Yuan had strengthened them for them at the beginning, if they all add up, everyone's strength and speed are far beyond the apostles. Then they discovered that their at the moment's power could not only lift the god-killing spear with ease, but also use it like an arm command. But it still seems too exaggerated. It's like an ant wielding a human spear. Akari Wei looked at all this blankly, but 783 was not surprised. After all, she used to specialize in these things, and she knew too much what the fruit of life represented. It's just that she was also a little surprised that these 3 children could still maintain their original life posture after eating the fruit of life with such weak physical fitness as human beings. How could she know how much Lu Yuan gave them to strengthen? Each of them was equivalent to the motherland, and even stronger. They are no longer in the category of human beings. Okay, now it's time to teach you how to use the at stance. Lu Yuan and the other 3 groups familiarized themselves with the god-killing spear, and then recruited Roar and the others to come over. Hey, didn't you say that today's training is only 1 hour? Toji Suzuhara shouted. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile. Yeah, I mean combat training. Now it's at stance training, it's different. The trio stared at Lu Yuan in stunned shock. Is this okay? It's too shameless. Lu Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and pointed at the 3 of them. You stand there and don't move, I'll give you a blessing. Recalling the original thunderbolt, the trio hurriedly ran over. Really, who am I for? If I did it myself, I could kill all the apostles now, Lu Yuan also complained. If I had known today, he shouldn't have appeared as a god in the first place, and it would have been too cheap if he took action himself. Dealing with other people's apostles in the name of God is like negotiating between two companies. They only send a sweeping ant, but the boss on your side goes into battle in person. The problem is that your company is bigger, isn't it a shame? King to generals, soldiers to pawns. Lu Yuan is still very particular about this. The trio didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, for fear that the master would be really angry and take them out. Talking about the training of the at position is also very simple. Lu Yuan shared his experience of observing the at position at the beginning, and quickly let the trio expand their absolute fields. Ordinary people also have an absolute domain, also known as the wall of the heart, but the power of human beings is too weak, so they cannot take the initiative to launch an effective defense. And at's position is actually related to willpower. Except for autistic children, strong willpower can also affect the strength of the absolute field. And the absolute field can not only defend, but also attack, Lu Yuan said while raising his hand to release an octagonal transparent stance was formed, and a large area was instantly dissolved in a nearby building. There is no ability to dissolve in the absolute field, it is directly punching out a hole with a powerful force. This power known as the absolute field, unless it encounters the same absolute field, as long as there is no stronger power, it is the real absolute field and cannot be violated. Why are human weapons ineffective against the apostles? Just because of that. Even the N2 mine, which is second only to the nuclear bomb, can't really hurt the fourth apostle. I believe that even if the nuclear bomb is really used, the apostle will still be helpless. Once the trio has mastered this power, they can really walk sideways in the world. At the same time, the at position can also exempt you from gravity, that is, the gravitational magnetic field. It even allows you to survive in outer space, even diving into the seabed, ignoring the pressure of the sea, and even being thrown into the sun to survive. Plus serving on the fruit of life gives you constant power, and you can live even if you don't eat or drink. You are already immortal, Lu Yuan told the trio of all the benefits. To put it bluntly, they are already equivalent to godlike existences. Such a level, if placed in Marvel, it would be comparable to Odin's level. After all, Odin's normal state is level Godfather 0. Next, Lu Yuan continued to teach the trio of experience, and in order to allow them to grasp the power of the absolute realm faster, he did not hesitate to summon their mirror images again, so that they would be attacked by the mirror images against the absolute realm. In the face of Lu Yuan's cheeky disbelief, the trio no longer protested, because the mirror image's attack also prevented them from opening their mouths. If they were distracted a little, the barrier of the absolute realm would be shaken. Lu Yuan looked at it with peace of mind. He smiled and didn't admit that it was also a combat training. He was a god who kept his promise. He said that the combat training was only 1 hour, and that was 1 hour. As for this, does a mirror image's unilateral attack count as a battle? Isn't this beating training? So it's different. Akari, who had been watching silently, shook her head with a black line. Then she silently tried the method taught by Lu Yuan to the trio in her heart. She was surprised to find that she had also activated the absolute field. What's going on? Akari was surprised roar. She just tried it when she was bored, but she didn't expect it to work. Lu Yuan glanced at it casually, and said, that's how it is. I also gave you a fruit of life at that time. After all, you also know that your body is a whole #1 machine, just to maintain daily life. You'd have to eat far more food than an elephant, and the amount of energy you can extract is very limited. So I gave a life 2.0 fruit. Akari Yu started to sweat coldly, his heart moved, and he asked subconsciously, how many fruits of life do you have? The old lineage only created 17 apostles in total, and even if Adam and Lilith were added, it was only 19 lessons, and even Li Lin could not get one. Even in the New World system, there are definitely no more than 20 fruits of life, and there may even be less than 15. This is too easy, right? As a result, Akari Wei saw that a red apple-like fruit of life appeared out of thin air in Lu Yuan's hand. He also picked it up and took a bite in his mouth. He really ate it like an ordinary apple, and said casually, how much? After I got the 4th apostle's fruit of life, I figured out the principle of this thing. Countless numbers can be created. This. Akari Wei was completely speechless, facing Lu Yuan's so-called can create countless statement. She shook her head with a wry smile. Seal is still thinking about the human completion plan. The biggest problem is how to reactivate the tree of life and the fruit of life after defeating all the apostles, and then through the method of rebirth, rebuild, from Lilith, gain the same power as an apostle. Coupled with the fruit of wisdom, the reborn Li Lin may really have a chance to become a god. The results of it. The fruit of life that Seal is most worried about, the god in front of him simply eats and plays like an apple. Akari covered his face with his hands. What the hell are humans doing? Maybe in the eyes of God, the so-called completion plan of human beings and these messy things are all jokes, right? You can see that after he went out for a turn, he directly gave the so-called god-killing gun to the trio. That's a god-killing gun. He's not afraid that the children will give him a cold heart? This must be because human beings think too much, and the so-called god-killing spear is completely meaningless to gods. The god-killing spear is just a weapon, and how effective it can really be depends on the user's ability. If you can't even get close to God, the so-called god-killing spear is just an ornament. Just like nuclear bombs, everyone knows the power and threat of nuclear bombs, but nuclear bombs cannot be used. There are not only 2 words, but only nuclear bombs. Definitely the deterrent effect of this thing is more meaningful than the actual effect. It is precisely because of the existence of nuclear weapons that various countries are afraid of each other, and it also prevents the world from easily having large-scale wars. It's just that some countries that have always been like jokers don't understand this. They think that the 5 major countries can't clean them up without nuclear bombs? These idiots, the nuclear bomb exists to protect them, and the 5 major countries want to pinch them to death is actually like playing. Definitely, if we go on, it will involve the real world. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Back to the front. Akari Yui calmed down, really worried that she might faint at any time and be frightened. Sighing with a wry smile, Akari said to Lu Yuan, I said before that it was up to you to arrange, but now I want to go out and get some air. Why don't you let me meet that old guy from my family now? She just wants to go out to catch her breath now, or she will go crazy sooner or later with this Lord God. Mom. Akari Shinji looked over, looking a little worried. Akari shook his head without waiting for him to speak, and said, Shinji, I can't take you with me this time, not only because you have a training mission to complete now, but most importantly, if I get into a fight with your father, you help who? Akari Shinji's absolute domain shook for a while and almost collapsed, looking at his mother with a dull expression. Lu Yuan also wiped his forehead and wiped away the cold sweat that didn't exist. He used to be a gentle person, but now he opened his mouth and closed his mouth to reveal all his resentment. However, Akari Shinji still honestly stayed. He was really worried that if his parents really got into a fight, he really wouldn't be able to fight in the middle. Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kansuk could not help but show strange expressions. This mother of Akari Shinji seems to be a little interesting. As a result, taking advantage of the moment when the 2 of them were distracted, their mirror images suddenly increased the power of the attack, breaking a hole in the absolute realm with a click and hitting them even more. The 2 shouted, It's not fair, Shinji's set position just now is more unstable, why hasn't his mirror image been broken? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, there are so many children, don't allow elders to be biased. Toji Suzuhara and Kansuk Aida were speechless, and he shamelessly admitted that he was unfair, which made them unable to do anything. What else can I do? Fight with him? The key is to beat it. The mirror images that Master made are enough to clean up them. If he met Master in person, he would definitely be happy to clean up the 3 of them. Lu Yuan ignored the trio, and since Akari asked to do so, he had no objection. So after locating Ding Yuandu's office, Lu Yuan opened the door to the mirror world. As soon as he came out, Lu Yuan saw that there was one more person in the office besides Akari Yuando and Dongyu Jingjao. It is the blessing of good governance. Kaji Ryoji made an early appearance in the New World system, and he still had a handcuff locked on his right hand at night, and a suitcase was attached to the other side. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, he stretched out his hand and took out the contents of the suitcase. It was an embryo similar to a living fossil, with only a human head file size. At the moment Lu Yuan held it in his hands, his eyes fixed on this thing. In fact, he is Adam. Originally, he should be a giant of light, at least as much as Lilith. After all, apostles and humans were born from them. But for some reason, Adam has now degenerated into an embryo. Perhaps it was because all energy was consumed after the second shock was triggered, and before the energy was replenished, he was captured by humans. Kaji Ryoji was taken aback and looked down at the intact box in his hand in disbelief. How is this done? He may not know Lu Yuan's strength yet, or he may have only heard about it. The other 2, Akari Yuando and Dongyu Jingjao, didn't explain it to him, because their eyes were already focused on the other person, Akari Wei, who came out with Lu Yuan. She finally came, to meet Akari Yuando another 783 times. Akari Yuando stood up excitedly and looked at Akari Wei, who was opposite. This is the only purpose he has been thinking about in his heart, and has been fighting hard for it so far. But when he saw Akari again, he didn't know what to say for a while. Akari only glanced at Akari Yuando, and first nodded to Dongyu Jingjao, long time no see, Dongyu teacher. Dongyu Jingjao was her teacher, who taught her in college. Dongyu Jingjao was also very excited. Wei. Akari only glanced at Dongyu Jingjao strangely. Although they were teachers and students, they should not have been so intimate. Before Dongyu Jingjao said anything, he was interrupted by Ding Yuando. Wei, long time no see. Akari Yuando is the one who is qualified to bear the name of Roar's wife. As a result, Akari Wei's anger came up. Glaring at Akari Yuando, Akari Wei asked, Do you remember me? Do you remember that I am your wife? Akari Yuando felt inexplicable, but he guessed it right away. He knew where his wife's grievance came from, so he could only say with a wry smile, This is what I deserved. I thought from the beginning, if I meet you again, you will definitely complain. Complain that I didn't take good care of Shinji. You still know. Akari gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. Akari Yuando finally got his wish, and he met his beloved wife Akari Wei again. It's just that Yui Akari was angry because she already knew what happened. After her death, Akari Yuando abandoned Akari Shinji and did not contact him for 10 years. The only contact was for Akari Shinji to come to this city, for him to drive the #1 aircraft, which only he could stand, to fight the most dangerous battle with the apostles. How can Akari not be angry? How not to resent? The key is that Yui Akari also knew about her husband's infidelity. I won't say anything about you and the mother and daughter of the Akaga family, and I'm too lazy to care. After all, I've been dead for 10 years. Even if you marry another wife, I shouldn't say anything. But what about Shinji? You can really be so cruel? Why didn't I see it in the first place? Akari Wei fiercely accused Akari Yuan-do of being wrong. Akari Yuan-do could only smile bitterly. He did not explain, because Akari Wei was right. He was indeed not a qualified husband, let alone a competent father. In the end, it was Tuyu Jingjao who spoke up. After looking at Blessing Ryoji, he thought about it and explained to Akari Yui, "You misunderstood, Yui. You must know that in order to see you again, he had to fight against Seal behind his back. In order for the human completion plan to be implemented according to his own ideas, many things are necessary and compelled. Seal is the largest organization behind the scenes, and it is also the direct boss of NERV. At the same time, Seal is the real implementer of the human completion plan. They are the biggest threat." Akari Yuan-do also had to speak, and said, "The reason why I pushed the child away, even abandoned him, and ignored him, was not only to cover up Shinji's importance and protect him from Seal's attention, but also because of the fact that he was not targeted by Seal again. Seeing you, I know I'll take advantage of this kid one day. If only I could make it easier for him to resent me." Akari Yuan-do actually knew the importance of Akari Shinji from the very beginning. He abandoned Akari Shinji, and he did not mean to protect him. Otherwise, once Seal knows that Akari Shinji will be the only pilot of the first machine, and Seal has taken the first machine as the most important part of the human completion plan from the beginning, it is impossible not to pay attention to Akari Shinji. What's more, Akari Yuan-do had already made up his mind from the beginning that if he wanted to complete his plan, he had to use his son. Akari Yuan-do has always been a person full of controversy and contradictions. He once abandoned his son Akari Shinji, ignored him for 10 years, and then used his son to achieve his own plan. But he would also say to Akari Shinji with a special meaning, "People grow up by their own strength. Only children can rely on their parents. Learn to be self-reliant, Shinji." Maybe he wanted to say something in front of Yui Akari's tombstone? Akari Yuan-do even betrayed his wife, and he had to use that method to make Akage's mother and daughter loyal to him. He even used the first-generation Aonami to drive the useless Naoko Akage, the mother of Ritsuko Akage, to madness in the old lineage. He was ruthless and infatuated, and everything he did was just to see his wife again. Akari Yui was still moved. Because even if Akari Yuan-do is sorry for everyone in the world, she is the only one who is worthy of her. Maybe 3,000 weak waters only take one scoop, and for one person to be the enemy of the whole world, is that what they say? Even Lu Yuan shrugged, holding Adam's embryo in one hand, and turned back to the mirror world. Kaji Ryoji, who was behind him, was still dazed, and he didn't have time to stop him. At the moment, he could only look at the place where Lu Yuan disappeared. He looked at Akari Yuan-do and his wife at a loss. After thinking about it, he had to leave with a wry smile. Not to mention the NERV side. On Lu Yuan's side, after returning to the mirror world, he did not rush back to join the trio, but came to the underground of NERV. The mirror world is exactly the same as the main world, except that life needs to be brought in by Lu Yuan. All the buildings here are exactly the same as the outside. So the NERV here is the same as the headquarters outside. Moreover, the Lilith that Lu Yuan taken away before was actually the final dogma that he brought into the mirror world. At this time, Lu Yuan came to the final dogma of the mirror world again, opened the door, and came to Lilith. As Lu Yuan raised Adam's embryo in his hand and approached Lilith, even Lilith, who had no mental awareness, gave birth to a testimonial. Lilith moved slowly, about to break free of the nails in her hands. Lu Yuan glanced at it subconsciously, and with just one glance, the latter became quiet again, and even if she noticed it carefully, she would tremble a bit and be frightened. Lu Yuan snorted softly, then took Adam's embryo and walked to Lilith, bringing the two together. OM. A shock came, and the third shock was about to happen. Lu Yuan frowned and snorted softly, courting death. The third shock ended quietly before it unfolded, and it didn't even pass to the outside. With Lu Yuan's strong suppression, Lilith and Adam, who only had embryos, fell into complete silence. And Lu Yuan started to fiddle with it. Since the apostles and human beings all came from Adam and Lilith, in other words, before the fruits of wisdom and life were obtained, the apostles and humans already existed. In fact, it should be thought that Adam and Lilith first gave birth to the apostles, and then the apostles became their current form by obtaining the fruit of life. And because Li Lin got the fruit of wisdom, and without a strong enough at position, he couldn't maintain a unified shape, so he differentiated into an individual for all human beings. In other words, even if there is no fruit of life and fruit of wisdom, the meaning of life originally came from the two original giants of light in front of him. Don't look at Adam is just an embryo, Zhao Qinhao, if there is no seal and restriction of human beings, his true face is a giant. Or in other words, except for the copy of Lilith's legs from the first machine, all other Evas are Adam's copy class. Maybe the reason he only has one embryo left is because the huge amounts of his body have been broken down by humans? The poor father of life is completely used by his own children as a tool. A thoughtful expression appeared on Lu Yuan's face. His own universe was in the construction phase, and when everything was in place, it was time for the creation of life. A universe without life is incomplete and lonely. Can't let his universe become a sanctuary for the DC universe? Up to now, in Lu Yuan's universe, there are only the civilized races of the City Ine bottle rescued from Brainiac. This is not enough. So Lu Yuan at the moment is observing the beginning of the creation of life. Adam and Lilith's strength is not very good, at least in Lu Yuan's eyes. Even if they are in their prime, they are still at the level of being slapped to death. Not to mention the difference in the level of life between the two sides. Perhaps the only thing that Lu Yuan is inferior to them is age. In front of them, Lu Yuan's lifespan of more than 100,000 years is not worth mentioning at all, but this proves Lu Yuan's excellence. It only takes 100,000 years to become a supreme being. Is it unprecedented? Perhaps. Not counting the words of his brothers and sisters. But there is one thing Lu Yuan is very interested in, that is the power of Adam and Lilith to create life. It is no exaggeration to say that the apostles and human beings in this world all come from Adam and Lilith, who created all life on the earth in this world. They are the source of life. Life in the universe should maintain diversity, and since I want to help my wives become the creator gods, and let them become creators, I have to give them all, Lu Yuan muttered to himself. His almighty universe is all built by his wives, so that they can become goddesses of creation in this way. And considering the diversity of the universe, since there are ready-made references, why not study it? So Lu Yuan started. He first cultivated Adam from the embryo, and turned 783 eyes to make Adam reincarnate into a huge amount of light giant. Then he watched a show that is not suitable for children. No one knew that a new apostle was born. There is no major shock event, and there is no fruit of life or fruit of wisdom. The newly born apostle is extremely weak. Lu Yuan didn't mind either. He waved his hand back in time, and thoughtfully let Adam and Lilith combine again. This time, other lives were born. In fact, the real magic of Adam and Lilith is that the water of life flows in their bodies. As the origin of life, there must be no other life before them. Everything is born from them. So that's the case. Lu Yuan seemed to have finally figured it out, with a cloud of blood in his hand. Unlike orange juice, the water of life in his hands is closer to the color of blood. That is the water of life, and if you sprinkle it on the universe, the whole universe will come alive. Even the most desolate planet will be revived, and the creatures will evolve from scratch, from plants to animals, from the original protein cell to a whole human or humanoid. Definitely, that requires a huge amount of water of life. It's just that this is not a problem for Lu Yuan, who can create things out of thin air and distort reality at will to rewrite reality. He only needs to know the principles and laws. In the end, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction, put away the water of life first, and then gave it to his wives after returning home, so that they could get acquainted with it, and use this as a reference to master a method of creating life. Then Lu Yuan looked at Adam and Lilith in front of him again. Oh, what a shame, dead man. He looked at the state of the two giants of light and shouted, covering his face with his hands, as if he didn't make it up before. Then, with a wave of Lu Yuan's hand, Adam turned into an embryonic state again and was held in Lu Yuan's hand. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan said to Lilith again, I will give you the fruit of wisdom and wisdom. Unlike in the Bible, the apostles who ate the fruit of life were all from Lilith, but the Lilin who ate the fruit of wisdom came from Adam. It can also be considered that Lilith has the law of the fruit of life and the tree of life, right? Isn't the end of the human completion planned to be born again from Lilith? So when Lu Yuan's voice fell, Lilith's mask began to fall off, revealing a beautiful face, and her empty eyes began to fluctuate. And she began to subconsciously break free. This time, Lu Yuan didn't stop it, and let Lilith break free from the shackles of the cross, and her legs were missing from below the knees. It should be used as the material for the E-plan, that is, to copy the material of the first machine. At the moment, her legs also grew again. She jumped off the cross with a slight movement, and her body changed rapidly. The original giant of light had no particularly obvious features, but now she has become a woman with an enchanting figure. Lilith came to Lu Yuan. She hadn't mastered the way to speak, but she knew something inexplicably. She slowly knelt down and bowed in front of Lu Yuan. This is a true god, and only people of their level know that he is a true god. Lu Yuan closed his eyes slightly, with Lilith's 80-meter height no lower than the first plane. Her every move would bring hurricanes. Lu Yuan had no choice but to say, let's be a more convenient posture. There was no need for Lilith to understand what it meant. Her body began to shrink rapidly to the file size of an ordinary person according to Lu Yuan's wishes, and she also spontaneously wore a white dress. Lu Yuan waited for Lilith to stand up, handed it forward, and said, here, your husband. In the biblical records, Eve is Adam's wife, and the story of Adam and Eve needless to say. But in Judaism, and in this world of Judaism as a reference, Lilith was Adam's first wife. Even according to the Jewish religion, Lilin is not the child of Adam and Lilith, but the child of Lilith and Satan, and is known as the child of the devil. The reason is that Lilith was originally created by God as the same five-color mud with Adam, and then Lilith escaped from the Garden of Eden because she was dissatisfied with some things, such as Adam being on it. Later Eve was created from Adam's rib, so Eve would obey Adam. And the apostles and humans of this world did come from Adam and Lilith, so Adam was indeed her husband. Lilith hesitated. Even though she had just gained wisdom, she still knew that doing so might trigger a third shock. However, Lu Yuan didn't seem to care, forcibly shoved Adam to her, and said, it's all right, I've erased the so-called shock law, because it's annoying. Just because of this? In short, Lu Yuan seems to have completely eliminated the possibility of a third shock. In this way, even if the apostle meets Adam, there is no more danger of human extinction. Apart from that, the main thing is, You are the ancestors of life, the parents of all the apostles and human beings, but for some reason you ended up like this. Next, I will let Adam also be a human, so that you can get a real life, Lu Yuan said himself. S intention. Although Adam and Lilith is life level, even if they appear in human form, they can't really be ordinary people. But it doesn't matter, Lu Yuan intends to let them taste human life. Definitely not now. Not yet. Next, you have to help me lead the apostles one by one. Now they have other tasks to complete. At the moment Lu Yuan arranged everything. Adam and Lilith are now in his hands, so he has decided the apostles' movements, and the apostle must find him. Before the next attack of the apostles, Lu Yuan was still training the trio. Toji Suzuhara asked more than once, do they still need the previous training? Lu Yuan's answer was clear, only in battle can you adapt to your current strength as soon as possible. After they ate the fruit of life, in addition to getting the stance, their life level was also improved again. Simply put, their strength and speed became stronger. How can there be no need for training? Think beautiful. So the trio could only continue to fight with their own mirrors hard, and the day was divided into two parts, fighting in the morning and being beaten in the afternoon. The intensity and control details of their stance still need to be trained. Don't mention it, it's all tears. Akari Yu has also returned, and after finally meeting with Akari Yuando, he seems very concerned. Should I divorce him? Akari only once approached Lu Yuan to discuss it when Akari Shinji and Mirror Image were training. Lu Yuan felt speechless. Does this have anything to do with him? And didn't you have a good talk? Lu Yuan still remembered that when he left, he saw that the couple had a tendency to abandon their old hatred, and thought they were reconciled. Yui Akari shook his head and said, although he has done a lot for me, this does not hide that he has indeed betrayed me, and that he has ignored Shinji for more than 10 years. After the initial impression, Akari Yu seemed to have reacted. Although Akari Yuando said it was for her, he was indeed acting and planning to meet her. But does that cancel out what he did? And you also said that I will live forever in the future, and he has already become an old man, Akari Wei pouted with disgust. Akari Yui's appearance is still maintained in the state of 10 years ago, not to mention her current situation, even if she is tough with the apostle, it is not false. Maybe she's better than the trio? After all, Yui's body was condensed from the first machine, which was copied from Lilith, plus a complete fruit of life, and a part of the fruit of wisdom as a human being. Even the trio needs to be strengthened for a period of time before they can eat the fruit of life. She was right, it was hard for her to die. On the other hand, Akari Yuando was just an ordinary person, and he would die within a few decades. But Lu Yuan looked at Akari Wei and muttered, why do you always feel like you are plotting against me? Akari Yu looked sideways with some dodging eyes, and muttered, anyway, didn't you say that the fruit of life can be made casually? It turned out to be so. It seems that she is really trying to hit the fruit of life. This is to help Akari Yuando improve the level of life and the time of life. Lu Yuan looked at Akari Wei amusingly, and already saw that her anger was gone. There is no one who knows Ding Yuando better than Ding Wei, maybe even Ding Yuando doesn't know. Ding Wei knew from the beginning that he had no other purpose in approaching him. But as long as Akari Shinji is not involved, Akari Yui is condoned to Akari Yuando. Facts have also proved that Akari Yuando may be sorry to anyone in the world, including his son Akari Shinji. But only worthy of Akari Yui, this is beyond doubt. Poor Shinji Akari, his parents were true love, and he was an accident. Wait until everything is over. Lu Yuan didn't refuse directly, but dragged the topic until everything was over. It was because Lu Yuan had thought that after it was over, he might have to fulfill his wishes for Katsuragi Miri, so what's the harm in having one more thing and one less thing? As for Akari Yuando, in fact, Lu Yuan not only felt that Ding Yuando was not qualified as a father, but also recognized his actions as a husband. Rather, many people may have discovered that, apart from being cynical, Lu Yuan was actually very caring towards Ding Yuando. Not only was he not slapped to death, but he went to find him as soon as he was resurrected. There are various signs that Lu Yuan still recognizes Ding Yuando. After all, he himself is a father and a husband. Akari Yui also knew the importance, and after thanking him, he didn't say any more. In this way, after the defeat of the sixth apostle, it seemed that everything was at peace. There will definitely still be undercurrents in the dark, but Lu Yuan and the others are all hiding in the mirror world, even if someone wants to make trouble. However, there were some people who wanted to kidnap Suzuhara Toji's sister. As a result, all those people disappeared inexplicably just as they were about to approach Sakura Suzuhara. Even the SEAL counselor who sent those people disappeared in the end. That night, all SEAL members were found by Lu Yuan, and a Lu Yuan appeared in front of everyone. I don't trouble you because you are not qualified enough. If you dare to interfere with me again, I will help you complete it now. Lu Yuan's tone was very calm, without the slightest threat. Because he is not guilty of threatening ordinary people, he is just narrating a fact. In front of his super cosmic consciousness, there are no secrets to speak of, if he wishes. And he killed these guys, it was easier than crushing the ants. And, who are we provoking? It is because of this that the world has calmed down, and everyone is silently waiting for the next apostle to come. SEAL also planned to ban NERV, but was stopped by Lu Yuan later. Nonsense, don't you need to clean up the battlefield after you beat the apostles? Can't let him clean up the mess himself? So NERV still needs to exist. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan once said to the SEAL members himself, I support your desire to become gods. Don't think that I am a god and will stop you. I also want to see your family become gods and not die. Woolen cloth. After all, Lu Yuan was once a human being, as well as an earth person, but from the earth in the real world. He does hope that the human beings in this world have a better future. Too bad they didn't live up to it. So, the defeated apostles will still be left to you, and even the fruit of life will be preserved. If you can research something, for example, make progress in biology, or make progress in mechanical technology, can't you let it be? Can human beings become gods in other ways on the premise of maintaining self and individuality? If you have to get some kind of human completion plan, the question is, will humans still be human after re-engineering? Losing the individual's self-consciousness, there is only one Li Lin left, human or human. So NERV was able to survive. Later, the SEAL members also asked Lu Yuan, they plan to add an EVA to make up for the lack of the first machine, which is the second machine. Lu Yuan has no opinion on this. Only then did the SEAL members feel at ease to make arrangements. These things are not listed for the time being. After a period of time, the seventh apostle finally came. The seventh apostle, like the third apostle mentioned earlier, is a new role in the New World system. Unlike the fourth apostle, fifth apostle, and sixth apostle, the third apostle and the seventh apostle never appeared in the old lineage, and can be considered as the original characters of the New World lineage. Especially when the seventh apostle also walked here from the Pacific Ocean, he walked on the sea surface. The seventh apostle looks very weird, because he is like an iron frame walking on the sea, and whenever his sharp feet land on the sea will freeze instantly. He did not come from waiting, but crossed the sea step by step in a way of freezing the sea. The body of the seventh apostle is mainly composed of three parts, two huge amounts of iron pillars on the left and right sides, which act as legs. Then there is a volleying iron pillar in the middle, and on the top is a head similar to a sharp-billed bird, with his core at the neck. 783 The seventh apostle appeared like this. NERV headquarters received the news at the first time, but they didn't do anything about it, just looked at the person who came out today. Lu Yuan, at the moment he was standing in the hall of the headquarters, and there were three people standing behind him. It's not the stupid trio consisting of Akari Shinji, Suzuhara Toji and Aida Kinsuk. Many people may have guessed wrong. The three people are Adam, Lilith, and Akari Yui from left to right. Did not expect it? It turned out that Lu Yuan transformed Adam into a man ahead of time because he thought of it later. Anyway, as long as Adam and Lilith exude their breath to attract the apostles, it has nothing to do with their posture. So, turning him into a human form in advance will also allow him to communicate with Lilith. As for the trio, they had already prepared in advance in front of the city. I saw a group of three guarding a building one by one, and in each of their hands, they were carrying a huge 80-meter bright red spear. They also saw the seventh apostle, and the voice asked through the communicator, Master, do you want to take action now? Lu Yuan hurriedly said, wait a little longer, don't worry, wait until the monitor is in place. Monitor. The trio was puzzled. Lu Yuan agreed, what I sent out is actually a live radio station. Don't forget your mission. I want to broadcast the battle process and pictures to the world. The trio has a black line, so they were waiting for this? The people at NERV didn't say anything, they just looked at all this with a weird look on their faces. A lot of people aren't qualified enough to access the deeper secrets, and they don't know what's going on. Although this person seems to be a god, how did God come here? Even Seal has sent orders, and now it has become Lu Yuanlai's full command. Akari Yuan-do sat on the console without speaking. His eyes were not on the screen, but kept staring at Akari Wei's back. Akari Yui grabbed his shoulders with his hand and felt a little uncomfortable. Katsuragi Misato and Akagaritsuko looked at each other, surprised in their hearts, but at the same time they also understood that today, the world will change. Once it is as Lu Yuan said, the trio will show in front of people all over the world that human beings have the opportunity to reach that height, and everyone's mentality will change. Why did Seal compromise? Why even Seal compromised with Lu Yuan? In fact, if you think about it, there is a lot of depth in it. Ritsuko Akagi, in particular, subconsciously looked back in the direction of Akari Yuan-do, and then looked at Akari Wei, wondering what he felt in his heart. She still went the same way as her mother, but sadly, the main palace has returned. Suddenly she became unimportant. Everyone in NERV watched the seventh apostle on the screen getting closer to the land, silently waiting for Lu Yuan's order. Finally, when Lu Yuan saw that all the equipment was in place and the signal connection was no problem at all, he shouted, "Attack, I will protect you." Because this was the first battle, Lu Yuan even added a layer of protection to the disciples, that is, his only three apostles in this world, called Guardian of Laozi. For a time, 3 golden rings began to appear on the body of the trio. Once they were attacked, they would not be able to break the rings unless they could surpass Lu Yuan's level. It's like a halo effect, except that the ring is not under the feet, but around the waist of the trio. If they're willing to be lazy, they don't even need to think about defense. Definitely they also know that once they do that, the consequences they will face when they go back are obvious. The teacher's anger was even more terrifying than the apostles. The trio who received the order glanced at each other and nodded to each other. Akari Shinji took a deep breath, and clenched the god-killing spear, which was too exaggerated to him, with both hands, and jumped up with a shove of his feet. At stance, fully open. Akari Shinji shouted, and suddenly a layer of translucent at stand was wrapped around his body, which made him escape the gravity directly, and he actually flew like this. Lu Yuan's training is not for Beijiao. He said before that the absolute field can get rid of gravity. With the size of the apostle, it is natural to consider flight's air combat. Toji Suzuhara and Kensuke Aida also acted on the other two sides. The three of them divided into three directions and quickly crossed the sky and went straight to the front of the apostle. The seventh apostle discovered these three little points at the first time, and the reason was that the god-killing spear they held had brought him huge amounts of threats. So the seventh apostle immediately sent out a burst of light and attacked the three of them preemptively. The trio was shocked, and even Shinji Akari faced the apostle's attack with his own body for the first time. But when the seventh apostle's attack beam hit them, the three people's absolute domain didn't even cause ripples, and they rushed through unscathed. Again, Lu Yuan didn't let them be beaten in vain. Their life level has already surpassed the apostles, and after some training, they have a stronger understanding and control of the absolute realm. The most important thing is that the seventh apostle of the New World system can be said to be the weakest apostle. If they can't make it through, what will happen to the 10th apostle, Xiaoli, after that? After discovering that the 7th apostle's attack was completely ineffective, the trio finally settled down to 2.0 and recalled their training in the past. Wu roar, Suzuhara Toji roared excitedly. He had been training for beatings before, and even the battle against Mirror Image ended in failure. Until today, he finally had the opportunity to be majestic. So Suzuhara Toji accelerated, turned into a blurred figure and headed straight for the core of the 7th apostle. At the moment, he had reached the point of supersonic speed, leaving behind a string of sonic booms that broke the sound barrier. Going seems like a fart. Whoosh. Toji Suzuhara was the first to fly in front of the 7th apostle, then he aimed at the core of the 7th apostle, and raised his hand to shoot. Puff. The core of the 7th apostle exploded. Is it that simple? Definitely not. It turns out that this core is fake, although the 7th apostle is not strong, but there is a fake core. The real core is here. Although the 7th apostle is called the weakest apostle, in the new theatrical version in the original book, it became the background of Asuka's debut, and was blown up by the debut Asuka. But the 7th apostle also has his own means, that is, he originally had two cores. The core he first saw was a fake core, and only then did he reveal his true core. It turned out that the core above the head was fake, and the real core was placed under him. I saw that the iron pillar in the middle of the 7th apostle suddenly flipped up and down, the original head fell below, and there was a huge amount of red blood cells on top. Is this his core? Isn't this too big? Toji Suzuhara was taken aback, not to mention by human standards, even by EVA standards, the size of that big ball is not small. This blood cell is enough to easily fit an EVA. And this blood cell is actually not the core, the real core is hidden in the blood cell. Stop talking nonsense, kill him before he can react. Aida Kensuke also flew over, picked up the god-killing spear in his hand, and stabbed forward with a distance of about 80 meters. The god-killing spear is 80 meters long, and even if the number 1 machine is held in the hand, it seems a little too large. It has a height of 0.6 equivalent to the number 1 machine. So Aida Kensuke stabbed even the 7th apostle to let out a scream. The main thing is that the 7th apostle has opened up the at position, which is his absolute domain. But in front of the god-killing spear, even the absolute domain of the apostle level was broken. In the same sentence, the power of the apostles comes from the fruit of life, and the true face of the god-killing spear is the tree of life. This winter break is a jerk to them. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the noble phantasm for apostles. However, although Aida Kensuke successfully pierced the big ball, the 7th apostle was not defeated. The reason was that it was not his core. His core was only one, hidden in huge amounts of blood balls. It looks like that big ball is his head. At this time, Akari Shinji also came here from the other side. The trio had developed a high tacit understanding. After looking at each other, they raised their spears and attacked the 7th apostle together from 3 directions. The 7th apostle deserves to be the weakest apostle. His strange body shape makes it difficult for him to use the power of his body. Unlike the 4th apostle, who at least has a human-like posture, at least he can fight or block with both hands. The 7th apostle couldn't lift his feet either, so he had to spread his at stance all around. But the problem is that the gun of killing gods can ignore the at position, so I saw the blood splashing from the huge blood ball in front of the trio. Although the real core of the core could not be found in a short time, it still beat the 7th apostle. There is no fighting back. The 7th apostle also excited the light wave again, this time with a halo around him. However, the trio's at stance can easily block his attack. For a time, the 7th apostle was in a desperate situation, and people from all over the world were staring at this scene in amazement in front of the live broadcast. Are those 3 children really human? Countless people are asking. But who can explain it to them? The people in NERV headquarters and SEAL also saw this scene. Everyone has only one idea now, is that really the realm that human beings can reach? Can humans really have this kind of divine power? Lu Yuan stood at the NERV headquarters, didn't speak, just looked at the screen with his hands behind his back, with the 7th apostle getting hurt continuously, and the trio's constant attacks. Sooner or later, his core would be broken. This battle is doomed. As predicted, Akari Shinji suddenly shouted, I found the core. Break it for me. As expected of the protagonist, in the end, Shinji Ikari found the core hidden in the huge blood sphere, and stabbed it forward with the god-killing spear. Because the distance was too close, and the god-killing spear was too long, this time Ikari Shinji actually pierced the blood cell. From the other side, after the spear penetrated the seventh apostle, a smaller bright red ball was stuck at the front end of the god-killing spear. Puff. With the core being broken, the entire seventh apostle collapsed. The battle finally ended, ending with a complete victory for the trio. It was just that after the seventh apostle fell, countless blood plasma spewed out from the huge amounts of red blood cells. Fortunately, the battlefield here is at sea, because the sea water has already been dyed red for inexplicable reasons, so it shouldn't be infected much, right? And the seventh apostle's body looks more like steel than living things. It can only be said that the apostles are all unknown beings, because of the relationship between the fruits of life. It is not surprising that they appear in any form. I just don't know if there is still value and gain in research on the seventh apostle. Definitely this has nothing to do with Lu Yuan, and the follow-up work will naturally be done by NERV. This is the potential of human beings. Lu Yuan slowly turned around, swept over everyone present, and said in a low voice, I'm not afraid to tell you, they are Adam and Lilith, you see, even they yearning for human gestures and life. Adam and Lilith exchanged glances, but did not say that they were turned into this by Lu Yuan. As for what they're really thinking, it doesn't look like it's bad right now. Go and explain to the world that the apostles are no longer a threat, the third shock will not happen again, my apostles will protect the world. And so that people don't have to worry about me invading. I don't need anyone's belief, it's enough to live with peace of mind, Lu Yuan said, and took Adam and the others to leave. Ikari Yuando wanted to keep Ikari away, but the latter was definitely not at ease with Shinji Ikari, so he left without looking back. In the same sentence, perhaps in a father's heart, a wife is more important than a child. But in the mother's heart, the child must be more important than the husband. At least in the case of Ikari Wei and Ikari Yuando, this sentence is more appropriate. Therefore, there is still a long way for Ikari Yuando to restore Ikari Wei. Still a mirror world. When Lu Yuan and his party came back, the trio also returned from the door that Lu Yuan opened for them. They were still excitedly discussing the process of this battle, including the first time that Shinji Ikari really faced the apostle and won. Lu Yuan looked at them with a smile. He didn't intend to disturb them until Toji Suzuhara said, Master, what you teach seems meaningless, and the apostles don't know how to fight. Lu Yuan's expression stiffened. He definitely knew that the apostles didn't know how to fight. After all, most of the apostles acted instinctively. The reason why they are trained so much is to make them adapt to the strength and speed of their strengthening as soon as possible. But Lu Yuan certainly couldn't admit it, and shouted, extra time, since you have mastered the position, then use the afternoon time to train actual combat experience. What? Along with the battle scene of the seventh apostle began to spread, and it was broadcast live at that time, the whole world was boiling. Because people discovered that there are 3 people in the world who defeated the apostles in human form. What a discovery this is. People started asking, countries started investigating, and the whole world wanted to know who they were. However, this did not affect several parties, because Toji Suzuhara died, causing the trio to start combat training again. In Lu Yuan's words, they still have a lot of potential that needs to be activated. This is for their own good, not revenge or punishment. Everything outside was left to the people from NERV and SEAL to handle by Lu Yuan. In any case, they were originally powerful, which was just right. Master, when can we go out? Suzuhara Toji asked during the break. He didn't care about school, he was not good at school, don't forget that he also has a sister. Someone who had SEAL before almost kidnapped his sister, who was protected by Lu Yuan. They have been in the mirror world since they defeated the 6th apostle and have now defeated the 7th apostle. It's been a while since then. Lu Yuan also knew what he was thinking, and happily agreed, you can wait until the 8th apostle is finished. Your training will be over by then. Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 of them lit up. Lu Yuan secretly felt amused. You must know that it is not easy to get his training. With Lu Yuan's strength and means, almost all the disciples trained by him are based on gods. If compared to the Asgard gods in Marvel, the trio can already align with Odin, isn't it a god? As a result, these 3 stinky boys still dislike it? Lu Yuan was ignoring his nickname of Guijianshao, which was secretly picked up by his army of 100,000 loyal Superman. Everything else is easy to say, no one is dissatisfied with his order. But the problem is not to mention training. When it comes to Lu Yuan's training, everyone subconsciously fights a cold war. In fact, 1 or 2 can be seen from the training process of the trio, absolutely Spartan style. They were only 14 years old, and it took less than a year, at most a month, to train them to the level of stabbing apostles. In a few more years, they will definitely reach the level single universe level, right? It's a pity they don't yet know how big an opportunity they've missed. As soon as they heard that there was no need to train after the 8th apostle, the trio jumped up and down happily. Hail, hail, hail. Lu Yuan's face turned dark. Hail? Who are you calling Hail? He's at every turn for 100,000 years. Hail? Curse him for a short life, right? The longevity of others is boundless, but here it becomes a premature death. Hail Wool, it's not over yet, keep going, Lu Yuan shouted. The trio is commendable for one thing, that is, they are obedient. Mainly because I can't beat him. Hearing Lu Yuan's shout, He hurriedly re-entered the battle with the mirror image. Speaking of which, Lu Yuan never planned to give them any super ability, nor would he teach them anything other than at stance, whether it was magic, or more advanced technology, or even cosmic law and so on. Because Lu Yuan doesn't want to completely transform the world, not to mention the current strength is enough. Since they resisted like this, then let them go out after fighting the 8th apostle. When the time comes, the outside should be settled, Lu Yuan muttered. He doesn't necessarily know that the outside world will be very chaotic recently, including the people who are familiar with the trio, and they will definitely be full of curiosity, and there may even be people and forces with ulterior motives hidden in them. He wasn't in a hurry to let the trio go out immediately, he just didn't want to get in trouble. In the mundane world of this world, it's fine for human beings to solve it by themselves. With his current status, it is enough to talk to the top people. It is also impossible for him to go out and explain to the world himself, and some things are not clear. There are two people's problems that need to be solved. That's Adam and Lilith. In addition to Lu Yuan and the trio, and Akari Yu, there are two people in the entire mirror world, that is Adam and Lilith. Lu Yuan found them and said, "You should have felt it too. I have retained the strength and life level you once had, except that the posture of life has become human, and I have opened up a sober mind to you. You can call it a god. Isn't it too much? After having the power of God, I have a clear consciousness and normal thinking, and it is not an exaggeration to say that I am a god. But Lu Yuan is also worried about this. I could have erased your existence." Lu Yuan stared straight into the eyes of the two of them, and suddenly said a scary word. Adam and Lilith hurriedly lowered their heads. They have seen Lu Yuan's power, and even their life forms have been changed by Lu Yuan. Killing them will only be easier. But Lu Yuan didn't do that. "I will not kill you. Not only will I not kill you, but I also hope that you can live a normal life and integrate into the human race smoothly. Maybe you are dismissive of the existence of human beings, but in my opinion human life is colorful, even the most ordinary daily life is more interesting than you were before. Also, my 3 disciples have already reached the level of apprenticeship, at least they are enough to defeat all the remaining apostles. Do you know why I have to train them for a while? Just to deal with you. You still retain the power of God. Once I leave this world, I worry that you will bring disaster again. At that time, they will kill you. Let's talk shit up front, don't make me unhappy." In the last sentence, Lu Yuan revealed his true colors. Threaten? It's not a threat at all, it's just one of the most common, Zhaoqianhao, words. He could have killed Adam and Lilith, but it was his mercy that he left them alone. But don't be ignorant. As for why Lu Yuan spared them, after all, these two are the parents of human beings, at least they are the origin of life in this world, all life comes from them, and they have brought Lu Yuan a lot of gains. That's why Lu Yuan made them look like humans. If they were willing to cooperate, it would be fine for them to lead a normal life. I'm just afraid that their hearts will not die, but they still want to become gods, or have new apostles, then I'm sorry. I changed all your life systems, including giving birth to children and no longer being an apostle. You will give birth to human offspring, and you can raise offspring if you want to. That's it, then I will arrange for you to live outside. The above is what Lu Yuan wants to explain to Adam and Lilith. Although the arrangement for Adam and Lilith has been decided, it cannot be done immediately. If nothing else, Adam and Lilith couldn't speak human words smoothly. Literally, they don't say that they master all human languages, that is, they can't speak a single language. For this reason, in the next few days, in addition to continuing to train the trio, Lu Yuan also asked Akari Yu to help him teach Adam and Lilith. They don't have to learn all the languages, just one first and then another. And most importantly, Akari had to build a worldview for Lilith and the others from scratch. Clothes, meals, rides, etc. are all messed up. The most important thing is that you have to pay for other people's things, which is called shopping. If you don't give money, you are robbed. Lu Yuan left all these things to Akari Wei. At the moment his eyes were already looking out of the mirror world. Just yesterday, the second machine was finally delivered. Asuka, who was supposed to show her talents, missed this opportunity, and she was a little overwhelmed by not being able to appear handsomely. The biggest reason is the sudden disappearance of the first machine and the resignation of the third qualified person. Although Asuka is the pilot of the second plane and the second qualified person, this does not allow her to learn too many secrets. As a result, she heard the news that all the 797s of the first and third qualified persons had disappeared. What the hell is going on? Really, that Misato, Asuka began to complain. Because Shinji Akari has been in the mirror world for a long time, and his mother Yui Akari has also returned, Asuka is now living in Katsuragi Misato's house. And they've known each other since before. In addition to the headquarters, NERV has many branches all over the world. Asuka was in other divisions before, and her mother. Like Yui Akari and the first unit, Asuka's mother was inhaled part of her soul for some reason when she was carrying out the development plan for the second unit, which led to her insanity. This left a huge shadow on Asuka's childhood. Because her mother once thought her doll was her daughter, but refused to admit that Asuka was her daughter. Even her mother finally went to a dead end. Then Asuka's father soon remarried. Asuka said that she didn't hate her stepmother, but she could only have one mother. Lu Yuan looked back. Asuka thought that she was not loved by her mother at the last moment, that her mother had forgotten her. In fact, on the contrary, her mother loved her deeply, but Asuka's mother left her love for her daughter in the second machine. This is also the main reason why Asuka later became the pilot of No. 2 aircraft. Her mother has been guarding her silently, but Asuka doesn't know it yet. A few days later, less than a week later, the 8th apostle came. Suddenly, less than a week before the last 7th apostle, the 8th apostle came quietly. And this time, the news is no longer from the sea, but from outer space. Those who first discovered the news thought it was a meteorite. But it was only later identified that it was a blue sign, obviously an apostle. It seems that NERV has a way to identify the apostles, called pattern ripples. As long as it is a blue mark, it is an apostle. What is flying quickly from outer space is an unrecognizable thing, because it is wrapped around the stand, plus the space entanglement caused by its speed, etc. Don't try to detect it until he actually shows up, it's for real. Lu Yuan got the news as soon as possible, and immediately led the 3 disciples to NERV headquarters. When they came here, the people at NERV headquarters were discussing the countermeasures nervously, and now they didn't even know what the other party was, but they knew one thing too well. A meteorite falling on the ground will cause a huge disaster. If the apostle falls directly on the ground, let alone the entire city, even the country will be razed to the ground. Someone warned. Now it is not as simple as a meteorite, but an apostle. Breaking through the atmosphere from outer space and hitting the ground at that speed is definitely an apocalyptic disaster. The dinosaur extinction event that year, and the subsequent ice age, are still considered to be caused by a meteorite. But it can't be denied that if a meteorite does fall to the ground, it will cause huge amounts of disaster. Especially here is an apostle. If he really wants to fall to the ground smoothly, at least the city will be evaporated in one breath. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to decide how to defeat it after waiting for the apostles to come, as before. Before that, you have to figure out how to deal with the apostles in advance, because once the apostles land, it will be too late. Really, why did that guy disappear at the critical moment? Katsuragi Miri muttered. Did the guy you're talking about refer to me? Suddenly, Lu Yuan walked in from outside. Katsuragi Miri's eyes lit up, and then she said stubbornly, how is it possible? I mean blessing Ryoji. In front of outsiders, she took the name Roar. Lu Yuan stepped aside, and Kaji Ryoji behind him looked at Katsuragi Miri with a black line, and he was shot even while lying down. Katsuragi Miri blushed. Okay, I'm here to solve the problem. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Without further investigation, he spontaneously came to NERV's console. Akari Yuan-do did not have any comments. In fact, he should have gone on a business trip recently, such as a trip to the moon. I heard that there seems to be something discovered there. But because of Akari Yui's relationship, he definitely couldn't leave. Coupled with Lu Yuan's influence, even Seal is much more honest. Whatever intrigue Seal had in the first place, or even if they were planning to make a mass-produced machine or something, it's time to stop. The hope and infinite future of human beings are being staged. As long as they are not stupid, they should not think about going back to the factory again, right? What's more, Lilith is now about to integrate into the world in human form, and she may not accept all human beings back into her belly. Lu Yuan came this time with the 3 disciples, and Akari was left in the mirror world to continue to establish a normal worldview for Adam and Lilith. The others were used to Lu Yuan's willful behavior, and were just looking at the trio with curious eyes, especially Shinji Akari. Not long ago, he was an introverted autistic teenager, but the last time he saw him so brave, the change was too great. At this time, a girl who had changed into a red tight battle suit rushed over and shouted, Misato, what's going on? Why do you want me to stand by? Shouldn't I be asked to defeat the apostle? Katsuragi Miri sighed with a headache and said, from now on, it's all up to them. She pointed at Lu Yuan and pushed everything away. Lu Yuan shrugged, we are professionals. What? Asuka seemed a little incomprehensible. She is the pilot of the second plane and the second qualified person, ahead of Akari Shinji as the third qualified person. Only Ayanari is special, she was born here, and she is the first qualified person near the water tower. Lu Yuan did not move the number 0 and number 2 machines. Now there are at least 2 Evas here at the NERV headquarters. But now Lu Yuan directly ignored Eva and their driver, and said to the trio behind him, you have also heard what the consequences will be if the 8th apostle falls to the surface, then don't let him come down, go under the atmosphere, and give him a hard time when he slows down for passing through the atmosphere. The trio looked at each other, and without the slightest doubt about Lu Yuan's words, they immediately turned around and walked outside. Wait a minute, you don't really want to fight the apostles with human power, right? Asuka was on her way to being transported when the 7th apostle attacked last time. That's why she didn't pay attention to the entire battle last time. Later, although she had heard of it, after all, it is better to see it than to believe it, and she still retains a skeptical attitude. This is normal and understandable. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, the apostles are already godlike beings, so how can they be offended by human power? However, when she saw it with her own eyes this time, she shouldn't be able to say anything. On the other side, the 8th apostle has come before the Earth. There are many artificial satellites around the orbit of the Earth in outer space, and there are many defenses that can be regarded as high-tech. For example, at the moment, the swarms of equipment that had been placed here in advance suddenly began to drop bombs. Because outer space is a vacuum and has no gravity, all projected weapons are like parabolas. Everyone knows that human weapons are meaningless to the apostles. And this has only one purpose, and that is to activate the position of the 8th apostle, because the true face of the 8th apostle has not been seen until now with human technological means. The 8th apostle is like a black hole, even the light is distorted, and he can't see his appearance at all. Definitely this is nothing to Lu Yuan. Now only Lu Yuan can see the appearance of the 8th apostle. It's so ugly, Lu Yuan pouted. No wonder the apostles tried their best to get it done. It is estimated that apart from getting the fruit of wisdom, the biggest purpose is plastic surgery, right? The 7th apostle was an iron frame, and if he had been left standing still, he might have thought it was a work of art. The 6th apostle is simply a gem, and the 8th apostle who has arrived now is not much better. From a distance, it looks like a big fluttering moth. It also seems to be some kind of unknown flight object. He has two huge amounts of wing-like things on the left and right sides of his body, and an eye-like thing in the middle, especially when he's huddled together, more like a ball. Lu Yuan didn't tell his findings or remind the disciples, but let the trio decide their own tactics. This is their valuable experience, and it can also make them more mature. NERV people are monitoring all this nervously, and all channels are busy reporting some technical terms of unknown meaning. Asuka also stayed in the command room, standing there with her arms folded, looking at all this with a cold face, and muttering, "Humph, in the end, it's up to Mrs. Ben File Size to come out in person, just wait." Lu Yuan glanced sideways at Asuka, thinking that if Tsundere went too far, only arrogance or coquettishness would remain. These two words together are praise words. If they are separated, they will often become derogatory words. Like arrogance, arrogant, or sick. Shaking his head gently, Lu Yuan didn't care about Asuka's attitude, but only paid attention to the situation of the trio. At the moment, the trio had come to the outside of NERV. On the edge of the three nearby buildings, stood three bright red guns that were more than 80 meters long. The three each walked towards a long gun and picked it up easily, as if they were lifting a building. They looked at each other again, and with their tacit understanding, they didn't need to do any nonsense at all. They rose up a little under their feet, and then opened the octagonal at stance under them to escape the gravity, and then went straight to the sky. Lu Yuan is now in control of the movements of Adam and Lilith, which is equivalent to controlling the destination of the apostles. He only needs to let out Adam's breath, and all the apostles will lock in here and rush to it. If they weren't worried that they would fight first, the apostles might have swarmed together. So don't worry that the 8th apostle will deviate from the track. He is aiming at the location of the third New East, the capital city. Besides, Adam and Lilith can only live here for some time to come. Those who knew their true identities naturally did not dare to let the two ancestors of life who could trigger an impact at any time, or who could give birth to a new apostle at any time, leave at will. Human nature. When the three groups each held a god-killing gun and took off into the air, Asuka, who saw this scene, showed a surprised expression and was shocked. Was it true that what was circulated on the internet before? And not only the monitors at NERV headquarters locked the trio, but also a live broadcast channel for the whole world, which was deliberately arranged by Lu Yuan. He also needs to continue to build momentum for the trio. The more it is like superhero, the more people need support, and the villains don't care about it. So at the moment people all over the world are paying attention to the arrival of the 8th apostle and the war that is about to break out. The speed of the trio is not slow at all. At the moment, they have already reached the level of supersonic speed. There are several regions of the atmosphere where humans live within the troposphere, above which there is the ozone layer, then the stratosphere, the mesosphere, the warm layer, and finally the exosphere. These things can be easily searched, and will not be repeated here. With the current life level of the trio, they could survive even if they went to outer space, so they crossed the previous areas and finally came to the warm layer. The exosphere is actually the outer part of the atmosphere, and the air that has flowed out from the outermost part keeps drifting away. So this layer is the first layer of the atmosphere outside the Earth. And when the 8th apostle broke through the outermost barrier unscathed, when he broke through the barrier of the first layer of the atmosphere, that is, the warm layer, he finally revealed his true colors. At the beginning, the 8th apostle was still huddled together as Lu Yuan complained, like a ball. As the position unfolded, he not only revealed his true colors, but also quickly opened his wings when he felt that there were three beings in front of him exuding high-energy heat energy. The battle is about to break out. The relationship between humans and the apostles is an adversarial relationship that leaves no room for change. This is the relationship even between apostles and apostles. The reason is that in the end, only one person can complete the completion and sublimation, so there is a competitive relationship between humans and apostles, and between apostles and apostles. So when the 8th apostle felt a powerful life energy, he immediately launched an attack. Don't doubt how the trio was discovered from the perspective of an apostle. In fact, each apostle is an unknown life form. The largest is comparable to a planet, and the smallest is a cell. How could a planet find a cell? Doesn't it mean that the cell apostle has won? But it's not that simple. Besides, don't forget that the three of them are also holding a god-killing spear, which is very conspicuous even in the eyes of the apostles. So the 8th apostle was very clear that 797 had indeed attacked the direction of the three. I saw a terrifying light circle spread out around his big eyes, and then unfolded the layers of at positions of file size, which were as many as a dozen layers, shooting from top to bottom like a hydraulic press. He's trying to shoot us to death. Toji Suzuhara pouted in disdain, put away his spear and placed it horizontally behind him, then raised his left hand and propped it up, shouting, "At position, fully open." OM. In human form, Suzuhara Toji suddenly opened an absolute field formed by dozens of layers of octagonal at positions. When the forces of the two sides collided, huge amounts of noise were heard. Since it is already a warm layer in the atmosphere, although the oxygen content in the air is almost gone, it also contains countless harmful substances from outer space. But at least the sound can travel. Aida Kensuke took out his ears, and under the influence of close range, his eardrums were almost shattered. On the other side, Shinji Ikari also shook his head, feeling a buzzing sound in his ears. "Hey, hurry up and work." Suzuhara Toji felt a lot of pressure while holding the eighth apostle. The main reason was that the eighth apostle looked too big, and with such a behemoth on his head, he always felt terrified. Especially when the eighth apostle saw that Toji Suzuhara could actually block his position, he even protruded a blood-red, human-like upper body from the big eyeball. Although the big eyeball is not the core of the eighth apostle, it is definitely his most important place, and even his core is indeed around the eyeball. The eyes of the eighth apostle are not eyes in the true sense. To put it bluntly, they are figures that extend in circles. Except for the upper body of a huge human emerging from the red dot in the middle, there is an obvious red ball in the first circle of lines next to it. That is his core. The huge human figure that suddenly appeared was approaching the position, which meant that he was in front of Toji Suzuhara. He opened his bloody mouth and stretched out his hands to break through the position, directly facing Toji Suzuhara. Launch an attack. Ikari Shinji and Aida Kensuke didn't dare to watch this scene. No matter whether Suzuhara Toji still had the strength to fight and resist, they would not let the eighth apostle hurt their fellow students. So the two finally got together. Ikari Shinji picked up the spear and went straight to the giant. With the effect of the god-killing spear on the position, he easily cut through the position of the eighth apostle, and then provoked a spear and stabbed the eighth apostle into the human figure's heart. But they all know that the key point of the apostles is only the core, and if the core is not destroyed, they will not die. I don't know what will happen if the fruit of life is deprived of them before they die. Again, the fruit of life is not the core. Swords. Ikari Shinji and Suzuhara Toji shouted at the same time. Having known each other for so long, they are still training and living together, their relationship has long been close, and they can bear the name of Roar. Aida Kensuke just happened to arrive, threw his spear from a distance of dozens of meters, and then aimed at the core of the eighth apostle and stabbed it violently. It turned out that when Shinji Ikari was saving Suzuhara Toji's siege, Kensuke Aida aimed at the core of the eighth apostle from the very beginning. The three of them can already cooperate so tacitly. But just when the three of them were about to celebrate, the core of the eighth apostle suddenly split open. It turns out that the core of the eighth apostle can be moved. I saw that his core, the bright red ball, took this layer of circle graphics as a track, and quickly circled around it. This time, Aida Kensuke was dumbfounded. You are the core, not the roulette in the casino. Besides, you have no numbers, so how can you bet? Do you still want to struggle? Suddenly, Suzuhara Toji shouted loudly, picked up the god-killing spear that was stowed at the beginning from behind, let go and changed to hold the place near the front of the spearhead, and then stabbed it hard. It's a pity that the speed of the ball is too fast, and even he can't hit it accurately. On Shinji Ikari's side, because the eighth apostle didn't die, the upper body of the human-shaped giant was still struggling, and even he had to hold it hard, otherwise the giant would definitely hurt Toji Suzuhara. How to do? Are they deadlocked? Let's push him back together with the stance, and press his core. By the way, Aida Kensuke thought of a way. The three immediately shouted together, at stand, fully open. At the moment Ikari Shinji and Aida Kensuke also opened their absolute realm, which is also composed of dozens of layers of octagonal translucent at positions. Coupled with the power of Suzuhara Toji, the three of them pushed the eighth apostles at position together from three directions, and then gathered the strength of the three to push back the eighth apostles at position. In fact, each of them has the strength to one-on-one with the apostles. It can be seen from the fact that Toji Suzuhara has withstood the pressure brought by the eighth apostle alone. But now, they are equivalent to forming a group to fight boss, which is simply too much. It's so unfair. What about solo or one-on-one? It's as if you were soloing with someone else in the middle, and suddenly two big men jumped out of the grass to the left and right, and the three of them bullied you. The point is, you don't have teammates yet. It's not a matter of not coming, it's all enemies who come. So when the 3-person 2.0 team exerted force together, the eighth apostle couldn't resist. Not only was the position pushed back, but even the upper body of the humanoid giant was pushed to the middle dot and couldn't move. And the core in the surrounding graphics was finally suppressed and unable to move. The trio sneered, as if a wretched man was facing the shivering little girl, and then they raised the god-killing spear and pierced it together. Puff. With a light sound, along with the blood scattered in the sky, the eighth apostle was also defeated. So far, according to Yuan's calculations, it only needs to defeat 4 more apostles and it is over. They are the 1st apostle, the 9th apostle, the 10th apostle, and the 12th apostle. Ask the 11th apostle? Yuan had reason to guess that the 11th apostle was the 18th apostle of the old lineage, that is, Lilin, a human being. There are a total of 12 apostles in the New World system, which is the same number as the 12 protégé. The first apostle is Zusun, who should have been Adam's, and Zusun is considered to be Adam's soul, so he is the first apostle here, replacing Adam's position. It's just that Nagisa Kaoru hasn't appeared yet. The first one to appear is actually the third apostle. Then the second apostle is Lilith. She doesn't need to be defeated. As one of the ancestors of life, Lilith does not need to be completed like other apostles, and it will not pose a threat. Even in the original human completion plan, there was no need to defeat her. Then there is the fourth apostle, already defeated. Then the fifth, sixth, seventh, and now the eighth apostles were defeated one after another. The rest are the ninth apostle, the 10th apostle, and the 12th apostle. The 11th apostle should be Li Lin, that is, human beings. Originally the 18th apostle in the old lineage, it should be the 11th apostle here. The reason is that only the 11th apostle has never appeared from the beginning to the end, from 06 to Broken and even to a Q. By the way, when it comes to Q, there seems to be an apostle at the beginning of the plot. But that apostle is more like an artificial apostle. And judging from the newly revised picture of Q3.33, the apostle has the logo of EVA 4 on his body, and is also called the Nemesis series by Willa's people, and even the waveform is not blue, but suspected blue, this passage from Wiki. Therefore, in the plot of the New World series, only the 11th apostle has not appeared from beginning to end. This refers to the real 11th apostle. I'm back. Because of the huge body of the 8th apostle, after he was defeated, the sky began to rain heavily, and the rain was still red, more like blood. When the blood of the 8th apostle fell from the warm layer, even many white clouds were dyed red. He looked at the ground and the city was about to be shrouded in this sudden rain of blood. Lu Yuan shot. He raised his hand and waved towards the top, even though he was still standing in the headquarters of NERV. He still brought a gust of wind, which swept the blood of all the 8th apostles to the top of the sea. The sea is already red, and I am not afraid of being infected again. No thanks. Lu Yuan glanced at the curious eyes around him and shrugged. He saved them a lot of trouble, as well as a lot of human and financial resources. Otherwise, the aftermath work will be very troublesome to clean up. Then everyone saw that the trio were working together to hold the dead 8th apostle's body in an at position and slowly fall down. Why go to the atmosphere to meet the 8th apostle? It wasn't to prevent him from falling to the ground and causing huge amounts of disaster. Although the 8th apostle died, if his body fell from here, it would still be as powerful as a meteorite. So they had to carefully take the apostle's body to the ground. This battle went smoothly. The only trouble was how to deal with the body of the 8th apostle now. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan waved his hand and said generously, I'll leave it to you. As for whether you want to slice it for research, or bake it, it's up to you. NERV's people are all black lines, who dares to eat apostles? Can the apostles eat it? No one seems to be sure yet. Lu Yuan didn't collect the corpse, so he didn't care what to do with it. As for the fruit of life in the body of the apostle, he already knew what the principle was, and he could create it at will. Give it to them. People who said that about Seal, if they don't give them a chance to change their direction, maybe they will think about human beings to complete the plan again. After dealing with all this, Lu Yuan left. Asuka opened her mouth and seemed to have something to say, but he ignored it. Back in the mirror world, Lu Yuan saw that the trio who came back first were still there excitedly discussing the record and process of this time. This is at most their second actual combat, and it is inevitable that they will be excited. Lu Yuan just smiled and walked over. Master, have you seen our great power? Suzuhara Toji was the one who resisted Lu Yuan the most, but now he is the first to show off. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, and said, yes, it seems that it is necessary to train you again. You have great potential. Suzuhara Toji was dumbfounded. We agreed to let us go out. Akari Shinji and Aida Kansuk also looked at Lu Yuan anxiously. It seemed that they also wanted to go out as soon as possible. Also, although the mirror world is the same as the main world, what the main world has, there is what it is here. But only life does not exist, there is only matter, and it is something other than life. Just don't know why, plants don't seem to be included in life? Otherwise, the earth they see is bare. Lu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. It was the first time he was so disliked by others. Did he forget what he was called by his subordinates? Maybe 100,000 subordinates dare not call him in person. Unconscious Lu Yuan had to sigh. Okay, then I announce that you can graduate. Okay, all three children cheered roar. Don't forget that they are only 14 years old. Think about what kind of bears they were when they were 14 years old. They are also in that state, not much better. Lu Yuan looked at Akari Yu and the others again. Adam and Lilith seemed a little restrained. Lu Yuan smiled and comforted. Don't be nervous, I won't eat you. Well, I really want to taste the apostles. Adam and Lilith were taken aback. Lu Yuan laughed and continued, I won't scare you, you can go out and enjoy life. 797. Lu Yuan originally intended to let Adam and Lilith experience the real human life, which is not surprising. Only what he announced next was surprising. Also, I may have to leave for a while now. Anyway, you have also graduated. The remaining apostles shouldn't be a problem, right? Lu Yuan looked at the trio. The trio was shocked. Master is leaving? Just go home and take a look, and come back after a while, because you may still have challenges, such as the 10th apostle, or even after you've beaten all the apostles, so I will come again. Lu Yuan's eyes revealed some deep meaning. Will Seal be obedient, and angel, who is known as the strongest apostle, is the 10th apostle here. There are still some things. He will not leave completely, and he will come again later. As for what he said about going home, it was also true. After grasping part of the origin of life from Adam and Lilith, he would take it back and share it with the goddesses of creation at home. This is a good method, which can ensure the diversity of life, and also helps them master more creation laws. The creator is not so easy to be. Originally, you must master enough law power. Okay, then I'll leave first. You guys pack up, I'll leave a door for you here, and you'll decide what to do next. After speaking, Lu Yuan left. He has always been a resolute character. Lu Yuan said that he wanted to leave without any ambiguity. After saying goodbye at that time, he immediately got rid of all the karmic entanglements in this universe. Then Lu Yuan identified the direction, passed through a dark world of nothingness, and returned to his own universe. Outside the universe is a piece of chaos. It is said that Pangu created the world by separating chaos. The turbid air sinks to become the earth, and the clean air rises to become the sky. There are even similar records in many myths. For example, God said that if there is light, the world will usher in light, and God's theory of 7 days of creation. In Greek mythology, chaos is the god who gave birth to the world. In almost all myths, the original world originated from chaos. At first, heaven and earth were connected, that is, in a state of chaos, until the creator gods in various myths separated them. Therefore, outside the universe is the darkness of chaos, and it can also be considered as the original place with infinite possibilities, or the place of origin. If there is a new myth and legend, or a new omniscient and omnipotent supreme being, a new universe can be opened up here. Lu Yuan didn't understand this at first, so his universe was included in the Taizhou. After all, he originally came from DC. The root of the current power obtained after crossing is that he can't get rid of the relationship with DC until he is completely detached. It was not until he compromised too much that he really got rid of it. And in the dark chaos world, a vibrant world is being born. That is Lu Yuan's universe. An almighty universe no worse than Marvel and DC. Therefore, Lu Yuan will not stay in Taizhou, although he will be taken care of, but now he is a unique supreme. Why should he downgrade himself? When the master returned, the entire almighty universe rejoiced roar, as if a young child was coquettish to his father. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Yuan is the father of this universe. He is the father of this universe. And his wives, as goddesses of creation, are definitely the mothers of the entire universe. They are indeed doing their best to create this universe. Lu Yuan returned directly to his realm before notifying his wives that he had returned. When Ancient One and the others went home for the first time, they saw that Lu Yuan had been completely overwhelmed by their children. A period of time has passed, and Lu Nanping, Lu Man Luo, Lu Suimei, Lu Menghe, and Lu Xiaoi, Esther Zidel, have grown up a lot. Originally based on their current life level, it is actually very likely that they may not have grown an inch in the past million years. But it is also because they are destined to be extraordinary from birth, so they can also give birth by themselves and grow up ahead of time. Now they look like 5-year-old children. Then they threw themselves on their father one by one, completely drowning Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was very helpless. The eldest held his head, the second held his left hand, the third held his right, the fourth occupied his left leg, and the fifth sat on his right leg. It left him completely immobile. It is also that he is always away, and the children miss him very much. The hostess came back, and the 5 girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker after seeing him. This is just the beginning. Ancient One supported his waist with one hand and his stomach with the other. Several of them are pregnant again. Lu Yuan said that at the end of time, of the Marvel Universe, he saw that he had dozens of children, so they had to work hard. The children have also grown up and will no longer cry and pester their mothers, so that he finally has a chance. By the way, I have mastered some secrets of life from other worlds. What? Gabriel, take the little masters away first. Lu Yuan also had no idea about the children. Don't look at His Majesty outside, and he is decisive in killing. If someone dares to provoke him, it is definitely the kind of never-ending troubles and eradicating the roots. But when he got home, his wives could laugh at him and make fun of him, especially when facing his daughters. Even patted their backs carefully, as if they were made of porcelain. But in fact, the daughters are of a higher level than the wives. After all, their fathers gave them a solid foundation. When they were first born, every time their coquettish swoops towards their mothers made their mothers tremble with fear. The little guy doesn't know the weight, and it's easy to knock his mother out. Gabriel has completely become a servant of the family, so dignified angel, seems a little unbearable to look at. But don't forget how exaggerated this family is. Lu Yuan is equivalent to the god of this universe. Angel is the one who serves God, isn't it? After Gabriel coaxed the children off Lu Yuan sat up with a wry smile. This god realm is full of idyllic scenery. In addition to a splendid temple, it is surrounded by green grass. Sometimes it also creates some other environments, but more often it maintains this style. Even Lu Yuan took a deep breath. I feel very healing. Lu Yuan glanced at Gabriel again, and found that she already knew how to coax children very proficiently. And the kids are all different. Nanping of the old mainland is the most mature and stable. Like Sorcerer Supreme, she has had that extraordinary demure since she was a child. Moreover, Lu Nanping looked like a sister, and her sisters were willing to turn around her and listen to her words. It was Lu Nanping's credit that the children drowned Lu Yuan at first. She shouted, "Don't let Dad run away," and the children swarmed up. Run? Is this his own home? Lu Yuan has a black line. The second child is the most sly, although it seems that her daughter is not good, but don't forget that her mother is Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. The little agent has always been the most cunning and conspiratorial one. Moreover, Lu Yuan's black-bellied character was also inherited by her. When he grows up, he may harm how many people? Literally, does the evil god Loki know? The little girl will definitely be scarier than Loki in the future. The third one, Lu Suimei, is innocent and brilliant, and the fourth one, Lu Menghe, is also well-behaved and sensible. The relationship between the two sisters seems to be closer than the others. Definitely they, Zhao and Zhao, are very good between sisters, but the third one is always with the old one. The four are together, and sometimes the fifth is always complaining that the two sisters do not take her to play. By the way, when it comes to the fifth son of Lu Yuan's family, let's not mention it. Lu Xiaoai is also Alice's daughter, and she is simply a big devil in marriage. Xiao Ai is not only the youngest in the current family, but also symbolizes the love of Lu Yuan and the whole family. This makes her almost lawless, and Alice is not a fuel-efficient lamp. You can believe that Lu Xiaoai, as the youngest child in the family, has already beaten everyone in New Krypton. At first, she was just making a fuss about fighting against her father and mother's subordinates, but later she did not let go of the New Krypton children, and has become the king of children. The Lu family was her most noisy. Looking at the children at home, Lu Yuan is happy, and at the same time has a headache. Because he thought that his daughter was always going to marry. No, never. When I think that these sweethearts of my family will meet their true son in the future, they will also marry. Lu Yuan couldn't help covering his heart and slowly lay down again. What's wrong with you? This time, it was his wife's turn to surround him, wondering and worried about Lu Yuan's sudden action, but he was not afraid of any illness. Lu Yuan has been completely immune to all diseases and viruses, and any abnormal state will not appear in him. Body. After all, he is a god, not to mention this is still in his universe. Whenever he sneezes, even the great cosmic consciousness of this almighty universe will be nervous, and he will also self-examine whether the temperature is not well controlled, whether the wind is blowing, or why did Godfather sneeze. This is no exaggeration at all. Lu Yuan clutched his heart tightly and muttered, "My baby won't get married in the future." Only then did the wives wake up to what was going on, and rolled their eyes one after another. When it's time to get married, you should worry again. That's promising. Alice pushed Lu Yuan's head with her hand. Okay, let's talk about what's going on. We're still busy. Only then did Lu Yuan sit up again. This wife used to be a general with him, and the style of a soldier is like this, resolute and resolute. Okay, Lu Yuan sighed, and then began to share with them the mystery of the origin of life that he had newly mastered, so that they could master more law power in line with the creator goddess of creation. The girls were immersed in the memories shared by Lu Yuan, and slowly, expressions of joy appeared on their faces. In fact, they are also worrying recently. The only life in this universe today is brought out of the DC universe, from those drifting bottles. But the civilized races in the city in a bottle are still a minority after all. In the future, they will also create a whole bright and omnipotent universe. Even now they can create life while creating galaxies in the universe. The first seed of life might be able to help them a lot. These life codes come just right. And Lu Yuan went over to his daughters again. He reached out and hugged this, and went to hug that. There are too many daughters, and he can't hold them with only 2 hands. In the end, Lu Yuan didn't know how to come up with a whim, and he simply grew a few more arms, and finally embraced his daughters by turning into 3 heads and 8 arms. If you don't have 5 daughters, how can you hold 8 arms? Because the 5th is sitting on his head, looking at the surroundings with a condescending expression on his face. My dear, I won't give it to anyone in the future, Lu Yuan muttered, bowing his head and kissing them on the cheeks. Dad, don't move, I'm going to fall. There was a coquettish anger from above. Lu Xiaoai patted Dad's head with his hand, his face full of dissatisfaction. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, but he had nothing to do with them, and was reluctant to say a single heavy word. Instead, Lu Nanping frowned and said, "How do you talk to Dad?" Lu Xiaoai pouted and muttered, "Eldest sister loves putting on airs. I'm sorry." After all, she is still willing to listen to her sisters. The other 3 little guys covered their mouths and laughed, exactly the same as when their mother covered her mouth and teased Lu Yuan just now. How could Lu Yuan not love these little guys, even if it wasn't the flesh that fell from him? After all, the wives were responsible for giving birth, but it was the inheritance and extension of his life. Lu Yuan hugged his daughters for a while and kissed them again, but he would only kiss the fat little faces of their chubby babies. In the end, Lu Xiaoai still couldn't sit firmly on her father's head. She fell down even if she didn't notice. She could only hold her father's neck and squeeze a place between the eldest sister and the second sister. Lu Man Luo sighed and pinched the youngest's ass. Not only was this child spoiled by the parents, but in fact, the few of them spoiled her. When the younger brothers are born, I think you will lose your current status. The dark-bellied Miss Lu Man Luo also deliberately teased her old sister. It turned out that Lu Yuan already knew that the 5 children to be born this time would all be sons. Some people may think that in Philo, only having a daughter is king. But wouldn't it be impossible to have only a daughter without a son? Although Lu Yuan didn't care about this, his wives might not care. The reason is that after his wives got married, they all changed their surnames. Now only Alice is called Alice L when she retains the Kryptonian name style, and the other 4 daughters have changed their surnames to Lu, Ancient One, Lu, or Lu Ancient One. Originally in the comics, Ancient One's surname is Yao, a bearded old man. Definitely Ancient One here is from the cinematic universe. Then Natasha Romanoff, Lu, Gonada, Lu, and Wanda, Lu. Even they have set an example like this. One day, Lu Yuan's precious daughters are going to get married, and they will definitely marry and follow their husbands, right? When Lu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but put his hand over his heart again. This time even the daughters giggled. The 3rd and 4th daughters are the most innocent and kind, and hugged their father to comfort them. Dad, we will always be by your side in the future. Lu Yuan took it seriously, really. The daughters sighed and nodded. How could it be their children's turn to comfort their father? Not far away, Ancient One and the others looked at each other and shook their heads in disbelief. This also shows that Lu Yuan really loves his family. So sure enough, he and Akari Yuan couldn't get along. The wife-loving demon had nothing to say to his wife, but he was too ruthless to his son. Lu Yuan would never approve. Because children are the crystallization of love. What about Iwu and Wu? Can you stay for a while when you come back this time? At this time, the 5 women came to Lu Yuan's side one after another and took over their daughters one by one. It's just that Gonada and Wanda had to be close together, because their daughters had such a good relationship that they had to hold hands. They are also helpless. The women hugged their daughters and looked at Lu Yuan with expectations in their eyes. They definitely want their husbands by their side. But Lu Yuan quickly shook his head. If I were by your side, then all the achievements of creation would be counted on me. After all, this universe was created by me. It turned out that he still had a reason to leave. He wanted to make his wives the goddess of creation with his achievements in creation, but once he stayed, the consciousness of the universe would add everything to him. Because Lu Yuan is the godfather of this universe, this is the real father. The women looked at each other, and in the end they could only shake their heads with a wry smile. It seems that they have to speed up the rhythm of the construction, otherwise the husband will always go out to run, mainly because he is worried that he will be messing with flowers one day. But thinking about a single universe is vast enough, and now they are building an almighty universe. A few women sighed in discouragement. This is the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? In short, I have to leave for a few days when I come back this time, but anyway you and the children can monitor my every move at any time, and I will also share the interesting stories I experienced with you. Isn't it interesting? Lu Yuan comforted the wives still have their means. The girls barely smiled. Lu Yuan still left. After staying with his family for a few days, he would soon go back to the other side. After all, he was throwing 3 little apprentices over there. And this was the first time he made a big debut in the name of God, so he went back so quietly? So many gods have left behind their own myths and legends. Maybe he can too? In short, Lu Yuan once again crossed the endless sea of chaos and was about to return to the world of Eva. There is no concept of time in the sea of chaos, and there is no concept of space. If you can't escape, for example, ordinary people accidentally fall into this place, they may go crazy immediately, or they may gain longevity here, or they may disappear in an instant. Even Lu Yuan can't guarantee that even the so-called gods can't reach the immortal existence of the Supreme Being, can't be detached, can't understand it, and can't accept it. There is absolutely no problem with him, so now Lu Yuan can travel infinitely. Depends on what he wants to do. There are many of these worlds that he is familiar with, such as the various animation comics he has seen in his previous life, as well as movies, TV series, novels, stage plays, and even commentary dramas and other universes. It's outrageous, but in retrospect, it seems that Lu Yuan has traveled to a similar universe from the very beginning, and he was originally within the scope of this fantasy universe. Suddenly, Lu Yuan stopped, turned around and looked in another direction with a hint of curiosity. Obviously the world of Eva is close at hand, but he has discovered an interesting world. With that touch of curiosity, Lu Yuan changed his mind when he came before him, turned his head and flew to the other side. Here is another universe. Lu Yuan leaned to the edge of this world, and then probed into it. If someone looked at it from the outside, Lu Yuan seemed to be peeking through the windows of other people's houses. It was very obscene. But only those who understand will understand that this is something only Immortal Supreme is qualified to do. This is called cosmic observation, and this is the real cosmic observation. He is observing the universe. It's just that the people inside can't see it, and the people outside can see him, and almost all of them have done similar things, so they probably won't be ridiculed by others, right? Interesting. Lu Yuan muttered, not knowing what he saw that he called interesting. The camera turned, and Lu Yuan's line of sight came to this universe. With Lu Yuan's eyesight and vision, he can easily see through every corner of the entire universe in an instant. Then Lu Yuan discovered that this universe also has Earth. It's just that the Earth King still retains the most basic settings, and the Earth King is under attack. In other words, it wasn't that EarthCon was attacked, it should be that humans were attacked. In this world, there is an alien civilization that has mastered the wormhole traversal technology, which is the so-called space teleportation technology. This alien civilization is also considered a high-tech civilization, at least they have entered the scope of the space universe, and can even launch invasions and attacks on other planets. For example, now, they have opened a space channel on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean on the Earth, and then sent their troops to the Earth from their side, a monster that is particularly tall and terrifying for humans. This kind of monster can easily reach 80 meters high and weigh several thousand tons. The timeline of this world is now 2020, and as early as 7 years ago in 2013, with the sudden intrusion of the first monster, this protracted war began. It's just that humans don't know that these monsters are just weapons. On the other side of the monster and the space channel on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, there is an entire alien civilization peeping at the Earth, and has been looking forward to the opening of the channel. Because of the limitation of space channels, aliens can only control the size and tonnage of monsters. But even so, when the first monster suddenly broke in, it still caused huge amounts of damage. It took 6 full days for the most advanced troops of human beings on Earth to finally defeat the monsters after almost destroying a city and losing more than half of their troops. Even in order to win, the ruined city can no longer be approached in a short time. Not only are there all ruins, it turns out that monsters will shed blood with terrible corrosive properties after death, and the blood of monsters is actually a deadly poison. At a time when people are mourning the millions of people who have died with a heavy heart. 6 months later, they ushered in a second invasion. Then, the battle between humans and monsters that lasted for 7 years began. Since that day, it has never subsided. Perhaps the only fortunate thing is that the monsters cannot keep coming, otherwise the Earth will not be able to hold. In addition, human beings also began to unite with this opportunity. Everyone in the world abandoned their previous hatreds, and countries were no longer hostile. They now have a common enemy. And in order to protect the monsters from attacking again and again, human beings gathered all the resources in the world, and finally built a mecha as high as 80 meters and weighing thousands of tons. Just because it is the first time to build such a weapon, there are still some problems that need to be solved. For example, one person cannot bear huge amounts of brain wear, and 2 people are required to drive together. Take on the right brain of the mecha, and use the power of 2 people to bear the brain power of controlling the huge mecha. Later, they called the monster kaiju, and this mecha was called Hunter, or Hunter. Since the entire battlefield revolves around the Pacific Ocean, it is also called the Pacific Rim World, Universe. The reason why Lu Yuan said it was interesting before, and was attracted to it, was because he had noticed that today, referring to the Earth of this world, another monster broke in from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean and was heading for Alana's. Add and go. It was a big city, no matter what it developed there. In short, this place near the Pacific Ocean was attacked by a monster today. It has now been 7 years since the invasion of the first monster. During these 7 years, mankind has also made a lot of progress. It's like grading monsters, from level 1 to level 5, not only level 5. In fact, up to now, there have only been level 4 monsters, almost all of them are level 3 monsters. At first, there were only level 1 monsters. From the point of view of human beings, it is almost impossible for a 5th level monster to appear, and it is also the most high level monster that has never appeared so far. And this monster is also a 3rd level monster. In addition, humans have also developed equipment that can predict monsters in advance. After all, it is already known that monsters come from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. If these preventive measures cannot be taken, how many people will be killed and injured? In the middle of the night, along with a burst of alarms, the mecha hunters who were in charge of defending the city finally set off to meet them. Late at night, the Pacific Ocean is not calm. It was already winter now, but it still rained today, and there was a strong wind, making the sea one wave after another. Just on the sea that seemed to be vast and boundless, a fishing boat swayed with the waves in this precarious wind and rain. Boom. A soft sound seemed a little insignificant in such an environment. But there were still fishermen nearby who turned their heads and glanced, but was stunned for a moment, because he saw a young man in a white suit standing there. It was nothing else that made him stunned. Wearing such white clothes, he didn't look like someone who worked on this kind of ship. And they have been working at sea for a while, and he doesn't remember seeing this person. SHH, Lu Yuan raised his index finger in a gesture of silence. It turned out to be Lu Yuan. He had already come to this world. As for the sound just now, it was definitely not from Lu Yuan, but a nearby salted fish fell on the deck while shaking. He was also very helpless. How could the fisherman on the opposite side be so sensitive? Who are you? The fisherman opposite did not cooperate with Lu Yuan, but let out a loud roar. It's not that he wants to shout, but that no one can hear what others are saying if he doesn't shout out in such weather. It was raining heavily in the sky, with strong winds hanging around, and the waves below were bigger than each other, not to mention how bad the environment was. Lu Yuan shook his head. Didn't I tell you to keep quiet? Lu Yuan's voice was sent directly to the ears of the fisherman on the opposite side. He was still surprised. Because of his voice, there were more than a dozen fishermen who were busy packing up the nearby things and looked over subconsciously. Lu Yuan spread his hands and said, "Look, I've been discovered." The fishermen rolled their eyes. "So this is what you said? Who are you?" At this time, a person in charge of the ship rushed over quickly and grabbed Lu Yuan's collar. Lu Yuan did not resist, because he felt that the other party was not hostile. Sure enough, the other party tried hard to get Lu Yuan to come over, but he didn't do it, so he had to lean over and shouted into Lu Yuan's ear, "I don't care who you are." In short, today's situation is very bad. Damn, I am here. Bian just received news from the shore. It is said that the monster is coming. We must find a way to get back alive and take care of yourself. After speaking, the man turned around and left, shouting to the other fishermen as he walked, "Don't worry about those damn salted fish. Damn it, the monster is coming. Hurry up and find a way to escape from here." Why the damn monster coming here? Humans now know how terrifying monsters are. At least as far as human weapons are concerned, apart from nuclear weapons, it is difficult to cause threats and damage to monsters. But the damage of nuclear weapons and the pollution to the environment is too serious, let alone here. When the boatman heard this, he immediately put down all the things in his hand, and the boat was already planning to return to the nearby area ahead of schedule. No matter whether you make money or not, life is the most important thing. Behind him, Lu Yuan sighed, "So why do you have to set up a flag?" At this moment, with a huge roar of waves, a nearby sea surface swelled up, as if a fountain appeared on the bottom of the sea. In the surging waves, a huge black shadow appeared in front of the ship like a floating island on the sea. The fishermen on the boat were all terrified. The monster came as promised, at least the previous news was not a lie. The person in charge almost cried when he received the news. How did he really meet him in a blink of an eye? Lu Yuan quietly came to the side of the boat, put his hands on his back waist, and stood there so peacefully, as if there were nails under his feet. No matter how the boat shook, he was stable. Looking up, Lu Yuan was looking at the monster. As if feeling it, the monster also turned to look at Lu Yuan's position. Roar. The monster let out a terrifying roar, with the momentum of the sea surging, and was about to rush here. Lu Yuan still stood there motionless. If he wanted, he could instantly kill this thing. It's just that a sneer appeared on the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Through the monster's eyes and even the monster's brain, he forced his way into another world. It was a weird world. It looked as if the whole world was underground, but it was definitely not the Earth's ground, but another planet. This is another civilized race. Lu Yuan can see that although the monster has no intelligence and no self, this thing is a kind of biochemical weapon. Speaking of which, it is still a Series 0 with Lu Yuan. Don't forget that Lu Yuan is Doomsday. He is the leader of the ranks. Who can be better than him? However, Lu Yuan also discovered that the monster's brain is still connected to the other civilized race, but they cannot control the monster's actions, and can only see what the monster sees through the monster's perspective. In fact, for that race, the Earth today is equivalent to their hell. The Earth is only a suitable planet for human beings, but not necessarily for other races. For example, the components in the air, such as sunlight refracted by the atmosphere, and so on. Therefore, that race did not come over in person, and could only send this kind of weapon to destroy human beings and to transform the environment of this world. No wonder the monster's blood has a corrosive effect. Lu Yuan is observing the aliens over there through the connection of the monster. That race called itself a pioneer, a species that seemed to have evolved from insects, with a height of more than 3 meters, and 4 arms that seemed to have degenerated from wings, and could walk upright. This race also has a social system that Lu Yuan is familiar with, that is, the elder's house is used to formulate rules, and then the whole society will go in one direction together. It's just that this thing was not strong in the first place, and it didn't have too strong physical fitness. If they dared to come to Earth by themselves, they would have to die without human intervention. And the technology they master also makes Lu Yuan laugh and cry 2.0. This group of things does not develop other technologies, and it goes all the way in the biological field. Except for the wormhole and this kind of monster, there is almost nothing else. Especially since their own world is actually on the verge of extinction, which is why they rush to attack. In fact, the pioneers discovered the existence of the Earth as early as the Jurassic era of dinosaurs, but at that time, because the oxygen content in the air was too high, it was a deadly poison for them. It is also because there is no time to discuss with human beings slowly, and they have to decide to fight for the ownership of the Earth through war. It's a pity that their technology is so bad that they have not been able to send a large number of monsters until now, otherwise the first batch of attacks would have wiped out the human race. They can only slowly expand the wormhole while delaying the development of human beings. Lu Yuan just glanced at it casually, and almost grasped all the information. Just when Lu Yuan looked at the alien on the other side in a daze, the monster in the sea had already approached. This is offshore, even in the Pacific Ocean, it's not very deep. In addition, the height of monsters and mechas is 80 meters or higher, so even in the sea, they can touch the ground on the bottom of the sea. So when the monster came to the front of the fishing boat, it suddenly stood upright, exposing the upper body, and raised a pair of huge amounts of claws. The fishermen on the fishing boat raised their heads subconsciously and looked at the vague monsters in the darkness. Only Lu Yuan could clearly see the appearance of the monster. In fact, this guy has 4 forelimbs. In addition to the 2 huge amounts of main limbs, there are 2 smaller forelimbs at the sternum, and 2 thick lower limbs. The most obvious thing is that this monster's head has a huge blade, and it looks like a sickle when he stands up, so it is also called a sickle head. At the moment, Lu Yuan still thought about the name of the monster in his heart. He didn't take the monster in his eyes at all. 06. But the people on the boat were terrified. If the monster's claws fell, even the boat might be smashed into pieces. At this moment, there were waves of huge amounts of waves from behind. The fisherman turned to look subconsciously, and saw a huge amount of black shadow suddenly appeared in the dark night. The difference was that light was shining on the head of this shadow. It wasn't a monster, it was a mech hunter. It was a mecha hunter that was created by humans to fight monsters. She is called Dangerous Vagabond, and belongs to the third-generation machine, because it was built, assembled, in the nearby city, so she serves here and is responsible for protecting Aranaskar. So it was she who came to fight Scythehead tonight. The two drivers responsible for driving the homeless are Raleigh Beckett and Yangshi Beckett. The two are brothers. Because of their higher tacit understanding, they surpassed many people to become the homeless driver. In their own words, although they did not do well in school sports, they were particularly good at fighting. At the moment, the homeless person is wading in the sea water. She is 80 meters tall enough to stand firmly in the sea water, and she can also reveal the upper body above the waist to ensure sufficient fighting power. In fact, fighting in the sea is not a wise choice, and the uncertainties are too great. However, the homeless have to do this for two reasons. If they face monsters on the shore, it may cause huge amounts of damage to the surrounding area. Refer to Eva to face the apostles. The second is to save the fishing boat. They came here just to save the fishing boat. It's just that they received another order to abandon the people on the fishing boat and go back if something went wrong. But now, after they have discovered the monster, they are rushing straight here. The Sicklehead has also discovered the Wanderer, and now it abandoned the fishing boat in front of it and rushed towards the Wanderer. The two behemoths soon faced each other. The two sides had no intention of communicating. The Wanderer was the first to attack. After all, they were controlled by humans, and they were much smarter than monsters who only had destructive instincts. Roar. The huge metal arm tens of meters long moved, driving huge amounts of wind, and even the surrounding rain was swept away, with a full mechanical sense and full of power, punched the body of the Sicklehead. The Sicklehead let out a roar. Although this punch was heavy, it could not kill the Sicklehead in seconds. The reason is that the Sicklehead not only has rough skin and thick flesh, but even the back looks like it is carrying a tortoise shell, which is a bit like in town. In short, it withstood the first round of the Ranger's attack, and immediately made a counterattack. The Sicklehead has 4 forelimbs, and I saw that it lifted huge amounts of its main forelimbs and grabbed the shoulder of the Wanderer, and then wanted to attack with the other pair of forelimbs. Crack. A spark flew, and a large piece of iron was scratched. The Beckett brothers were taken aback. Yangshi, the older brother of the two brothers, turned to look at his younger brother Roli. At the moment, they were already brain-connected, and they had to do it in order to be able to pilot the mech hunter. So the two immediately knew what each other was thinking. Fix it with one shot and get our 5 kills. As a younger brother, Roli not only has a somewhat impulsive personality, but is also more aggressive than his older brother. As he shouted, he raised his arm and activated the plasma cannon, the weapon on the Wanderer. The blood of monsters is poisonous, with huge amounts of corrosiveness. And this weapon can launch shotgun-charged ion particles, which can penetrate the monster's body to burn the interior and prevent the poisonous blood from flowing out. It's just that this weapon has an obvious weakness, that is, the power storage time is long. If this thing can be instant, then there is no need to fight melee, and after a burst of indiscriminate bombardment, there is nothing. By the way, the rover is equipped with a nuclear-powered turbine engine with a built-in nuclear reactor. Therefore, the Wanderer has sufficient motivation and even enough force. Although Yuan was also curious, why did Eva not choose to carry a nuclear reactor as a built-in battery? Maybe it's out of fear? Or maybe it's because Evas are actually supposed to be creatures and not mechs. Because it takes a while for the weapon to recharge, the Ranger has to deal with the Scythehead attack temporarily. The two brothers worked together and moved uniformly in the cockpit above their heads. They had to move with hands and feet, otherwise the mecha would not be able to move effectively. This is not a problem for them who have already served and defeated the 4-headed monsters. 797 They controlled the mecha hunter and launched a seemingly slow but neat counterattack. First, they blocked Scythe's arms with the left arm that was charging the weapon, and then slammed their right fist into Scythe's face. The sickle let out a whimper, and this time it knocked it over and threw itself sideways into the sea. Raleigh quickly and neatly raised the weapon, which was charged to nearly 70% to 80%, and pulled the trigger in the direction where the sickle head fell. Boom. The sea water exploded, and they also saw that the sickle head was indeed hit. Won again. The Beckett brothers in the cockpit shook their fists in celebration. And in the command room on the distant shore, including the technical staff who constantly monitor the monster response detector, also reported the information that the monster response disappeared. All the signs are showing that they got the 5 kills they dreamed of. But how do they know that the 5 kills are very hateful? In the control room, the Marshal of the Rim, Pacific Defense Forces in charge of fighting the monsters also gave an order, Dangerous Vagabond, return with the fishing boat. As for the remains of the monsters, someone will clean up. Just when everything was about to settle down, the Wanderer also picked up the fishing boat with his hands bigger than the fishing boat, and planned to return just like this. Suddenly, at the moment when the homeless let down their guard, the sicklehead suddenly stood up again from the sea behind them. Maybe for a moment, it is very likely that the sicklehead was almost killed. Or maybe the electromagnetic gun interfered with the signal. In short, even the control room thought the monster that attacked this time was dead. But the next moment, just as the homeless person turned away with the fishing boat like a toy, the sicklehead stood up again from the sea water, and even hit the homeless person unprepared, waving huge amounts of claws and staring at it, to shoot in the viewer's head. As a mech, the Wanderer's head is not the key, but the key is that the human-made cab is in the head. If this is honestly hit by the sicklehead, the driver is in danger. And although this is not an EVA, when the driver and the mecha are connected with brainwaves to control the mecha's actions, the driver and the mecha are like one body. Once the mecha is seriously injured, they will also feel the same. Seeing that the homeless are about to encounter a huge crisis, so the 5 kills really can't be wanted. But at this moment, there was someone on the right shoulder of the wanderer. It was Lu Yuan. He has been watching the lively for a long time. At this time, he finally remembered the activities. He came to the shoulder of the homeless person in an instant, looked at the claws waving by the sickle head with a blank face, and snorted, "At position. Fully open? No need, just open it casually." OM. An octagonal translucent wall suddenly lit up on the sea, and it was so huge that it protected the back of the entire wanderer. Boom. The claws of the sickle head patted over and hit Lu Yuan's at stand. As a result, not even a ripple was shaken, and it was completely impossible to break through Lu Yuan's absolute domain. What's the situation? In the cab, Yangshi and Raleigh looked at each other. Although they could feel and see the scene outside, they didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't see Lu Yuan's existence. Dang dang. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the cab, and then the 2 brothers saw that a person was lying outside their cab, and it was right at the eyes of the homeless person. Lu Yuan almost startled them. Lu Yuan was good at knocking on the iron lump, and the sound passed through the steel plate directly to the ears of the 2 brothers, and said, "You bring the fishing boat back, and this thing is handed over to me." After speaking, Lu Yuan turned around and jumped behind the wanderer. The 2 brothers were stunned when suddenly, Lu Yuan's soft shout came from behind, "Susanang, open." Boom. A 3rd behemoth suddenly appeared on the sea, and the new one was a 100-meter-tall giant, dressed in simple armor, with a pair of golden wings tucked behind his back. His body shone with golden light, and even the night sky was illuminated by a huge giant. At stand closed. With a thought, Lu Yuan put away his absolute domain and faced the sickle head in front of him. Roar. The sickle head raised its head and roared. Although it became a 1-2 situation, it was completely true. In fact, monsters have evolved. After all, this is a biochemical weapon made by the pioneers of aliens. The pioneers can integrate the information collected by the monsters. This is why the monsters became smarter and even knew how to attack the weakness of the cab. However, the pioneers could not control the monsters in real time, otherwise the human race would have perished in the first attack. Even if the pioneers can perfectly control the monsters, the first attack will not be won, but can let the monsters hide in the Pacific Ocean, and then send troops together after the number has accumulated enough. Therefore, the action pattern of the monster is uncontrollable. This made the sickle head completely unaware of fear, and attacked again. And this time, the sickle head lowered its head for the first time, aiming at Lu Yuan with its unique head, and with its sickle-like blade, it was about to pierce Lu Yuan's Susanoo. However, Lu Yuan's Susanoo was not as clumsy as a homeless person. Lu Yuan's Susanoo has always had 2 huge amounts of long knives hanging around his left and right waists, and it will also get bigger and smaller with the scale of Lu Yuan's Susanoo. When it is the largest, it can split a universe with 1 knife, and when it is the smallest, it can have the same file size as an ordinary person. Now, the 2 knives were nearly 60 meters long. Lu Yuan pulled out the long knife on the left with his right hand, and a golden flash flashed in the air. It was not an epic explosion, but Lu Yuan cut off the head of the sickle head with 1 knife. Oops, the blood of monsters will pollute the sea, Yangshi shouted. Lu Yuan also remembered, raised Susanoo's left hand and snapped his fingers. By the way, if you can't kill like this, then start over. As if it was a movie replay, Lu Yuan went back in time and brought the dead sickle head back to life. But in the next moment, before the sickle head could react, Lu Yuan had already shot, and a hand knife slashed at the back of the sickle head's neck. No one knew whether this trick would work against the monster. Anyway, Lu Yuan had already smashed the spine of the sickle head, and while retaining the life of the sickle head, he was paralyzed and unable to move. Even if it's a monster, if the spine is shattered, there's no way to control the body anymore, right? Boom. As the sickle head fell into the sea, causing a large wave, the sickle head was captured alive. That's right, captured alive. This can be said to be the first time in the history of this world. The wanderer stood there for a long time without any further action. The people on the fishing boat held by the Beckett brothers didn't know what was going on because they couldn't see the situation on the other side, and the people on the boat didn't dare to calm down for a long time. Finally, Rolly couldn't help but ask, "Who is he?" He was asking Yang Shi next to him. The latter shook his head. "Who am I going to ask?" When the homeless person turned around, Lu Yuan asked Susanoo to give him a thumbs up. "I'm the best at robbing people and killing 5. Raleigh's mouth twitched. Yang Shi couldn't help but laughed and said, "No matter who you are, thank you." If it wasn't for Lu Yuan's shot just now, the wanderer would be in danger, and even Yang Shi might die in this battle. After all, that's how movies are played. No, the monster still reacts. Dangerous wanderer, what happened to you? The command room only reacted at this time, or maybe it was really the reason why the signal was interfered before. Zhao Niu Zhao. Yang Shi connected the channel in the cab and reported the situation here. The monster has been subdued. Not to defeat, or to kill, but to subdue? The command room hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Raleigh looked strange, pondered for a moment and said, I don't know if you believe it or not, there is a man who suddenly turned into a giant, and then helped us knock down the monster. By the way, this may be our first time. Catching monsters alive makes sense, right? Giant? What kind of giant? The command room definitely didn't know what was going on. Yang Shi and Rolly were about to explain further, but suddenly the two brothers stared in front of them dumbfounded, and saw that Lu Yuan had already lifted the sickle head from the bottom of the sea. The problem was that he did not ask Susanoo to do it, but put it away. Susanoo held the head of the sickle with psychokinesis, then turned his head and stepped on the water in the distance. He also shouted, "The boat is handed over to you, I will go first. I rely on X2. Lu Yuan held the head of the sickle with psychokinesis, his hands behind his back, and walked forward with ease. And even though he seems to be walking normally, the actual speed is very fast. 1 second he was still here, and the next second he was already 100 meters away. This is still his control of the speed, otherwise he can circle the universe in an instant. Earth June, I am finally not a unit of measurement. Because of this, because he couldn't see clearly at night, and the sickle head was used for most of Lu Yuan's life, it seemed to Raleigh and Yangshi that he was running with the sickle head in his hands, and he looked very happy. Much like Mario, Lu Yuan was completely unaware of the misunderstanding behind him, and continued to control his pace to walk at a leisurely pace, so that the homeless could keep up with him and not be left too far. Because the driver of the Wanderer will have to prove it to him later, otherwise it will definitely cause trouble in his current image. It seems that he also knows that he will scare people like this. In this way, with Lu Yuan's shot, the unfortunate and pitiful sickle head was easily taken down, but the Wanderer didn't have the fifth kill. Shouldn't it be a loss? What kind of changes will it bring if the sickle head is captured alive? On the shore, because the homeless can always contact the command room, there are already people waiting there. When some people on the shore actually saw a person holding a third-level monster, 8,797,90 meters high and weighing several thousand tons walking from the sea, many people were frightened. In fact, they hadn't seen Lu Yuan at first, and some people thought it was a monster that knocked down the homeless and rushed ashore. Fortunately, the homeless had been following not far away, and came with the fishing boat in his hand. Wanderer, you put the boat in the nearby sea first. Are you planning to bring the boat up together? Someone reminded the Wanderer that it was a boat. What if you brought it ashore? After that, it is a small fee to deal with. The Wanderer then put the boat in the nearby waters, and Lu Yuan directly brought the sickle head to the shore. Because of the monster attack, all the countries around the Pacific Rim have blocked the sea, otherwise no one should dare to approach. This made it so that there were no idle people around, and all those who came were the Rim, Pacific Defense Forces, that is, the relevant person in charge, who specially fought against the monsters. Hello, my name is Stark Pantycoster, or translated as History Stark. Pantycoster, a black man, came to Lu Yuan. He was the marshal here, and the marshal of the entire Pacific Rim Defense Force. Marshal Pentecost was a shrewd man, and he was even a legendary pilot. As mentioned earlier, the mecha hunter cannot drive alone, unless the level of technology is improved in the future, or the quality of the mecha is made lighter, which can reduce the burden on the driver. In the first experimental drive, the driver died because of a problem. However, Marshal Pentecost, as the driver of the Tango Wolf, once completed the feat of driving alone and defeating the monster. It was only after his retirement that he became the marshal of the entire organizational structure. It's just that even Pentecost looked at Lu Yuan in front of him, and for a while he didn't know what to say. Lu Yuan had already threw the sickle head aside. A behemoth with a height of tens of meters would definitely be spectacular if it stood up. Even now, it has lost its mobility. I shattered its spine. Lu Yuan saw the faces of the people in charge of receiving the monsters who were cautious and did not dare to approach, and said with a smile, "But there is one thing to remind you, even if you want to slice it and study it, it's best not to hurt your brain. If you can, it's best not to touch it." What? You want to sit on the ground and raise the price? Pentecost said subconsciously. Lu Yuan frowned. You don't think I'm hunting, do you? I'm not a black market businessman, not to mention I'm not short of money. Because Lu Yuan didn't dare to spend the money he took from this world. Unless you want technology directly, or you want real money. But to be honest, Lu Yuan now has the ability to change substances and elements at will, not to mention gold and silver jewelry, that is, anything can be made by himself. If it weren't for your name, it could also be translated into She Stark. I wouldn't have done that, Lu Yuan muttered. This is because of the generosity of his name. Although Iron Man's name is Tony, his surname is She Stark. Pentecost doesn't understand this at all. Seeing that Lu Yuan is not for money, he is surprised. Then what do you want? Lu Yuan suddenly looked at Pentecost with a special look in his eyes. Obviously, Lu Yuan's eyes were a little different from before. Pentecost held Roar's breath for some reason, as if the other party was about to say something very serious. Lu Yuan didn't disappoint him. He sighed softly and said, "You idiots, until now, you didn't know that you were actually being invaded, and the war has already started." We know that, isn't it? Pentecost was dazed by Lu Yuan's words. What do you think they were doing? Monsters? These are just weapons. Do you know drones? You can compare monsters to drones. They are thrown over after someone has set some behavior patterns in advance. Even if they are killed, it doesn't matter. That's all. In order to win a monster, you have to work hard, and you may even sacrifice someone. You are exchanging real money people with other people's drones. Does it make sense? Lu Yuan did not hide or hide tucked away, but said directly what he knew. Pentecost was dumbfounded, and stood there in disbelief. Even the people nearby all looked at Lu Yuan with disbelief. Even when Raleigh and Yingxi came out of the cab and rushed here at the first time, they felt incredible when they heard Lu Yuan's words. How is this possible? The two of them exclaimed together. It may be because of the sequelae of the brainwave connection, the two still have a heart-to-heart connection. Or maybe this is their brother's advantage. Why is it impossible? Lu Yuan smiled, and the curvature of the corner of his mouth had an indescribable taste, because wasn't he himself a product of biological and chemical weapons? It might not sound good to say that, but Lu Yuan himself is very generous. What about this thing? Anyway, he is neither a zombie nor a tyrant, and with his current strength and realm, being a Doomsday does not have any negative effects, but has many benefits. Let me put it this way, Lu Yuan pointed to the deep sea in the distance, and said something that shocked the scene. You all thought the monster came from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean? Wrong. In fact, there was a monster in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Wormhole portals, monsters from another civilized race. Everyone was quiet, and looked at Lu Yuan and the direction he was pointing stupidly. Suddenly someone asked, but won't this make the sea flow to that world? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Do you think a wormhole is a door? Even a door has access control, and anything that is not recognized can't get through.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.